mean, Spurgoli was like Spurgeon, so I didn't know if that's what you wanted me to talk about. Should we support Zionism? I'm kind of lukewarm on the issue, to be honest. I'm good if you do, I'm good if you don't. Not really a deal breaker. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on the side.
What is the
Mossad are some pretty cool people. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the
On your side. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side. There's some really deal breaker for me. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the
The Israeli version of the CIA. That's what it is.
They're kind of like a Swiss Army knife. There's a bunch of different versions of them. Yeah, they have spies like the CIA. They have shot troops, assaulters, pipe bombers. They're pretty cool. And girls. They have girls too.
It's Israel's spy agency. Then you have Shin Bet, which is another agency that's kind of like the FBI. But it's basically the equivalent of the CIA, but they're way, way better than the CIA. Trust me. They make our CIA look like amateurs, especially with the DEI that's infiltrated our CIA the last 5-10 years. Our CIA is a joke. The last 20 years, our CIA is a joke. Seriously. DEI ruined our CIA. DEI ruined our FBI. DEI ruined our military. DEI ruined everything. Think about it. Israel doesn't have the DEI problem we have. You know what I mean? So, Sarah, what's your take? Like I said, from a Jewish standpoint, we don't really care whether you support us or not. First of all, America didn't send us arms. We get them from China or Russia or somewhere. You know what I'm saying? In other words, we've been around 4,000 years. We're not going anywhere. So it's just ridiculous to think. And as far as Palestine, let me just make this point. There's no Palestinian people. There never has been. That area was always the land of Israel in the old days. What happened was the Romans in 70 AD came along, kicked out a lot of the Jews right after Jesus and all this shit. They kicked the Jews out of that area and renamed it Palestine after the Philistines, which were an arch enemy of the Jews. In fact, David and Goliath, you know that story? Goliath was a Philistine. The modern Palestinian people are not Philistines. What happened was, basically, the Romans renamed it Palestine, and then you had about 10, 12 different entities between the Romans and present day. You have the Romans, the Ottoman Empire, the British. Then the British started calling the whole area Palestine again. When in reality, there has never been a Palestinian people. They're basically the people in Palestine and the West Bank. They're really Arabs. They're basically, I'm going to educate you folks. They're Arabs, mostly from Egypt and Jordan. What happened was the British mandate in 1946, 48, whenever it was, basically said, we're going to take this land and split it. We're going to give, at first they were going to give Jordan and the land of Israel all to the Jewish people and call the whole thing Israel. Then the Jews said, well, let's give a hope to these so-called fake Palestinian people, because The only reason they were called Palestinians is because the British continued to call that area Palestine. That's the only reason. So it was named Palestine by colonizers. Originally the Romans, and then the last colonizers were the British. They were colonizing it, so there really no. It's true. When it was called Palestine, the whole area was called Palestine, and you had Jews living there that were considered Palestinians only because the British named it Palestine. It really historically was never called Palestine. So it's kind of a weird thing. So these Palestinian people never really existed. They're just Arabs, basically. There's no Palestinian people. There's never been a look through history. Never been a Palestinian nation ever. The Palestinian, listen, I'll prove it. The word Palestine is not even mentioned in the fucking Quran. I dare anybody. It's not mentioned. The word Palestine is not mentioned in the Old Testament, not mentioned in the New Testament, and it's not even mentioned in the fucking Quran. Why? Because they didn't view it as Palestine. You know what happened was, it only became Palestine when Jews started moving back there and the Arabs said, you know what, we need to create a fake people. Let's call these people Palestinians. These Arabs who are really... So what happened was, and when Israel, when the British Mandate came down in 46 to 48 and they split the land, guess where most of these so-called fake Palestinian Arabs went? They're really just Arabs. Let's get down to the brass tacks. They were created as a fake people. They don't have really any history as far as Palestine goes. And basically they moved most of them into Jordan. Jordan was given the home of these people, okay? That's where most of them went. And what happened was, a few of them hung over in the West Bank, and the remaining, here's what happened. Egypt was controlled. Here's my proof. In 48, when the Arabs attacked Israel, it was the Arabs attacking. It was Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. There was no mention of any Palestinians taking. And the Gaza Strip, before Israel took it over, was controlled by Egypt. Michael 48 until the early 70s. What happened was Israel won the Sinai and the Gaza Strip in the Six-Day War. Listen, they took the Sinai in the Six-Day War. What happened was, 20 years ago, Israel left Gaza. In 20 fucking years, these people had 20 years to get their shit together. They've got 25 miles of pristine Mediterranean coastline, and these sandblacks, as I call them, they had 20 years. They could have built the next fucking Dubai there. But they spent 20 years and all these billions of dollars tunneling underground, building like 300 miles, 300 kilometers of subway, fucking terror tunnels. These fuckers these motherfuckers have better land than fucking Dubai. Don't you people get it?
Wait,
20 fucking years, these sand ninjas couldn't do shit.
forces, which were once stopped by the front door, have found their way into the home through personal computers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Machine Live. So how much you want to bet that this debate is not going to start? Okay, we already have some very interesting instances of why this debate most likely won't happen. Right. And actually remove this from the stage and add this to the stage. Right. It looks like it's 27 minutes late. So that's the first marker that this debate is probably not going to happen. The second marker is the total gay ops from the guy very close to the beginning of the debate. And I could be wrong. Okay, it could be that they'll start the debate. I think they'll chicken out. I personally think that it's going to be a chicken, egg, duck situation. I think they're already trying to
make moves in that direction because of the gay ops. Right? So they did have a significant amount of gay ops there. I'm trying to look for the Twitter post. Okay, recently there's a Twitter post that said that Antifa was going to disrupt the debate by flipping over the chairs. So let me go on Discord and let me try to see if I can find this. It said 8 p.m. is what you're saying, Nick, in the chat? 8 Eastern, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe 8 Eastern. But the YouTube usually automatically adjusts that, right? But we have a lot of other stuff that we want to get through before we even get to that, right? So we got some other stuff we want to get to before we get to that, including an article on Trump and Putin that we're going to get to here. So let me actually put some type of banner down here. Feel kind of weird without some type of scrolling banner underneath me for some reason, right? So we'll check back at this so-called debate, right? And I wrote in my description, okay, what did I write? I said, two anti-Muslim grifters, right? They actually make a lot of critiques of Islam, right? Andrew Wilson and, Apostate Prophet, they're known for critiquing Islam, right? They claim it's like the Antichrist, basically, right? So they're firmly against the Muslim side, right? Because if Zionists aren't pressing anyone, then it has to be, the Arabs in general, right? But also a large majority of those Arabs, right? Some of them are Arab Christians. So there's also that, right? But who else are, there's that whole aspect to it, right? So they're totally anti-Muslim, right? They're pro-Jewish in a way, right? Because they're getting paid by Jews to discuss these issues, right? So they're being funded by large media companies, right, to discuss these issues, right? And they're basically promoting a narrative for Christianity. So they're getting paid to say certain talking points about what the Christians ought to believe, right? So it's an agenda setting for the Christians, right? So this is essentially what this debate will comprise, right? And we'll get back to the debate in general and see how that's going and see if that's going to start up, right? But here we have another issue right here that we could get to, right? Because the Russian Orthodox Church is very much in line with Putin, right? And the power structure in Russia, right? So they're basically subservient to the Russian power structure, right? Okay. Now you have also a lot of these companies, okay, and banks, right, that do business in Russia, right? They also do business in New York, right? Where Trump, right, he set up a lot of his businesses in New York, right? So it turns out that the same people that funded Putin basically funded Trump, right? Which is a very strange thing to think about, right? But it's actually a lot of evidence behind that, right? They got a lot of heat for this Politico article, right? Some called this Politico article anti-Semitic. Okay, but let's take a look at this because I put this on the thumbnail. Right, let's read some of this article here and see what facts we could glean. Okay? This is a very famous article, right? I don't know if you guys heard about it, right? Well-known article, right? If you type in Trump Shabbat Putin, it's like the first article that comes up on the interwebs, right? So let's take a look at some of this article here. Let's look at the Zion Don. Ben Schreckinger. Okay, Ben Schreckinger by Ben Schreckinger, the happy-go-lucky Jewish group that connects Trump and Putin, where Trump's real estate world meets a top religious ally of the Kremlin. Okay, I got a couple of sources for you guys that will be drawn from as we give these different presentations here, right? So it says here, Shabbat of Port Washington, a Jewish community center on Long Island, Manhasset Bay, sits in a squat brick edifice across from a Shell gas station and a strip mall. The center is an unexceptional building, an unexceptional save for one thing. Some of the shortest routes between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin run straight through it. 2 decades ago, as Russian president set about consolidating power on one side of the world, he embarked on a project to supplant his country's existing Jewish civil society and replace it with a parallel structure loyal to him. And I think the facts are that it was the other way around. Right? They created a power structure parallel to the Russian government, right? On the other side of the world, the brash Manhattan developers was working to get a piece of the massive flows of capital that were fleeing the former Soviet Union in search of stable assets in the West, especially real estate, seeking partners in New York with ties to the region. Their respective ambitions led them to two men, along with Trump's future son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to build a set of close overlapping relationships in small world that intersects on Shabbat, an international Hasidic movement most people have never heard of. Most people have never heard of. Okay, so I also talked a lot about his connections to these guys in a special I did earlier called Trumple's Stillskin, right? We talked about their connections to the Russian oligarchs, Lev Lviv and Roman Abramovich, right? Okay. So it says Putin enlisted his closest confidants, right? He's also tied to Estee Lauder, right? Who's a huge pro-Zionist supporter, right? And obviously they're funded by Sheldon Adelson big time, right? Funded by Sheldon Adelson. And if you guys don't know who that is, obviously go look it up, right? Why am I talking about these details right now? It's because you won't hear any of this in the debate tonight. You won't hear any of what I'm about to say in the debate tonight. Okay? It's going to be a bunch of narratives, fixed narratives, right? They get paid to say the stuff that they're saying on the stage, right? Okay, it's pretty much that simple, right? It looks like they just put up a poll. So which side do you lean towards most, pro-Zionism or no Zionism, right? But check this out. This is what I want to point out that's funny about this debate, so-called here, right? It says Christian versus Christian. It doesn't say Zionist versus anti-Zionist, right? And of course, their positions are not going to be that different, right? Their positions are not going to be that different, right? Okay, this guy freshly just became a Christian. Here, hold on. Let me get Nick Volt. If he wants to come up, of course he can. Some of the other people, obviously, you guys could come up. You know, there's a link in the chat. And yeah, let's continue reading some of this article here. Looks like we're early to watch this debate. Yeah, so starting in 1999, Putin enlisted two of his closest confidants, oligarchs, Lev Lviv, Roman Abramovich, who would go on to become Shabbat's biggest patrons worldwide, to create the Federation of Jewish Communities of Russia. Under the leadership of Shabbat Rabbi Beryl Lazar, who would come to be known as Putin's rabbi. Putin's rabbi. Shabbat Rabbi Beryl Lazar. Putin's rabbi, folks. You guys know about this? Okay. Deep ties to both Russia and Trump. Okay. Who some people might say have deep ties to each other. Here's some more interesting names, right? A few years later, Trump would seek out Russian projects by and capital by joining forces with a partnership called Bayrak Sapir, led by Soviet immigrants Tevfik Arif, Felix Sater, and Tamir Sapir, who maintained close ties to Shabbat. The company's ventures would lead to multiple lawsuits alleging fraud and criminal investigation of condo project in Manhattan. Meanwhile, the links between Trump and Shabbat kept piling up. In 2007, Trump hosted a wedding of Sapir's daughter and Lviv's right-hand man at Mar-a-Lago, his Palm Beach resort. A few months after the ceremony, Lviv met Trump to discuss potential deals in Moscow that hosted a bris? Is that how you say it? Bris? BRIS for new couple's first son at the holiest site in Shabbat Judaism. Okay, by the way, at the Shabbat religion, right, they actually believe that the Lubavitcher Rebbe is coming back, right? So they not only reject Jesus, but they believe a different guy is the Messiah and that he's coming back. A guy that was alive recently and talked to Netanyahu, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Okay, you guys could look him up. Right, and some of them, I think there's a different opinion among them about whether he like died or not or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, Jared Kushner goes and prays at the guy's grave. Pretty weird stuff, huh? He goes and prays at the guy's grave, right? Yeah, exactly, Nick Volt. Most people don't even understand what anti or pro-Zionist is. That's true. They don't know about Theodore Herzl. They don't know about Isaac LaPerriere and the pre-Adamite hypothesis. They don't know about British Israelism. Okay, they don't know about millennialism and Chileism. Okay, they don't know about these things. Right? They don't even know where the origins of the beliefs come from. They don't know where Messianic Judaism comes from. They don't know where Hasidic Judaism comes from. They don't know when the Talmud was written. They don't know how the Torah was preserved. They don't know anything. We've done presentations on all these things, by the way. Okay, but they're not knowing any of these things. Thank you to Browns Boy. Blessings, sir. I appreciate you. That's the homie. Just having a little bit of problems joining there, but blessings. Okay, let's go on. Let me see where. There's quite a bit of information here. Quite a bit of information. Trump's kind of Jews. Putin's kind of Jews. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, it says, meanwhile, the links between Trump and Shaban kept piling up. In 2007, Trump hosted a wedding for Lviv's right-hand man, Sapir. Lviv met Trump to discuss potential deals in Moscow and then hosted a bris, or whatever that is, to a new couple's first son, the holiest site of Shabbat Judaism. Trump attended the bris. I don't know why they didn't say what the site is. Could it be the Lubavitcher's grave? I suspect that it's the Lubavitcher's grave, right? Trump attended the bris along with Kushner. Ah, here's our guy, Kushner. Okay, Kushner is the one that Trump says is his Jewish son-in-law, right? He proudly says his family is Jewish, right? He won't call himself a Christian, but he'll say his family is Jewish. It's the first president to take such a stance. Okay, almost every president in history has openly been a Protestant, right? With the exception of Kennedy, he was a Catholic. Right? Who would go on to buy Trump attended a bris along with Kushner, who would go on to buy a $300 million building from Lviv and marry Ivanka Trump, who would form a close relationship with Abramovich's wife, Dasha Zhukova. Zhukova would host the power couple in Russia in 2014 and reportedly attend Trump's inauguration as their guest. Yeah. Yeah, blessings.
Hello. Yeah, it's very interesting article you're reading here. What website was this posted on?
This is a famous article on Politico website. You know, it's happy-go-lucky Jewish group that connects Trump and Putin by Ben Schreckinger, April 9th, 2017.
Is he still alive?
10-year-old article almost.
Is this guy still alive?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to. Yeah, maybe we can get him to come on the show and talk about his recent, what he's gathered.
Article, and because I know we talked about it before, I didn't know there was an article like this, but it's kind of curious.
Yeah, this is a little different from the ones that I was reading before. You know, like the one I was reading before was by David Livingstone. He's like more on the conspiracy side of things, you know, and but this is just an article by Politico that's saying basically the same stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to give it a little more, you know, legitimacy here. That,
well, I don't want to derail what you're doing. I just want to say a couple things that.
No, it's fine. It's no worries. Yeah.
To contextualize it really quick.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the debate, so it's no worries.
Well, first of all, it's like the Chabad Lubavitch thing is like very interesting because basically you have a large number of people who are part of this sect who just so happen to be in the halls of power, and even if they're not directly involved, they're very highly networked, I guess you'd say. So that's very interesting, and I guess it's kind of interesting too. It's like so this is basically like a Hasidism. It's like a Hasidic Judaism that evolved from, I guess, Sabbateans or something, or I can't remember exactly who they come from, but they come from a very particular type of Hasidic Judaism, essentially, right? So and it's just funny because like You have
It's
Shapiro.
definitely not. It's definitely not Sabbatean. See, the Sabbatean is like a weird offshoot of Hasidism, right? So it's possibly like a dark side of Hasidism. Most Hasidic people would consider Sabbateanism to be the occult, right? So,
But what would
yeah.
but isn't Chabad Lubavitch a branch of Hasidism as well, or
Oh yeah, yeah, it's definitely a
okay?
branch of Hasidism, but it's kind of like also, if I'm not mistaken, part of a group that sort of, because there's a whole group that was a little bit more orthodox than the Hasidic movement, right? So they wanted to reform the Hasidic movement, right? So I think the Shabbat is an offshoot of that movement. I think they're called Miznagdim, right? And I'd have to actually get the modern
But
factions and all that stuff, correct just to figure it out, But
but
that's
it's
I
but
think
it,
that's something like that.
but isn't it notable that basically, I mean, this sounds occultic to me, like what I've looked into about Chabad, it does sound very occult related. Although I guess they don't market it that way, but it's
Yeah, they're
definitely a strange
followers of a guy.
interpretation.
Yeah, they're followers of a guy called Vilna Gaon, I believe, right? So if you look up his writings, he has a lot of teachings and stuff. But yeah, what were you saying, Neuro?
But I mean, do you think that it's possible to fairly characterize it as an cult belief to some degree? Like,
Well,
I'm
I
pretty sure
mean,
they're, you know.
if you look at just the Hasidic movement, it's created in Europe in the 1500s. So that's the first thing. It's not like going back to the 2nd century or even 2000 BC or something like that. It's not
Or
something OG. Yeah,
it's not even going back to like the 900s with, like, who was it? I get them mixed up, like Maimonides or
yeah, yeah. He was around the
yeah.
1200s. So
Right. So it's not even going back to like a real root of interpretation. It's like a very
right.
particular, is it Lorianic Kabbalah tradition or something? I'm assuming.
That's again like sort of like a little bit earlier than Hasidism.
Well,
So
I
that came
guess, like,
about.
but like, could you say that influenced it? Like, you could definitely say that the
Oh yeah,
Lorianic
probably.
Kabbalah influenced Protestantism, for example, right? Like, so I'm just saying, like, is it
Yeah.
kind of like it's kind of like a Protestant form of Hasidism, essentially, or something like that? Or see, I mean, it seems like it, because it's kind of like they're following a man who was born as a proto savior or something like that. Is that kind of the idea, or something to that effect?
Yeah, that's the thing with the Shabbat, the Jewish group, right? Where they bring in modernist stuff. Like it's like an Orthodox sect that brings in modernism, and it's the same thing with the Salafi, right? And the Wahhabi sect, that's in charge of Saudi Arabia, and it's the same thing with the evangelical Christians, right? So wherever you go, you have these people that are pretending to be like fundamentalists that are actually in line with the modernists,
So,
right?
it's kind of like a progressive in a general sense movement, but it's more of like a philosophical progressivism more than a, like what I mean is, like, these people will say, well,
Yeah,
pornography and sex trafficking is bad, but
yeah, it's
yeah.
a religious fundamentalism wrapped in a philosophical progressivism. So that's very dangerous.
Right, and so what I'm saying, like, and I guess the whole reason I'm trying to contextualize this for the audience is, like, because I don't know a lot about it, but I've done a little research, and the more I've looked at it, I'm just giving my interpretation of what I'm seeing, so don't think this is like, scholarly work or anything. But from what I understand, it seems that, like you said, this is actually like a philosophical, political thing, and I think that it's ironic in a way, because I think a lot of what people are calling anti-Semitism or this or that, it's actually like a very particular kind of Judaism or Christianity or Islam, that, like you said, that, like, everybody's like, well, these people do X, and it's basically like, very much like well, I don't know what words we can say, but a wolf in sheep's clothing type of thing, where it's like, all right, let's put on this uniform, let's do a bunch of stuff, and then, but my point is like, what something like Chabad seems like it could be used as, whether it started out as a real religious or cult, cult, not a cult, or even an occult organization. Like, it seems like the perfect vehicle for you know political, I guess, what's the right term, political manipulation. Does that make sense? Like, where it's like they have their own particular, worldview, but I think it's easy to argue that it's not really about their religious views per se. It could be, a very pragmatic way to transmit, political or other goals via the project of the thing. And I guess that's not new, but I don't know. I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to get at, but it's kind of like Freemasonry. Like, could you use Freemasonry to put people in positions of power for quote unquote good reasons? In theory, perhaps, right? But but I think it's definitely easy to argue that something like Freemasonry has been used for, a pyramid scheme of philosophy and political aims, right? And so I'm just saying, like, that's what I've gotten the impression of. Like, when you look at Chabad Lubavitch, like, why are they networked into every major corporate and political structure that you see on Earth? I mean, it's pretty strange, to say the least.
Yeah, it is very weird. It says, Shabrata. It says, isn't it utilitarianism at its core, where ends justify the means, akin to Luciferianism? Pragmatic is a good word. Yeah, it's interesting that, these are two philosophies that arose in the 1800s, at the same time during the Industrial Revolution, right? And that's what I'm saying, is that feminism, utilitarianism, pragmatism, transhumanism, obviously Bentham, the famous hedonist British philosopher, and also spy. Yeah, he was spying on France, I believe. Right, they were doing espionage against France in the French Revolution. Okay, and and the British had a lot to do with that.
And Edgar Allan Poe, I think, even was involved in some of that. I think you mentioned that.
Right. The spy.
But and I didn't mean to detract, but I'm just saying, like, when you put it into like a historical framework, like you mentioned all those different isms and stuff, I think it starts getting more like understanding kind of more of how, like, intelligence networks operate on the ground level, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Hopefully that kind of makes more sense, right? Like, it doesn't mean that it's a purely that, but what I'm saying is, like, it definitely could function that way if you're trying to look at it from like an historical or geopolitical framework, and it would make sense as well, because I don't want to get on too much of a tangent, but if you look at someone like Peter Thiel and kind of where he got his start, I guess you'd say, it seems like there's a good argument that he got trained by something akin to the Federal Reserve that has a relationship with the Federal Reserve, but it's not directly related to it. I mean, it's not directly like the Federal Reserve Bank, but what I'm saying is, like, the fact that his mentality is very similar to that, and then when you see that how things kind of panned out for him and the people around him, it kind of makes sense, right? Because if if you're kind of ruling via a monetary system or economic system or something like that, you're going to need key players in other sectors, right? But there's got to be some sort of legitimate tie-in to the cartel, I guess you'd say, right? So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to characterize it because I think that a lot of what the left has done is they've kind of just said, well, Trump, orange man bad, he has ties to Putin or Russia. And, even for myself, as someone who kind of thought that was definitely possible for a long time, I'm like, yeah, but how, right? And then now that I've learned all this stuff about Chabad Lubavitch and stuff, it's like, okay, it actually makes a lot of sense. Like, okay, he married his daughter into the Chabad Lubavitch thing. Kushner, I like his name, I like Hindu Kush, but, but you get the idea. It's like, okay, so.
Well, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure she was being courted by the Rothschilds. He tried to get her married to one of the Rothschilds first. It's like Nathan Rothschild or something like that, and then, and then he tried to. So, I think his daughter was being courted by some other rich people first. I mean, and actually, it's the Rothschilds who bailed him out, right, when he went into debt with the Taj Mahal Hotel, right, and I believe that somehow some of his businesses, I believe it was the Taj Mahal Hotel or something like that, was associated with Meyer Lansky, the famous Jewish gangster who tried to escape to Israel to get immunity.
Yeah.
Right. And then
and
it says right here, it says with the help of this transatlantic diaspora, some globetrotting real estate moguls, Trump Tower in Moscow's Red Square can feel at times part of a tight-knit neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's funny, like, people should really, there's a movie with John Travolta in it about Meyer Lansky, and I've looked into a little bit about that, but if you really understand what was going on with the Cuban Missile Crisis, for example, people don't understand that Cuba was basically run by Jews for Jews. So it's not like there's a bunch of brown people running around with missiles and stuff, right? Like, it's like, quite a complicated little situation that was going on over there. And, I mean, it's a very connected back to World War I, World War II, Trotsky, a lot of different things that it's very hard to, like, condense down into a talking point. But, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the reason why JFK was probably, not around very long, kind of ties back to Meyer Lansky and a lot of these Cuban casinos and stuff like that. And, I'm just saying, like, it's good that you mentioned Meyer Lansky, because I think that's one of those figures that people never really talk about a lot when it comes to American politics. But, very, very influential person, to say the least. And now I think they're live, by the way. Jake the Rattlesnake just went live sharing.
Jake the Rattlesnake.
Oh, yes. The Australian kangaroo. He's coming to the rescue. And so now there's going to be an international audience watching the travesty happening in Asheville, North Carolina. Oh, yes. There we go. I don't know what that is. But
with cones on his.
Oh, that's Alex Stein and his wife's boyfriend, as he calls him. So he takes this black guy around everywhere with him and says, "This is his wife's boyfriend."
Oh my God! All
right. I'm not joking, by the way. He literally takes that black guy around with him everywhere.
So heavy promotion of this guy, who used to work for Blaze News, very pro-Zionist news.
Well, Alex Stein is a very interesting person. I watched him before he got really famous. I didn't know that he was connected to this whole network, but Andrew Wilson seemed to say that.
And also, the apologies that Destiny had for Israel were incredible. He was a huge apologist for Israel, during this conflict.
Yeah,
Right?
he literally promoted the genocide or whatever. I don't know if we can say that, but
yeah, he promoted it. Yeah, he said it's fine. So he was it's funny that Destiny and Alex Stein, who are not really known to be like conservative voices or hardcore conservative voices or whatever you want to have it, right? They're actually in the same boat, right? And this gay Jewish Nazi guy, right? They're actually all promoting Zionism. So the one thing all of these people from different walks of life, different political ideologies all have in common is they all promote Zionism.
Yeah, Milo Yiannopoulos is an extremely underrated person to look into. I think if
look at
people
that.
really
Laura Loomer, right in the intro.
Laura
Loomer in the intro. In the intro, they had Laura Loomer, folks.
They have another pseudo white nationalist guy I forgot his name, but he's been heavily promoted the past 10 years.
Yeah, she's literally paid by Shillman to promote Zionism. Oh, look, another Zionist, pro-Zionist. He said the Proud Boys stand hand in hand with the JDL. You got Gavin McGinnis.
Yeah, that guy. That's the guy I'm talking about. I don't know. I can't remember this guy's name, but he's a very.
I don't know who this guy is. He's clearly a Jew, though. This lady's
well, no,
a Jew.
that guy right there was promoted as like the official white nationalist that's allowed to say neo-Nazi rhetoric on YouTube. And
he's the Shabbos goy.
Yeah, like he was like borderline Fed posting for years, and nobody ever came against him. Now he's like being promoted, which is very ironic to me. It's I don't know where it came from, but yeah, Gavin McGinnis again. It's just fine. Like I never really was into him, but yeah, this guy right here. Like you should review this guy sometime. The guy with the beard on the right. That guy's a very strange individual for sure. So this is the bumper waiting for the intro. Like they haven't actually started anything yet. That's retarded.
Yeah, the Zionist bumper right at the beginning with all your favorite Zionist promoters. You got Destiny, you got Alex Stein, you got Laura Loomer. You got 2 or 3 other guys that just look pretty much just Jewish.
Well, Alex Stein, he's an interesting guy because I don't know exactly what he claims to be. I think he says he's a Christian or something, but he's one of these guys who, the more you look into him, he's a kind of, he's a very entertaining person. I think he's one of the more talented psyop people because he has a very improv heavy side of him where if you watch a show on the Blaze, like he actually is extremely edgy for network television. Like he's done some very stuff that you can get sued for. I put it that way on network television. So but it's just interesting. Like he's kind of approved to do like edgy humor. I think it's definitely coming from him because when he was doing his own solo stuff, he was still like that. So I'm just kind of surprised that he's been allowed to say and do some of the things he's done. But he goes way back. He was basically promoted by Owen Benjamin and other people like that. And I think if you look into his history, he was on a reality television show and some stuff like that. So it's just very interesting. The more you look into the entertainment side of the business, Alex Stein is definitely very entertaining, and I think Milo Yiannopoulos is very entertaining from a very sadistic way. Like if you look at who Milo Yiannopoulos is connected to, he's connected seemingly to some very high level international organizations that are United Nations adjacent, I would say, if that makes sense. So, why is it that someone who is very affiliated with like international legal
Yeah, this
things
is
being
literally the
promoted.
most pogo shit I've ever seen. You know, this is the most pogo shit I've ever fucking seen on the screen right here. This is literally a pogo op funded by the Jays, you know, to confuse Christians.
Where's snafu when you need them, right?
Yeah. I mean, the guy literally said, the guy on screen there, Milo Yiannopoulos, he said he was touched by a priest, a Catholic priest, when he was a kid, and he liked it. So he literally promotes pedo stuff. The Milo Yiannopoulos guy. Insane stuff. Huh? And that was on the Joe Rogan podcast that he said that. And they're promoting conservatism across America. Some gay Nazi Jew. This is exactly what's going on, folks. I mean, if you're too stupid to see it, and he's the controlled opposition of Destiny. You know, that the liberal. So the conservative on the stage was supposed to be Milo Yiannopoulos against Destiny. This is a total Clownplexxx 9000. Total clown poser flex. Okay, I'm not even gonna unmute this lady right here. She's honestly too hot to be smart. Yeah, I'll just let her yap. Just wait till she's done. Okay, we got another faithful contestant here. Blessings. Finally connected. Okay, they took the mic from her, but it's some kind of little simp. Yeah, we're not going to turn him up either. It's strictly for the birds, whatever he's saying. We're just going to leave that muted for a while. Yeah, we're an hour into this show. We've reflected on Trump, Zionism, these pogo actors on stage. And this guy, obviously, another pogo actor on stage here. I think he's the member from Uncensored America that's a partner with Modern Day Debate. So this is the guy that's pimping out Modern Day Debate. This is the young Jewish lad that's pimping out Modern Day Debate. And here's James Coons himself of Modern Day Dumb Boot, who's canceled like 2 of my dumb boots already. Try to keep a good relationship with this guy so that he could keep me on stage, but it seems like he's part of some sort of pogo operation. So there's not really much hope for our ongoing relationship here in the 3 emails we've sent, and him booting me off that stage and putting Grid 1 on stage. The guy who literally said he supports the Mossad. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He says he's lukewarm in support of the Mossad. What a weird thing to say. You know, I asked him about that on the Flow Stage show, and he gave 0 answers. 0 answers. Said the Mossad are great guys. So we got James Coons. And we got Saint, I mean, not Saint, but Bartholomew, the patriarch that's in the church, the patriarch of the church that apostate prophet now belongs to, actually supporter of Zionism. Hopefully we'll have Unseen Warfare come through and talk about that later. sort of like booked him here for that. Right? If he can come up and talk about it, we'll figure it out. If not, we'll expose him some point. Okay, so it looks like we got both of these guys here. Okay, let's turn this up now.
Champions, I'm going to read the official proposition and then the format, and then we'll get started. So for the official debate proposition, it is, should Christians in particular support Zionism? We'll have 12-minute opening statements with apostate prophet going first. This will be followed by 5-minute rebuttals and then 15 minutes of crossfire between the speakers. Following this, we'll have 35 minutes of audience Q&A and then 3-minute closings from each speaker.
So I predict that this debate is not going to be about the Jews. It's going to be about the Muslims, how we can oppose Islam. Right? So it's not going to be a debate about supporting Zionism. It's going to be a debate about opposing Islam right out of the gate. Right? You got, as I said, two people who are very critical of Islam. Right? They're not critical of the Jews. Right? They get paid by Jews to support Zionism, to go on Zionist platforms that are paid and owned by Jays and Zionists, right? Okay. And they do lots of activist work against Islam, right? Now, they're nominally Christians, right? Okay, obviously, there's nothing Christian about Wilson. There's almost 0% Christian about apostate prophet, so.
With that, we're going to jump right into it. Thanks very much. AP, the floor is all yours for your openings.
Pen, James. No pens, James. Not a single pen.
We are going to get you. There's a pen right behind the tablet.
Oh.
AP.
Terrible, terrible beginning.
Yeah.
We'll kick it over to AP. The floor is all yours. We'll get the timer set.
Thank you so much, James. Thanks to Uncensored America, and thanks to Andrew for organizing this. Andrew is a newcomer to debates. Many people don't know him. He might be a little bit nervous today. Before I start, I want to point out that there is a QR code over there. It might also appear on the screen, so I'm not going to go with...
Did you guys see that tattoo? Pretty weird tattoo he had right there.
I want to point out that there is a QR code.
Did you guys see that tattoo? Sort of two wings and then a star above, like a two-winged bird. That's an interesting tattoo that he has there. I don't know if you guys could see. Got a very interesting tattoo on his arm. It sort of seemed like some sort of Luciferian deal right there on his arm, with like a star above it. I don't know. Pretty weird.
Code over there. It might also appear on the screen. So I'm not going to go with a presentation, but I have a one-page landing site there where everyone can follow the evidence and everything that I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to argue for the position that Christians should absolutely support Zionism. In order to have a proper debate about this topic, we feel we need to establish...
So Christians, like Christianity, right? And we have some information about Zionism and the history of, Christian saints and where they stood on Zionism. Right, give me a second here. Here, let me let him talk here for a second, but yeah.
First, what Zionism is. Over the last years, lots of people have began talking about Zionism, often in very wrong ways. They have given wrong descriptions, especially when Christianity comes into the equation. Lots of people misunderstand what Zionism is about. They think that it is about some end-time prophecy, often influenced by certain Protestant teachings. but it might come as a surprise to many people. But when I say Zionism, we are simply talking about the establishment and the protection of a land, a country, a state where Jews can live freely, a Jewish state in what is now known as Israel. At some
So he's changed the definition of Zionism completely, right? He's changed the definition, right? Okay, of Zionism to basically, supporting, homeland of the Jews at any cost to just having a homeland for them, right? So if you say that Jews shouldn't have a homeland, right, that you don't support Zionism. But I don't think that's actually what it is, right? Because Zionism actually is a political movement. It doesn't have anything to do with Judaism, right? You could be a Jew and you could be an anti-Zionist, right? You could be a Jew and you could be a pro-Zionist, right? So right out the gate, he's totally botched the definition of what Zionism is. He's nowhere mentioned Christian Zionism. He's nowhere mentioned the foundations of the Zionist movement from Theodore Herzl in 1895, the Jewish state. So he's totally repackaged Zionism to just mean support for Jewish people. Okay, which is totally false. That's not what Zionism means. Right? Zionism is a political movement. Okay. Okay, and it started as a secular movement. Right? It has something to do with securing a homeland, right, for the Jewish people. It didn't need to be in Israel. And it didn't need to be tied to the religion of Judaism. It could have been a secular movement, okay, applying for a Jewish homeland in any number of places. Some of the other places they vied for was Uganda and Argentina, right? So it didn't have to be in the Middle East where the Arabs were already living there, right? Okay, where they occupied the Arab territory, right, under the project of political Zionism, right? So if you support political Zionism, you're also supporting the indiscriminate killing of Arabs, not only from the region that we call Palestine, but also from Egypt, from Syria, and Lebanon as well. Right? So let's get this straight. Right? You're supporting a political project, a secular project, started by secular Jews in Europe. Okay, that was not supported by all the Jews. Okay, but he's now relabeled Zionism as just supporting Jews, which is foolish. That's false. Okay, supporting Zionism has nothing to do with supporting or not supporting Jews.
point in history, this was known as Palestine or Palestina, named by the Romans in order to suppress Jewish identity. Today, the Arabs living in the region have adopted or rather appropriated this name for themselves. But that's all it is. Zionism simply stands for establishing and protecting a land, a state for the Jewish people. I want to make one thing very clear, which is that I am not a Christian.
Right. Just like the people in Israel, they've adopted the name Jews for themselves. Right. There's nothing that proves that they're the Jews going back to 2000 BC. Right. They came from Europe to establish a secular movement in the Middle East, where Arab people were already living. Right. What those Arabs call themselves is irrelevant to the discussion. Irrelevant to the discussion. Right.
Christian Zionist. I'm not a religious Zionist. I am a Christian today who also happens to support Zionism.
He is a Zionist. That's totally false. Right? He has an Israeli flag on his profile. Right? This man is 100% a Zionist, right? He said he's not a Zionist, he's a Christian. He just became a Christian yesterday, but he's been a Zionist for a very long time. Meaning he supported genocide against Arabs. He's actually blamed Palestinians for it. Okay, okay, so this is the truth about it, right? And he's done that for a very long time.
Because I care about the continued existence of the Jewish people.
Oh, not only that, he actually appears with the David Wood guy, right, who appears with Robert Spencer. Okay, they get paid by David Horowitz. Right, they have ads for Israel in the middle of their shows. Right? So they're literally paid shills that support Zionism. Right? He colludes with paid shills that support Zionism. Both of the people on stage do. So it's kind of weird that either of them would say that they're not Zionists. Right? When they're active shills in support of Zionism.
On the land. That's what I support. Being an anti-Zionist would by definition be to be against the existence of this state, to be against the existence of a state for Jews, and would also conclude in the annihilation, the extermination, the destruction of...
Again, not everybody who supports a Jewish state promotes the political project of Zionism. So that's false. Right? To be against Zionism would not be that you're against Jews. Right? So he just now reiterated total falsity. Right? Yeah, and shout out to my wife. You know, she's actually not liked any of these people since day one. You know, I told, you know, like I was like, let's give them a chance because they'll help us do debates and stuff. But yeah, she's hated them since day one. You know, really, she said I don't like their personality. They look like shysters. I mean, so yeah.
The Jewish people in the land. And this is not just a fallacy. This is not propaganda. This is the truth. Destroying such a state would immediately, very quickly, lead to the destruction of the Jewish people living there. We don't have to speculate very much about this. Israel is currently at war.
Again, there's many Jews who don't support the Israeli state. Right? So how would he classify those people? Right? Like, does he think that Norman Finkelstein and all these people are like self-hating Jews? Are Elon Pepe and Norman Finkelstein self-hating Jews because they call out Israel's genocide against Arabs? Right? I mean, it's just comical here. Right? And why don't they debate some of those people? Right? Since they're such political hotshots. Actually, I think Destiny debated Norman Finkelstein. And it was embarrassing. He did a pro-Zionist debate against Norman Finkelstein. So you could see where this Uncensored America and all these pro-Zionist think tanks, where they actually stand on the issue. Right? He's getting paid to get up here and support Zionism. And he's saying he's not a Zionist. He's a Christian. Total tomfoolery here. Incredibles. Yeah, like he just became a Christian yesterday, but he supported Zionism this whole time. But oh, he's not a Zionist. He's a Christian. Wow. This is quite a rebranding for this man.
Hamas stands for Islamic Resistance Movement. A very, very nice trick by the Islamists to describe themselves as a resistance. From the very beginning, Hamas made their mission...
So this is another trick that he's using, right? He's not only going to rebrand Zionism as support for Jews, he's going to rebrand the support for the Arabs support for Islam and support for terrorism. Right? When the Arabs that are getting killed and picked off have nothing to do with Islam. Some of them are Christians. Historically, some of them have been Christians. Is George Habash, who started a movement, the PLFP, against Israel, against Zionists, is he a Christian or a Muslim? He's a Christian. Arab. So Zionism is a movement against Arabs, not Muslims. But now he's rebranding the support for Palestinians a support for Islamic terrorism. No, just because you support babies not dying doesn't mean that you support Islamic terrorism. So how is this even logical, what this guy is saying, or even historical in any form or format? It's not.
Very clear: to destroy Israel and to eradicate the Jewish people. This is not just Israeli propaganda. It is in Hamas's own declaration, rooted in Islamic prophecy.
So again, Hamas is not the Arabs. The Arabs, okay, again, 80% of the Arabs are Muslims. They're not all Muslims, right? Hamas was started in Egypt by the CIA and Saudi Arabia and Israel. They had ties to Hamas. So why is he blaming the Arabs for Hamas? That's A. Right? It makes no sense. Right? He's blaming the Arabs for Hamas. He's conflating, okay, the support for the Arabs, okay, in this genocide that's being imposed on them by the Israelis and the Zionists to be support for Hamas terrorism, for Islamic terrorism. So he's conflating all of these things, right? Historically, they're totally separate. Right? Zionism created Israel, but Hamas did not create Palestine. Hamas is a response to Zionism by extremist factions of Arabs that were in the beginning supported by Israel in Egypt, right? They wanted to overthrow the Egyptian government, so they supported Hamas. They were called the Muslim Brotherhood. This is historically true. Right, so now he's spinning all of this and saying, no, support for Hamas is support for the Arabs. Which not all the Arabs are part of Hamas. Not all the Jews are part of Zionism. Not only is support for Zionism not support for Jews, he's conflating those two things, right? But support for Hamas is not support for the Arabs. He's conflating those two things as well. He's not historically separating any of these ideas.
In the Hamas Charter of 1988, you can read very clearly in Article 7 that it says, "The hour will not come until the Muslims fight the Jews and kill them. And the rocks and trees will say, 'Oh Muslim, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him,' except for the Gargat tree, which is the tree of the Jews." You only get
right. But that doesn't mean you're supposed to go and murder, small hats, right? That's about a eschatological scheme where the Antichrist and the Jews have taken over the entire world. Okay, and if you think, oh yeah, that's just a bunch of science fiction, is totally false, you're not paying attention to what's going on around you. Okay, Israel has extreme power in the US, in Russia, in different countries. Right? So much that they almost control the political leaders of those countries. Okay? For example, Benjamin Netanyahu can come and speak to the U.S. Congress. There's not many political leaders around the world that have that luxury, right? Or they could come just meet with the president whenever they want, right? The U.S. and Israel are firm allies. Right? The Palestinians don't have that. Right? So what is he talking about, right?
Something this sick in Islam where you have a Jew tree that is evil because it refuses to snitch on the Jews. But the message here is very clear. It is the destruction of the Jewish people. That is literally what Hamas started out with.
I mean, that's just based. I mean, there's people all around you that are holding secrets, for bad political actors, right? For religious fundamentalist groups that are wrapped in modernist philosophy, as I said earlier.
Hamas doesn't hide this at all. After October 7, their leadership declared that they would happily attack Israel over and over again until Israel is completely destroyed and eradicated. The leadership of Hamas, Fatih Hamad, a leader among the Palestinian Arabs in Gaza, has in 2018 and on multiple occasions explicitly said, word for word, I'm not exaggerating, that within a few years, we will fulfill the promise of the eradication, the cleansing of the filth of the Jews from the land of Palestine. He also said that the second goal after that is to establish or re-establish the Islamic Caliphate in Jerusalem. And I will come to that in a minute.
Right. And there's Jewish rabbis who say that, from a Jew to a Gentile, the difference is like from a man to an animal, from a man to a beast. So there's rabbis who say that type of stuff, right? Who say that Jews are a superior race, right? They deserve to lead all of mankind, right? So what's your point, right? Like, what's your point, dude? Like, make a fucking point. Right? What about all the Jewish Messianic groups, right? That openly say they need world domination to be in the hands of the Jews. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, have you read the book of Isaiah? You're like, what is this guy talking about? Let me see if I could find this. Yeah, here we go. This is by David Ben-Gurion, one of the leader of the Zionists. Right, let me show you guys this. Leader of the World Zionist Congress.
This scenario is borne out by none other than Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, one of the great founders of Israel. Recorded in an astonishing article in Look magazine, Ben-Gurion predicted that a one-world system presided over by Jerusalem will be set up in the near future. All continents will become united in a world alliance, at whose disposal will be an international police force. All armies will be abolished, and there will be no more war. In Jerusalem, the United Nations, a truly united nations, will build a shrine of the prophets to serve the federated union of all continents. This will be the seat of the Supreme Court of mankind, to settle all controversies among the federated continents, as prophesied by Isaiah.
As prophesied by Isaiah, Jewish world domination, folks. And that's by a secular leader of Israel, one of the founders of the country, David Ben-Gurion, right, who himself was a socialist and an atheist. Right? So that's what a atheistic Jew has in mind, right, as the end point of Judaism and as the explanation of the book of Isaiah. Okay. It's the same for Jews, Christians, and Muslims. They all say that in the end, okay, whatever the leaders are of their faith, particular faith, will lead. Okay, they all have eschatological schemes. Okay, that put them in the leadership position in the end times. All right, let's just face it. All right, there's nothing new, right, behind his ideas. Oh, yeah, Islam has these eschatological schemes where the Jews get dominated, or, you know, Christianity has these eschatological schemes where the Jews get dominated, or, you know, or the Jews have these eschatological schemes where the Christians and the Muslims get dominated in the end. Who cares? Who cares? What's your point? Such weak points. I mean, is he just going to go on like this? This guy sucks.
In a minute. Now, Hamas is not alone in this. While Gaza is led by Hamas, on the other side in the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority is in charge. The Palestinian Authority marks itself as a secular movement, but being secular in the Muslim world is not like being secular in the West. Being secular there simply means...
Wait, so he's transformed the Palestinian Authority into a secular movement, and he's conflated Zionism with Judaism itself. It's kind of weird how he's spinning this entire thing, right? Right. Very weird, right?
That you establish a political system which is not a theocracy, but which is also not free from Islamic influence. For example, the Palestinian Authority has a Ministry of Religious Affairs, which only 1 week or 2 weeks after the October 7 terrorist attack instructed mosques, and you can find this when you scan the code, instructed mosques on October 20th to tell Muslims in the mosques that the time will come.
Wait, you could find this when you scan the code? Like what code? Right? There's a special information against Muslims when you scan some code. What the fuck is this? Did you guys hear that? It's fucking weird.
2 weeks after the October 7 terrorist attack, instructed mosques, and you can find this when you scan the code, instructed mosques on October...
What code? You can find this when you scan the code, that there are secret instructions given to Muslims by the mosques. Why wouldn't this just be public knowledge that some secret service discovered, or like, you know what I mean? Right? Like, why is this information about like available when you scan some fucking code? This is a fucking weird shit, dude. It's got Zionist propaganda when you scan a code. You get free Zionist propaganda delivered to you. What the fuck?
October 20th to tell Muslims in the mosques that the time will come when the Muslims will fight and eradicate the Jews. When they, however, speak in English to the world, they make it look like all their problem is just about existing and resisting. That's not the truth. Let's not make any mistakes here. While Israel's ambition from the very beginning was to exist and to coexist with the other side, the other side from the very beginning always aimed to eradicate the Jews. It's no coincidence that one of the earliest leaders of those Palestinian Arabs was the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini, who was also a good friend of none other than Hitler, who to him directly promised, in word, we have documents on this, that if the Nazis win the war, they will come down and together annihilate the Jews, the leftover Jews in the region, and the Islamists will then be in charge of all the Arabs in the region.
Yeah, and also Hajjal Marshkacht, right? And other Nazis who were Jews. A lot of Nazis were Jews. A lot of Jews supported the Nazi movement. They even funded it. Right? Not only that, but Hitler in the beginning, he wanted to move the Jews to Israel. Right? So what are you talking about, dude? It goes both ways with that. Right? You have no idea what you're talking about. Right? The Hitler was in support of Islam now? Is that what I'm hearing? This is the stupidest goddamn thing I've ever heard. Right? Like, what are you talking about, dude? By the way, this is the same buffoon who came out and said that Carl Jung came out and said that Hitler and the Prophet Muhammad are like the same guy, and that's fine for him. That works out for him. How does any of this stupid shit even make sense? Right. Now you can see what kind of person that Carl Jung was. Total hack. You know, but yeah, here we go.
With all of this on our minds, I want to present 3 reasons why we should be supporting Zionism. Reason number 1 is to prevent...
You should support it, but you're not a Zionist. So I don't understand where the divide is. If you support something, you are that thing, dude. Like, these are ideologies. These aren't, like, organizations. All right? So, I don't know where the divide is, that he's not a Zionist, but he can support Zionism, but he's not a Zionist. I don't know how that's possible.
A caliphate. This should be a given. Eradicating Jews, as I just pointed out, is not the final goal. According to Hamas, after the Jews are destroyed, the Islamic Caliphate would be established. In a fantasy world where Hamas wins and actually destroys Israel, it wouldn't simply end there. I know some people might not care about.
Well, we're not trying to set up any caliphate around here. We're only trying to set up a cyber caliphate. It's a little bit different. Okay, it's simply virtual, right? So no fear here, guys.
Jews, but at least care about the other people in the region, or care about the history. The euphoria would be huge among Muslims. I grew up in an environment where it was talked about again and again that the Muslims will rise up again one day. If Israel were defeated, an Islamic empire would be re-established, and together they would establish brutal Sharia law and begin oppressing all the others in the region as well. And they would probably align themselves with Britain, which also is very much Islamic today.
Wait, what? Wait, what? So, okay. So the Palestinians, they're going to take over Israel. If you give the Palestinians too much power, they'll take over Israel. They'll oppress the Jews, and they'll align themselves with Britain? What the fuck? This is insane. This actually makes no sense at all, right? Yeah, this is his great fear porn. You're in here. That he's probably like, what political reality does he live in where this is even possible, even a possibility at all? Like, what is this, written by Barney the dinosaur? This is insane. Yeah, maybe Barney the dinosaur and Mickey Mouse wrote this fucking scenario. Yeah, this is insane.
In history, we can see that over the last 1,400 years, Islam did nothing except conquer and slaughter. Only last century, the Armenian genocide happened. At the same time, the Assyrians and the Greeks were slaughtered. These massacres inspired the Nazis to commit the Holocaust and to slaughter the Polish and Eastern European people.
Wait, how was... I'm sorry. How did the H word, that small mustache man did to the Jays have anything to do with Muslims or Arabs? Right? I mean, this is just crazy stuff. Right? That was Europeans who did that. Right? So, maybe the Jews should oppress white people too who did that to them. I mean, like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Right? Maybe they should take revenge against white people. Like, what are you talking about?
Islamic conquests were only forcibly stopped by the Christian West. If they awaken again, it would very, very quickly...
So Islamic conquests were stopped by the Christian West, but those same Christians did the holla, holla. Okay, come on, dude. What are you smoking here? You mean they butchered millions of Jays? They're like, what? Like, what? This is according to his historical sources, right? What is he smoking here? How is he going to save Jays by eliminating Islam? That doesn't even make any sense. Right? What's to stop Europeans from creating a movement that oppresses Jews or any other religious minority? Like, what are you talking about?
Quickly lead to the rising of an Islamic empire. It is in the best interest of Christians and even of Muslims that we prevent this, and we wish for stability through Israel. Reason number 2 is to protect the Christians.
So Muslims need Israel. Oh, thanks for clarifying that. So it's Muslim. So Israel's going to help Muslims somehow. I mean, that's interesting. See, this is the first time he's actually mentioned Muslims. I'm actually very surprised. Right? Why would he want to help Muslims? He thinks Islam is evil and that it tells you to kill Jays. Why would he want to help Muslims now? Now he's saying he wants to help Muslims. So what a fucking snake this guy is. Let's go back and hear him say how he wants to help Muslims. That was hilarious. But I thought you said Islam is evil. But Islam is evil. What? What are you talking about? Why would you want to help Muslims now? How is Israel going to help Muslims, and why would that be a good thing? Because Islam is evil. Let's hear him say it, folks. He said this is going to help Islam.
It would very, very quickly lead to the rising of an Islamic empire. It is in the best interest of Christians and even of Muslims that
it's in the best interest of Muslims.
We prevent this, and we wish for stability through Israel.
So we should support Israel. It's in the best interest of Muslims to support Israel. Why would you want something that's in the best interest of Muslims when they want to eliminate the Jays? He literally said that. I'm so confused. Is anybody else confused as me? I'm very confused. This is a fucking comedy show.
Reason number 2 is to protect the Christians. Israel is significantly better.
Oh yeah, you got to protect those Christians, those little lambs. You know, right? little lambs, soft little lambs, the Christians. They'll get slaughtered too.
For Christians and other minorities, and even for Muslims, than any other alternative that we have in the region. Let's take Christians as an example. Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Christianity is not shrinking, but growing. The only place in the Middle East where Christians are overwhelmingly satisfied and happy according to themselves. The only place where Christians have full freedoms, according to Open Doors International, which is a Christian organization that tracks oppression of...
Did you hear that, folks? Israel is the only place in the world where Christians have freedoms. What in the world is this guy smoking? What the fuck? What the hell? Do you not know about...
I never heard that one.
Yeah, that's a new one. That's totally new. Has he not heard about the indiscriminate killing of Arab Christians by Israel? Has he not heard that one? What kind of stupidity is this? You should ask the Arab Christians how free they feel in Israel. Several of them, the Nabateans and all those people, they've been literally discriminated against in Israel. What are you talking about? People that are historically lived within Nazareth and all these Christian places.
I heard when he flip-flopped too.
Yeah, totally weird comment. You know, so Israel protects Christianity. Yet you could look up pictures of little kids, Hasidic Jews spitting on nuns in Israel. Spitting on nuns and saying, "Get the fuck out of here. This is our land." Dude, what are you talking about? They discriminate against Christians in Israel. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Go look at the history of the Palestinian Christians during this conflict. Again, total nonsense from this man. I mean,
Meanwhile, in Gaza, the Christian population is shrinking. In the West Bank, the Christian population is shrinking. In Gaza...
Wait, I thought you said they're supposed to be proliferating Christianity. Why would they be shrinking? Interesting.
So over the last decades, the general population exploded by about 300%. At the same time, the Christians are about to be non-existent. They have shrunk under the number of 1,000. Some people actually come and ridiculously suggest that this might be Israel's fault, but how could that be? That doesn't make any sense.
So the Palestinians are in control of the region. Like, what are you smoking, dude? So the Palestinians are controlling how many Christians are there, like, but they're getting bombed out of existence. Like, what world is this guy living in? Right? Like, what the fuck?
If Israel was at fault, then the entire population would be shrinking, not just the Christian population. Under Israel, Christianity thrives. Under Islamic persecution, Christianity dies. In 2014.
So see, this is it. Here we have finally the Christians enter the population. When you're led by Jews, Christians, right? And by the way, the Bible does not tell you should be led by Jews. Right? But he's saying, oh, if they have Jewish leadership, they'll preserve Christianity, even though historically they have not done that. Okay, if you look at the history of the Palestinian Christians. Okay, I mean, there's lots
I don't
of
think they have a
historical.
problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying I don't think they have a problem taking credit for it. Not that they did it, but
yeah,
that they're protecting.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Spain, dude. Like, you look at all of those countries. You know, you look at 700 years in Spain, right, or any other historical period where Muslims, ruled, right? And yeah, they did not eliminate the Jews and the Christians. Sorry to say that. Sorry to say that, apostate prophet, but you're totally historically false analysis.
If the
right,
if the
how
U.S.
how would there, yeah, like yeah, I mean, how would there even still be Christians in all of those lands where Muslims ruled to this day if that were true, or Jews? But yeah, what were you saying, Browns?
Oh, if Israel all of a sudden didn't get all of the support from the United States and Islam did, I mean, that just basically sounds like what they're afraid of.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's totally weird,
if Israel
but
doesn't,
again, yeah, I mean, the world government established Israel, right? So they definitely didn't establish anything like Palestine, so it's kind of weird.
The Greek Orthodox Archbishop Alexios in Gaza said that Hamas uses the compound of the ancient church of St. Porphyrius to fire rockets from there at Israel, which would inevitably lead to Israel having to respond. During this current war, the compound of the St. Porphyrius church received damage and a building inside there collapsed. Guess who people blame?
Oh, so let me get this straight. They blew up a church, the Israelis, and he's saying it's not Israel's fault because, quote unquote, Hamas was launching rockets from there. Well, every time they say that they got to blow up a hospital or blow up any place because Hamas is launching the rockets from there, it's justified, right? So anytime Israelis say, they say, oh yeah, they got to blow up hospitals full of children's hospitals. Okay, because Hamas is using it as an operating base, right? This is Israel, right? So, you know what I mean?
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's going on?
Bit late, but you know what I mean?
No, it's all good. They started late anyway, so it's not a big deal.
All right. So I just caught the butt end of what you were just saying. So what's up?
Yeah, let me go back and see it again.
All right.
Hamas uses the compound of the ancient.
He's saying that Hamas, right, which is not a I wouldn't really call them a Muslim organization, right? But he's conflating it with just support for Palestine itself, right? He's saying they are anti-Christian, right? Because they used a church to launch missiles, right? And then Israel blew up the church, and he's saying it's wrong to blame Israel for blowing up the church. Or damaging the church.
Bro.
That's literally what he said. But yeah, we're gonna go into, but yeah.
This dude, he's he does this on Twitter as well. Like he tries to get the most like controversial thing to get as much as large of a reaction as he can possible. It's very strategic.
Yeah. Yeah, like there was a little Palestinian girl that was saying that my parents aren't dead and we haven't been told to leave because we have hostages. So she said, one day I used to think that letting these hostages go will finally let my family be free, being oppressed by the Israelis. Right. But she said, I no longer think that that's a possibility. And then he goes, look at the victim. Look at the person victimizing themselves that's keeping the hostages. That's what he said. And it's like they literally have hostages. Like this is the last thing they have is a bargaining chip so that they could stay alive. Right? Is what the little girl said. Right? But yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. So this guy twists things in a very interesting way.
Bro, who do you think is do you think he's actually being paid by Israel to say?
Oh, 100%. Well. All you have to do is look at David Wood and Laura Loomer and Uncensored America. They literally had Laura Loomer in the beginning of this as a commercial.
Yeah.
Right. They had they got Milo Yiannopoulos. They got Destiny, who debated Norman Finkelstein. Right.
Okay.
Everybody on this stage got paid by got paid to support Israel, is what I'm thinking. I mean,
without a doubt, then.
This guy works with David Wood and all of these people. Robert Spencer, who does the Jihad Watch.
Okay.
Yeah. Who literally works. He literally gets paid by David Horowitz. So whether or not he directly gets paid by them, he definitely supports networks that get paid by Zionists. Right.
Well,
so
I've seen him at, there's photos of him at the Wailing Wall, and his whole timeline is just full of him saying he's a Zionist and why he's a Zionist and why he loves Israel. So
he openly said that he was a Zionist, and now he took it back. He said, "I'm not a Zionist. I'm just a Christian." So,
dude, it's on his Twitter, like it's in his bio, bro. What is he?
Yeah, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing right here.
Well, what is it? Did he get called out? Like, did he finally figure it out? Like Christianity, Orthodox Christianity and Zionism is incompatible, or what?
He has not said that yet.
Okay.
I suspect that Andrew will at least say that from a religious perspective. They're untenable.
All right.
But he what he won't do is he won't then bring up the historical examples of Christian evangelicals and also Christian Zionism and the Schofield Bible and all that stuff. So he's not going to bring in just the very low level critiques of Christian Zionism itself, right? And how it's not biblical and all that stuff. I mean, right?
He's not going to bring up like Chileism and how his own patriarchs are pushing for the exact same belief system, low key.
Yeah, speak on that, because speak on this Bartholomew guy, because you were telling me something about Bartholomew and how the EP is Eastern Patriarchy, or
yeah, it's the Ecumenical Patriarchy.
Okay.
And it's in Greece. And okay, so Andrew's a part of the Antiochians, and the Antiochians and the EP, or the Ecumenical Patriarchy, are in communion. So this guy here, Apostate Prophet, is representing the EP, and Andrew's representing the Antiochians. They're both in communion. So whether Andrew says something like, "Oh, well, you can't support Zionism," well, his patriarchs support Zionism in the World Council of Churches and the push for a one world religion. one world church, whether they like it or not. That's what their patriarchs have done. They've sold them out. The aspect with Bartholomew is Bartholomew will go into synagogues with Jays, and he will pray with them, and he's like a very liberal person. So of course he's going to have like these Zionist leanings politically, although that usually, like, I guess in America that would be more like a conservative take, whether people know that or not. But he does, because he's in these synagogues. So I mean, supporting Israel is a big part of world orthodoxy, and whether Andrew says it's contradictory or not, his patriarchs are still doing that. So talking and walking are two very different things.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. And the whole thing about they'll have token people that are against Israel within their ranks. Like they have the E. Michael Jones type of guy. But it's clear that that's a very weird type of dude. Who's obviously pushing all sorts of other ideologies like Hegel and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that type of mentality, and this. Like I kind of showed you a letter from Father Seraphim Rose where he's talking about Chiliism, and he's talking about the patriarch at that time, which was Demetrius, which was the forerunner to now Bartholomew. He's the patriarch before Bartholomew of the EP. You get what I'm saying? And Bartholomew has continued in a long line of Freemasonic patriarchs that have taken over the ecumenical patriarchate. It started with Meloctius Maltekis, and then it moved on to Athenagoras, who lifted the anathemas against the Roman Catholic Church, which that was a part of the schism. The Great Schism was the anathemas towards the Roman Catholics that they were heretics and schismatics. Well, Athenagoras lifted those anathemas and basically like, we're all one ecumenical family. Bartholomew has continued that. So this guy, Apostate Prophet, he's just now joined the EP. So he believes the ecumenists are preaching orthodoxy, and he thinks that being a Zionist and being Orthodox is compatible. Andrew knows that's not the case because it's so obvious that all of our saints have always spoken out against this. But the discrepancy is that whether he speaks out about it or not, his patriarch is in communion with this patriarch that's a clear Zionist sympathizer, and he's not doing anything about it. What we're told to do, according to the canons, is break communion with heretics. They stay in communion with them. They're gaslit into staying in communion with them, and they're brainwashed into doing that. So, and they brainwash other people. I don't know the extent of them knowing this, but I have a feeling that, I mean, it's kind of obvious. You know what I mean? It's hard not to know.
Yeah, and then this dude's, I think he got introduced into this whole Christian thing through his wife, and his wife has a lot of Seraphim Rose on her page, so she's constantly promoting, Father Seraphim Rose. So I wish, she would actually look into some of what he says. I mean,
well, she follows me, right, and I post stuff. And she asked the question, she said, is ecumenism really a problem? I don't think it's really that big of a problem. I think
she said that to you directly.
No, she said this on her profile, and I
Oh,
responded to it. Because I feel like she was like responding to our people, our true Orthodox guys that would like speak out against ecumenism, because we're really the only ones that do it. The world Orthodox aren't going to speak about it, right? Because that would denounce their own people, and it's kind of like biting your nose off to spite your face. So I showed her quotes from him showing it's the heresy of heresies. Like this is a major problem, and it's leading to a one world religion of Antichrist. And she didn't respond to it. I've showed him quotes because she posts Paisios a lot. I showed him quotes of Paisios talking about Zionism being satanic, and they're using black magic to control the world, and Satanism. It's based in Satanism. So he said solo sanctola, That was his response to that. So, you know, if I'm not mistaken, like she's like a big proponent of that, you know, this particular saint they think is a saint. I think he's a false elder personally, but I think he was right about this particular thing about Zionism. That's why I brought it up. Like he said this, but they find like little, like, you know, just ways to erase that and sweep that under the rug, you know.
Oh yeah. And let's look at this. It says, most intriguingly, church fathers, generally considered to be most important theologians of Christianity, active from 1st to 8th century, while reaching their peak from the 4th to 5th century, it turns out that they had entire quote unquote tradition of writing works that were adversos Judaeos, i.e., against the Jews. The adversos Judaeos tradition was literary tradition, the themes of which remain quite constant from the 2nd to 6th centuries. What she describes as perhaps the most extraordinary theme among the many negative tropes associated with the Jews found within the writings of the church fathers is the following. Perhaps the most extraordinary theme is the repertoire of sins, is the charge that the Jews were infanticides and sacrificed their children to demons. Psalm 106:37, a standard source for patristic catalog of crimes, was a basis of this idea. Chrysostom is in his 6th sermon draws particularly on this. And then it says down here, Chrysostom in the 4th century.
You got modern saints too. So you got Saint Nikolai Velimirovich. You got this elder Paisios, which they would consider a saint. You have Saint Seraphim Rose speaking out about the protocols, and you know, another big one was Saint Theophan the Recluse. Poltava. That he's spoken out about it. Saint John of Kronstadt. See, but they think it's a Russian thing only. They think that the Greeks have, you know, that's why he joined the EP, because he thinks that these ecumenists represent the tradition, but it's the Greeks also that spoke out about the Jews, because what we understand about this is the Pharisees, what later would come from the Pharisees would develop into Second Temple Judaism. And as you know, Zionism is based in Talmudic thought, right? So, I mean,
yeah.
it's
By the way,
developed.
what's so interesting is that John Chrysostom is literally, if I'm not mistaken, he's literally a physician for a caliph. I mean, but yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Unseen.
Yeah. Saint John Chrysostom, he wrote, you know, what you were talking about, this like whole treaty on against the Jays, and
yeah, and he actually wrote against Muslims too, but he was still put in, like he was still protected by the Muslims. He lived in a Muslim state, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah,
right. Well, I mean, like I was telling you, like Muslims actually. The reason we even have a Bible today is because when the Muslims took over St. Anne's Skeet on, you know, Mount Sinai, they preserved all the relics there. So the earliest icon we have of Christ was preserved there, and the earliest canonized scriptures were preserved there. We wouldn't actually have a Bible today unless the Muslims did that. That's something that a lot of people don't want to necessarily admit, but I mean, they seen importance in it. They didn't just burn it or destroy it, you know, or whatever. They preserved it.
and it's the same thing with a lot of the Jewish books. You know, so that's what's interesting is that Maimonides lived, you know, as a physician to the caliph too, just like John Chrysostom. They had very similar sort of patterns. I mean, right? So the thing is that he's saying that, you know, Islam will not protect Christians, they won't protect Jews, but historically that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. And then you have this whole idea. It says, you know, I think this is Chrysostom. It says the synagogue is not only a place of vice and impiety, it is a haunt of the demons. The very
Yeah.
souls of Jews are haunts of demons.
Mm-hmm.
Wrongly do Christians look for healing from the Jews. He literally says, wrongly do Christians look for healing from the Jews. And this
There's a
guy's literally saying,
canon.
go,
There's a
yeah.
canon about not having a Jewish physician for a Christian out of worrying that they would possibly poison you or hurt you in some way. So there's actually a canon that states not to have one. That's a fact. So, I mean, it's crazy. As far as we understand it, you know, when they had basically crucified Christ, the Holy
Yeah,
Spirit
that's
left
what it
them.
says here. Yeah, it says in another line, Ambrose of Milan.
Mm-hmm.
It says that the Jews are odious assassins of Christ, and for killing God, there is no expiation possible, no indulgence or pardon.
Yep. So this is a quote from Saint Nikolai Velimirovich. He said, "Europe knows nothing than what Jays serve it up as knowledge. It believes nothing other than what Jays order it to believe. It knows the value of nothing until Jays impose it on their own measure of values. All modern ideas, including democracy and strikes, socialism, atheism, religious tolerance, and pacifism, global revolution, capitalism, and communism are the invention of Jays, or rather their father, the devil." St. Ignatius said, "It's absurd to speak of Jesus Christ with the tongue and to cherish in the mind of Judaism, which has come to an end. For where there is Christianity, there cannot be Judaism." And I'll read this last one. It's from St. Gregory of Nyssa. He says, "Jays are slayers of the Lord, murderers of the prophets, enemies of God, adversaries of grace, enemies of their father's faith, advocates of the devil, a brood of vipers, slanderers, scoffers, men of darkened minds, the leaven of Pharisees, a congregation of demons, sinners, wicked men, haters of goodness." So that's the historical position of Orthodox saints. And this one from St. Justin Martyr, he says, "The Jays are wise in only doing evil, and thus are unable to know the hidden plan of God." And that goes back to AD 100. So this is very early on understanding.
So quite a change. It seemed like what changed from then to now? Well, somebody got more power. And it wasn't the Christians. Let's just put it that way. So those people like Bartholomew, they thought it was very wise to support the people, the new people who have more power now.
Well, he's a Freemason, right? And if you look into Freemasonry, it's a lot of people call it the synagogue for the Gentiles, right? And a lot of the Jays will go there and teach the Kabbalah and do things like that. They put all religions sort of on like the same weight and say it's all, they're all myths to some extent. But it seems to me, just looking into the rituals amongst Freemasonry, a lot of it is based on the temple, So.
Yeah. Well, this has been a absolute just, I'd say just, total trash intro. I'm betting the same thing from Andrew. I mean, this is the thing.
In Gaza said that Hamas uses the compound of the ancient church of St. Porphyrius.
Oh yeah, this is classic. He literally says that the Jays blew up a church and it's not their fault because they were using the church as like human shields or something. I know. Yeah.
Wow. In 2014, the Greek Orthodox Archbishop Alexios in Gaza said that Hamas uses the compound of the ancient church of St. Porphyrius to fire rockets from there at Israel, which would inevitably lead to Israel having to respond.
So Porphyrius, who he's talking about there, is a false elder that the monks of Mount Athos, the Zealot monks, they talked about him, Porphyrius, being using demons to do his miracles. So that's pretty strange. And he is actually talking about an ecumenist amongst the ecumenical patriarchate. right there.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely God Hard Guardian. And you know what's interesting is that this is why we have to respect people and what they know. And even coming from different points of view, is that they have information on these things that we couldn't even possibly gain. So that's the thing, is that when it comes to certain topics and that type of stuff, it's like, how would we even get access to what the saints or the scholars or any of these people even said? So this is the thing. It's like, you have to put everything into consideration, and the fact that these people are not doing the due diligence it takes to have these conversations at all. They're just sort of spinning off the cuff, weaving their web. This guy literally became Christian like last week, and now he's spinning this web about, Zionism. Insane.
Right, and what's crazy is like people like involved with True Orthodoxy, which I am, and a couple of other of us. We're traditional Orthodox Christians. We see this. We know the historical position of the church. We have an actual Orthodox worldview, so we know this is wrong. And like all of us have reached out to this guy and like explained to him like this is an issue, and instead of correcting it, he's like looking for ways to like accept the Coptics or big up the Zionists and all this other stuff. It's like if you're coming into a tradition, you don't jump into it and start making things up as you go. But that's what they do. Because they're not necessarily interested in being Orthodox. They're just they're interested in pushing their political agenda. So.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's looking for a way out. Any way out, really.
Porphyrius Church received damage and a building inside there collapsed. Guess who people blamed that for? Israel. Reason number 3, and here I want to appeal to Scripture. In Romans 9 through 11, St. Paul writes that his heart is aching for his fellow Israelites, that he would give up his own salvation if he could to save them.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but that's because he's talking about his own people. He's identifying with his blood.
I wonder if he brings up Acts 15, where St. Paul denounces the Judaizers.
Right. He also said Judaizers, right? He called Peter and James Judaizers.
Right.
So that also happened. So.
Right. Now that was because they refused to, sort of move to the new covenant in a way. They were still doing old covenant things.
Right.
And try to force that on the Gentiles to put a stumbling block in, like the whole thing was about, the Gentiles would have to get circumcised or something. You know what I'm saying? And they came to a council and the Holy Spirit saw it fit that wasn't the case. And it was actually anathematized at that council. So, and it also says in a certain place that who is a J is one inwardly, not outwardly, by the letter of the law, or something like that. And there's Saint Hilary of Poitiers who said that the apostle testifies that the true Israel of God are those that follow Christ.
Yeah. Now the thing that he's saying is he's taking it out of context. Let me go back a little bit and use this again. Here's how he puts it.
In Romans 9 through 11, St. Paul writes that his heart is aching for his fellow Israelites, that he would give up his own salvation if he could to save them, his fellow Jews, the Israelites by flesh, as he said.
Okay, so again, he's talking about his own people. He's saying that, his heart aches for his own people, right? That don't have salvation, by the way.
Right. And
right.
why
So,
is that?
Yeah, like so what part of that is hard to understand or believe? I mean, he's not trying to, You know, it did. Nothing about that surprises me at all. That doesn't mean he's pro-Jewish in any way. I mean, so far, right?
No, he's not pro in the sense of he's pro-Pharisee, and we have to realize that what Zionism is a continuation of a Pharisaical ideology, right? So he denounces the Pharisee just as Christ did, and it's now time to move to the new covenant and follow Christ in an Orthodox context. You don't become Orthodox and then support the Pharisees now. You understand? Like, it's crazy. Like that doesn't compute. It's dumb.
Yeah, the only way you could actually spin it is usually how it's done is you have to take a fundamentalist interpretation of the Old Testament, meaning that you take a literalist interpretation of the Old Testament, meaning that you basically take everything that like Saint Irenaeus said that the angel of the Lord is actually Jesus and all of that stuff. His reinterpretation of the Old Testament and the theophanies and all that stuff. You're rejecting all of that, and instead you're interpreting the Old Testament like a Jew would interpret it. And that's what the Protestants started doing, and that's why they came up with a whole different idea, because you had to keep the passages and interpret the passages about Jewish supremacy and about them taking over the world and all of that stuff and apply it.
Right.
So he came up with a warped interpretation of the idea, when if you're a Christian and you understand the Old Testament in a totally different way than a Jew would understand it.
What's funny about that is like we say, Orthodox say that Roman Catholics were the first Protestants. And you go back to like Pope Innocent III, he started like believing the Jewish Gnostic sages, and like supposedly he was practicing Kabbalah, around the 12th, 13th century, around that time. And it was like a secret, right? Like this is something secret that the Templars and the Pope at that time would only they would understand, and the rest wouldn't know this. And it's funny that when the Protestants translated the Bible, they translated the Old Testament into the Masoretic text, which is a later translation, right? Where the Jays had erased so much context about the Savior and all this other stuff. So they, the Protestants took the Masoretic text, which was essentially like a Second Temple Judaism text, right? And I think that's really rooted in why they interpret it the way they do, something like that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, that's something that I have not too much sophistication with, is the archaeological and the manuscripts and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, there's an intricate science behind those things, and if you're not familiar with it, then a lot of information is missing.
Well, yeah, he's like just kind of hopping into this with a cognitive bias. He's going into Orthodoxy thinking like, well, I can still be a Zionist. I'm not going to give up my Zionist beliefs because I'm becoming Orthodox. And there's something I told him, like I said, why don't you just become a J then? Why don't you know what I mean? Like, why are you becoming Orthodox and trying to bring this into Orthodoxy? Like, go become a Coptic. Go become that other thing. Don't become an Orthodox ecumenist, right? It's stupid.
Yeah, I agree, Browns boy. It's a very weird logo. With Uncensored America, they both have pyramids. 2 triangles in both of them. So it's very interesting.
Yes. He makes it very clear that the true Israel are those who believe in Christ, but he nonetheless acknowledges that those who reject Christ are still the natural branches. He writes, as regard the gospel, they are enemies for your sake, but as regard election, they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers. Only for the Jewish people is something like this ever uttered in the Bible. He says, for the gifts and calling of God are irrevocable. He warns Christians and says, do not boast against the natural branches. The Israel by flesh. If you do, remember that you do not support the root, but the root supports you. He prophesied, he said that there is a partial hardening upon Israel at this moment, but that God will, through a mystery, change things, and in the future remove sin from the people of Israel and graft them back in it. Therefore, all Israel will be saved. Saint Cyril of Alexandria also.
So, what Paul is talking about is before the end of time. What we understand from Revelation is there will be two prophets. It will be Elijah and Enoch. And Elijah will come to convert the Jays at the end of time, and Enoch will come to convert the Gentiles. But it's not like all of them are going to get converted, right? It's going to be a specific number of those that figure it out, right? Like from his preaching, they're going to come to Christ. It still doesn't compute with like somehow you can accept Zionism because of that, right? That doesn't, we're talking about the end of time here. This is a prophetic statement from St. Paul talking about Elijah converting. That's the mystery he's talking about. Now, how he can support Zionism and think that somehow St. Paul's like saying that's fine by saying that, I'm not sure how. And what he's talking about with the branch thing is like, he was telling the Greeks, don't to get puffed up because you got branched in and the root supports you. The root is Christ, right? It's not the Jays that are the root. I don't know. I don't understand what he's talking about. They got branched out, and some will be branched in near the end of time, but not those that are Zionist, right?
Yeah, and he's doing this a lot. He's saying that he's taking an eschatological scheme and applying it to a modern scenario, which that's actually that's millenarianism. It's like you're not supposed to take some sort of eschatological idea and say that, that's happening like right now.
Absolutely.
And it's the same thing with that he said about the Jews hiding under the rock. And the rock says there's a Jew hiding underneath me. That's a hadith that's talking about the end times, right? So if you follow that hadith and you take that hadith seriously, and I haven't looked into it. I haven't looked into how legitimate that hadith or whatever it is, right? And of course, the hadiths are not obligatory for Muslims to follow, right? So all these guys, they just pull out things, right, left and right, just like Paul's giving this explanation of something,
right?
And they're just pulling it out and using it, and obviously it's the eschatological scheme he's describing about an end time scenario where Jews are brought into the fold, and obviously all religions do this. They have an idea that at the end of time, because there's Jews, because there's Christians, like Islam has the idea, people of the book. Jews have an idea that, that Christianity and Islam help spread the Torah around the world, help, talk to people about, figures like Abraham and Moses. So all, all of the religions, all of the three major religions have this idea. But that doesn't mean that they all don't hate each other. You know what I mean, right? That doesn't mean that they all don't, also get destroyed at the end times, right? And all this type of stuff. You know what I mean, right? So, again, you have to put things into their perspective, and he's clearly not doing that.
No, he's not.
Also said, based on this, that Israel in the future will be reconciled to Christ through faith. St. Augustine said that the survival of the Jewish people is a huge sign from God and that they will eventually be reconciled. St. John Chrysostom, despite his harsh rhetoric about Jews, said that it is bound to happen.
Harsh rhetoric. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, here, hold on.
It's not really harsh when you consider St. John isn't a modern, woke, leftist or something. Like He's looking at it as it's not. It's like they would say, "Oh, it sounds anti-Semitic or something." No, it's anti-heretic in his viewpoint, right?
Yeah, he
Because they
said.
reject Christ. That's the whole point, you know. Has
Yeah, he
nothing to
said.
do with them as like their race or something, you know.
Right. Right. He said they have no conception of spiritual things. That they're inclined to debauchery. They live by the rule of debauchery, inordinate gluttony. He said they get drunk all the time. He said the synagogue is also a theater and a whorehouse.
Yes, he did.
And yeah, I read the other stuff that he said. He said that literally like don't go visit Jewish doctors because sometimes they use spells and stuff. And so he's got a lot of interesting stuff. Now we can tie that to the kosher stuff, when you got the kosher food, or whatever, and obviously St. Paul kind of tied it to that, because there's all of these ideas about food that's being, that's for sacrifice, meat that's being used for sacrifices, and eating all of that stuff, so there's all these different ideas there, right, that people should look into,
Like, I will admit there's a mean between extremes, right? It's like, and what I mean by that is like, we're trying to tell them the truth with love, and sometimes love is harsh, right? And it's not always just nice, being nice doesn't equal truth all the time. Sometimes you have to tell somebody, well, you guys are worshiping Satan and it's going to lead to hellfire. And that's a loving statement. Why is that a loving statement? Because you're trying to keep them from hellfire. You get what I'm saying? Now, the way a liberal-minded person would interpret that is a hateful thing to say. But it's not hateful. It's the truth. If we believe what we believe, right? There's some that accuse St. John of being too harsh. Well, look what happens when you're too lax with them. They take over. You get what I'm saying? They take over the church and they get you, in the synagogue praying for them. There's a Saint Philarep talked to a man who was at a church, and there was an ecumenical meeting, and one of the J's was called the Virgin Mary a whore that slept with a Roman or something, and this
yeah, of
supposed
course.
Orthodox priest
Yeah, of
didn't
course.
say
We
a
should
word.
mention. We should mention that there's lots of insults that they have against the Virgin Mary and against Jesus. So that's
Right? They
also
say
true.
he's
But yeah,
boiling in
yeah.
excrement. They said he did his miracles by stealing the name of God from the temple and sewing it in his leg. They say that Mary slept with a Roman guard named Pantera. So I mean that's the things they say in the Talmud, and it's sick. It's extremely blasphemous towards Christians. You look at them over there. They spit on Christians every chance they get. They really hate us very much, and they hated Christ, and they hated the early Christians, and they had many of us killed throughout the centuries, and they still are. The Zionists, if we really want to talk about it, I mean, look at Russia. How many Orthodox Russians were killed by the provisional government or Stalin, who was funded by the Zionists? It's crazy.
Yeah, how long is this guy's goddamn opener? This guy has said so many lies. I mean, good Lord.
In the future, before the end, that the Jewish people will be grafted back in by God. I want to finally also quote a respected Orthodox hierarch, Metropolitan Callistus Ware, who recently died, who also very, very
Another
emotionally, in the 90s, wrote an article.
Yeah, Callistos.
I mean, there's Callistus Ware. He's written some good things, right? Some basic stuff. But I mean, really, he's another humanist. It's hard to say otherwise.
In which he said that the Jews are still God's chosen people until the end. Let us never show the slightest disrespect or hatred toward them. I went to Israel myself. I saw the people there when I was still an ice-cold atheist. I experienced the people there. I had interactions with religious Jews there. My time in Israel is something that led me to question everything. I realized one thing, which is that these people are amazing, despite what everyone says. And it didn't make sense to me that people around the world would vilify the Jewish people. It certainly cannot be because of the way they are. When I open the Bible today, in which I firmly believe, I see that St. Paul loved the Jews who rejected Christ. God still loves them and still has a plan for them forever.
Sure.
I love them too, and I think everyone should support them in their fight for.
See, he's doing this again. He said there's nothing wrong with loving Jews. It's obviously wrong to condemn Jews and say that they're the source of all the world's problems. Human right? That type of scapegoating is a serious issue among people, among serious intellectual communities, even. But he's conflating support for Zionism with support for Jews.
Exactly.
You know, so what does that have to do with Christians supporting Zionism? You know, I mean, right? We could love Jews all we want. That doesn't change the fact that Zionism, they want to destroy Christians and Muslims. I mean, right? You know,
a true love for a J would be telling them that Zionism is a heresy and that they should convert to Orthodoxy. That would be true love, to show them true love, not just accept their Zionist wars and them, you know, killing Palestinians every chance they get, and then, you know, bringing up the Holocaust anytime somebody says anything, you know, disparaging towards them. Forgive me if I went too far there, but I mean that's how I feel.
No, it's all good. Speak freely. We're on the other channel here, so it's yeah.
For survival instead of letting them die. Thank you.
We're already banned, as it were.
That 12-minute opening from Ridvan. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 12-minute opening as well. The floor is all yours, Andrew.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we dive into the topic at hand, can we get a standing ovation for Ridvan and his acceptance as an Orthodox catechumen? And now it's time for you to lose.
So that was all just, I think his whole conversion is a publicity stunt. I mean, to be honest. I mean, the way that he staged it, obviously the wife, I think he was doing it very smartly, right? If I had to think, he probably became a Christian through his wife and strategically did it that way. You know, probably after he became a big influencer, he had access to several types of women. And he thought it was
eating it up.
Yeah,
they're eating it up, dude.
Yeah, they're eating it up. Yeah, this is totally. What does anybody converting have anything to do with, you know, who they are, really? I mean, you know, you could be a total piece of shit person. You know, like this is what I said to them recently. You know, because he said that, you know, somebody said, yeah, he had some type of post recently. Yeah, let me see if I could, let me see if I could pull this post up that he had. The apostate prophet. His Twitter is very interesting, to say the least about it. But oh yeah, here it is. I think it's yeah, here, hold on. Let me try to see if I could find this post. Yeah, I think, yeah, here's the post he made. Let me pull up this post that I saw the other day because I actually responded to it. And one person actually liked my comment. It says here, it says, "Dear Ridwan," somebody said to him, "Hope all is well with you and your loved ones. I saw you become a believer, a huge step, but a very positive one. Why do you keep being rude towards Muslims? A genuine question related to my own upbringing as a Christian. Although I don't share the same religious concepts as my Christian family, I would never insult them because of our religious differences. Have a blessed Sunday." And then essentially, I basically wrote there, I said, he's right. I've had many good Christian friends. I've had many Muslim and Christian friends who were pieces of shit. People are people.
Straight like that.
You know, like that's pretty much it. You know, let me see. Yeah, so let's see what Andrew Wilson has to say. Fedru Shilson.
The topic tonight is significantly narrower than I think many people are comfortable with. It's often in the ambiguity that people make emotional arguments instead of using logic and reason, and that's exactly what you will see tonight from my opponent, which you did, which is why I wanted to narrow the topic to avoid this ambiguity. You'll see from him emotional rhetoric, but no actual argument. We didn't. The topic at hand is simple enough. The proposition is, do Christians have some sort of ought to support the political ideology? Apostate Prophet says yes, I say no. For the purpose of this debate, I will be using the most charitable definition of Zionism, which is the one AP agreed to pre-debate so that everyone's clear. A movement for originally the reestablishment and now the development and protection of a Jewish nation, which is now Israel. Seems straightforward.
So he's giving him the Zionist-friendly Zionist definition. He's conceding to the Zionist definition of Zionism, which is support for Jews, right? Which, as I pointed out in the beginning, it's very easy. It's very easy to dismantle that. You could very easily mention Jews that don't support Zionism.
Absolutely.
So that would be very simple and easy to do. So this is the huge problem, is that he's conceding a huge amount of territory to the Zionists, right? So he's saying, okay, I accept the Zionists' own definition that Zionism is support for Jews. Okay, now he'll have a hard time. So now, how is he going to not support Jews as a Christian?
It's for globalists. Let's get this straight. Zionism is specifically directed towards pushing a very close-knit globalist agenda. That's really what it is. It has they don't care. I mean, what they did, in 1917 in Russia, was they looked at it like, if some of our own people died, it's a good thing. They looked at Mr. H as a good thing, because then it would justify the things that they could do, right? So they're not for Jays. They don't care about their people to the extent that they act like. They use that as a means to manipulate people and as a propaganda tool. But the reality is, this is like a mob. This is a mob. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, so he's given way too much territory to the opponent. I mean, this can't go good. Literally, all the other guy has to do is say, well, you don't support Jews, and that means you're anti-Semitic. That's literally all he has to say at this point, because he's literally equated support for Zionism with support for Jews. Why would he let his opponent have that? I don't understand why he'd let the Zionists have that. It's a very, very odd choice, but yeah, I guess he's moving along with this. I think he's already lost the debate, but by taking this position, but let's see what he can do now.
Yeah, tell the truth. What are you doing?
Yeah, just tell the truth, dude. Like, what's the problem? Like, tell it like John Chrysostom. Like, it is what it is. All right.
Yeah. Enough, so let's get into it. I will be presenting 4 logical arguments for why Christians have no such obligation, secular or otherwise, to support this Jewish political endeavor. I will order them with my weakest objection first and my strongest objection last. Note, I have many more arguments than the ones I'll lay out tonight, but for the sake of time, I'll just stick with 4. To preface these arguments, I'll explain that Ridvan can.
And then I want to point out that he's moving into the ought, so he's moving into the transcendental categories of moral justification. Okay, and he's not going to go with the brute reality of the Christians that are supporting Zionism in the current set and what we should do about those Christians, right? Because
So
that is
he's not going to go into Chiliism. He's not going to go into a patristic
Nope.
take.
No,
he's
he doesn't
gonna
have
go
to.
into reason and logic.
Yep, he's just going to go into reason and logic and moral justifications and whether Christians ought support whether they ought. It's taking the whole debate off the actually historical what is happening. What about what is happening, dude? Like what? Oh, don't focus on that. Sweep that one under the rug. This is
You
just
know
a
what
debate.
I would have done in this debate? I would have brought up the protocols, dog.
Yeah, or anything of substance. Schofield Bible, protocols, anything.
Yeah, the martyrdom of Tsar Nicholas II. What about that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't we talk about that? Why don't we talk about Stalin? We could do that and show that, Zionism has been an enemy of Orthodox Christianity for a very long time. But no, we're just going to go into the reason and logic, that not the spiritual aspect that their ideology is heading towards a one world government and a antichrist ruler.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to bring up all those Christian bones buried, behind the, the Russian Orthodox Church there. You wouldn't want to bring those up, and talk about,
The Catacomb
Putin's.
Church.
Yeah.
Why not talk about the Catacomb Church? You know why? Because you're in communion with the Moscow Patriarchate, which is the church established by Stalin. That's why.
Yeah, which, as we were talking in the beginning, literally Putin is hugely in support for Shabbat Lubavitch. He's totally in line with Messianic Jewish groups. So.
Oh, by the way, there was a page on Wikipedia called "The Relations Between Russia and Israel," and that page has been deleted, and you have to find it on the web archive. Right?
It's Mandela effect.
Wild, bro. Try to erase it.
Not make the claim that the religion of Judaism isn't part of Zionism. The right of return applies to both religious and ethnic Jews. To preface these arguments, I'll explain that Ridvan cannot make the claim that the religion of Judaism isn't part of Zionism. The right of return applies to both religious and ethnic Jews. Israeli law defines Jewish as someone who is born to a Jewish mother or who has converted to Judaism. In other words, the very people group defined as both religious Jews and non-religious Jews, emphasizing all Jews have the right of return. According to legal expert Nancy C. Richmond, in her analysis of Israel's law of return, published in Penn State International Law Review.
Look at that. He just totally skated freely there. He's doubling down on that premise that I just explained. Okay, that he's conflating Jews and Zionism. Okay, he's saying that the other guy cannot, basically cleave them apart, right? And now he's actually moving into the fact that where he's totally saying that a Jew is an ethnic idea. It has nothing to do with the religion. So look at that. He's not even distinguishing the ethnic Jew from the religious Jew.
Nope. He's giving into it.
Yeah, like literally the other guy went to St. Paul and he's saying, "Oh no, you're a Jew because your mother's a Jew?" What? What are you talking about?
I thought the scripture said that he who is a J is one inwardly, and it's not according to the letter of the law.
Right. Didn't St. Paul also say that one? Guess they missed that one. Pretty weird.
Yeah.
View, quote, while Israel is not a theocracy, the Jewish religion has a central role in Israeli politics because the main purpose of the country's establishment was to create an independent Jewish state, end quote. This analysis is shared by virtually every scholar I could find, pro or anti-Zionist, and is logical due to the fact that if Zionism really had nothing to do with the Jewish religion, it wouldn't specify Jewish converts as being allowed this right of return. Very simple. This is an important...
Well, he should have gone to Theodore Herzl, right, who literally went to Pope Pius and said that he'll convert Jews to Christianity. Okay, he'll have thousands of Jews convert to Christianity so that he'll support his Zionist project.
Oh, wow.
So, so wait, how are you defining Judaism? Are you defining it as a religion, or are you defining it as an ethnic group? And then if we're going to be defining it as an ethnic group, then lots of people can fill that role.
Well, that's what Protestantism is too, by the way. I believe, Luther was kind of handed a similar deal by some Zionists, right? And it's like, okay, like we don't necessarily care that you have all these churches in America that are Christians, or in Europe that are Christians or whatever, as long as you're pushing our Zionist ideology of dispensationalism or something. You know what I'm saying? Like a chiliastic millennial reign. Because it's all obsessed with efficiency and a utopian government or something. Like, wow.
Yeah, blessings to Reddington, and also Truther Cop is here lurking on the panel. Blessings. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I don't ever have much to add to these conversations.
Yeah, it's all
Yo.
good, brother. Blessings. Yeah, you're welcome. Yep.
Preface as apostate prophets going to argue this as a secular state, and that's simply untrue as a matter of fact. This leads me to argument one.
Well, what about the political design? See, this is the thing, is that he has a warped definition of what a theocracy is, because he thinks that if enough Christians can vote themselves in power, that America will change to a Christian theocracy, right? So he's got a very warped... Yeah, like
That's
how...
wild.
Yeah, so his idea of Christian nationalism is a warped view of theocracy in the first place. We've heard him say this, right? So he doesn't think that having a Christian king, or having the church lead or choose who the king is, or or anything.
He's not
like
worried
that.
about a monarch. He's worried about he thinks that somehow a democracy and Orthodox Christianity can be compatible, where the arms are controlling the head, and that's never been the way a Christian monarchy has been set. I mean, it's incompatible. It doesn't work. It can't work that way, because the people are supposedly in control, right? But they're never really in control. So what are we talking about? And they're both, like, it's both working for a worldly kingdom of man, at the end.
Yeah, it's a pro-Zionist Christian version of Hobbes' Leviathan, and how's that going to save the world? Like, what are you doing here? I mean,
right. The world has a savior in a Christian context, and that is Christ. We're not the saviors of the world, right? We should be worried about our souls in a kingdom of heaven. It's idealism. That's really what it is. It's an idealistic worldview. And this is something Thomas Merton was pushing, and Vatican II pushed, and the modernist Orthodox push. It's theistic evolution, where you're going to have a theosis of the land or something. It's crazy. It's dumb. You're not going to find a historical saint that ever talked about this. So
it is crazy, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll go with he thinks that Israel is not a secular country. Now, I mean, this is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I mean, right, the political structure is completely secular. The Jews who founded it were secular, communists, living in kibbutz, and, the men and the women fighting together, living in, a commune. In a military commune, right? This is how Israel was started, right? And but I've also said that obviously people, as secular Jews, that doesn't mean that they don't think that Jews should have world domination. They absolutely believe that. Right? So, so I've clarified both points, but there's no nuance in what he's saying, right? He seems to just be saying, like, what about Solzhenitsyn, right? Prominent Orthodox Christian. Right, who basically said that Israel is not part of the Western identity. I mean, but yeah, look at Israel. You'll examine the history of Israel. You'll examine the history of Zionism. Now, one of these people mentioned Theodore Herzl, the founder of modern Zionism. Right, we could talk about religious Zionism, right, and we could talk about Zionism as a political movement. Zionism as a political movement, okay, its origins were completely secular. So how come they didn't address that? Right, you could talk about modern Israel, like Israel in the modern context is becoming more and more Jewish slowly and slowly. Right, but that doesn't mean it wasn't founded by secularists and communists.
No ought under Christian ethics to support other religions which specifically oppose doctrine and an establishment of a homeland for them. The Jewish religion is acknowledged as being incorrect by every major Christian branch. This includes the Eastern Orthodox Church, which apostate prophet is converting to, as well as mainline Protestant and Roman Catholics. The specific problem here is particularly the denial of Jesus Christ being the Messiah, as outlined in simple language in 1 John 2:23. No one who denies the Son has the Father. Whoever acknowledges the Son has the Father also. In simple terms, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, you don't worship the same God Christians worship. Now, this is also found in John 14:6. Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father but through me. Christ as a Messiah is central to the creed of every major Christian profession of faith. So my first argument concludes, Christians ought not support this heretical for Christian political ideology, and supporting heretical ideology is its.
So the problem with his framing is going to be that other Christians are going to have a different interpretation of it. The patriarchs of the church that apostate prophet supports are going to have a different interpretation of the idea. The Christian Zionists are going to have a different interpretation of it. Right? So who's to say that your particular interpretation of what how they treat the idea of Jews within this particular religion, right, is the predominant view? Right? Who's to say that? Right? If you're patriarchs of your entire organization, sometimes they're sympathetic to the idea. So, it just doesn't even make any sense. Right? Like what what is your stray interpretation actually based on now? When obviously any Christian Zionist can come up and say, well, obviously the Jews are blessed. Like, what are you talking about?
Self-sinful as it violates Christian ethics. The argument itself.
And by the way, that's exactly what the other guy said. He's an Orthodox Christian too. He literally said, just the same as you, he said, oh yeah, but St. Paul says they're blessed. So what are you talking about, dude?
One, Christians who support heretical ideology denying the divinity of Christ are sinning. Premise two, religious Jews reject the divinity of Christ after he's revealed himself to them as the Savior. Premise three, if religious Jews reject Christ, they are incorrect, and Christians who claim they aren't.
Oh my God, it's like Captain Obvious. It's like he's just quoting like Christian religious doctrine. But those aren't points of why you should or shouldn't support Zionism. Some bland, listing off of Christian doctrine is not why they should support or not support Zionism, dude. Like, maybe you didn't understand the assignment. Like, this is stupid.
Are spreading heresy. Conclusion, religious Jews are, by Christian standards, wrong and should not be supported by Christians who would be spreading a heresy if they acknowledge Jewish theology is correct.
Right. See, should not, ought not. Nothing about what's actually happening and about what should be done about the Christians that are supporting them. What is happening?
Well, if okay, here's the thing. He admits that by supporting them, it's heresy, correct? Did you hear that?
Yeah, he just said that.
Okay, right. Now he said
Right.
it's a heresy.
So it's like, so your church is involved in heresy, dude. Like,
absolutely, absolutely. That's my point.
Sad
bro.
chumbo.
His patriarchs are involved in heresy, and he knows it. So by knowing it and staying in communion with heresy, according to Canon 15, it's obligatory to break from heretics of the First and Second Council. So you are knowingly staying in communion with heretics, and he just admitted it. That's that point blank period. What's the excuse? That's our point. That's the true Orthodox stance. Why are they staying in communion with heretics? And they know it's heresy. But they call us schismatics for not being in communion with them. We're not in communion with you because you're in heresy. You know, what are you talking about? It's craziness.
To reduce it to a much simpler view, if one of my daughters had an OnlyFans, I would still love her.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Man, they love some absurd examples, dude.
Fucking weirdo way to break it down.
Having sex with dogs, fucking if my daughter had one, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, the daughter that, yeah, maybe he's talking about the one he tried to auction off to the Groypers or whatever.
Ruh-roh.
Weird shit, dude.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Dead.
Wow. He knows how to capture your attention, I guess.
Yeah, so something about his daughters having an OnlyFans. I don't know where he's going with this, folks. I don't know what he's talking about.
Hypothetically,
I suppose.
Apparently.
Yeah. Apparently.
The chicks in chat are tripping right now. What a creep. Straight up.
We were commanded to love the Jews and the Muslims, but I'm not going to promote it. Argument 2, the pragmatic argument and its response. Ridvan focuses a lot on the pragmatic approach through geopolitics to make an ought for support for Christians towards Zionism, focusing on the anti-Muslim factor rather than the Christian ethics factor. The pragmatic argument for
I mean, I'll have to give him that. Like, what's all this stuff? See, I thought that this was going to be more of an anti-Muslim debate than whether they should support Zionism. You know, so I think in the back and forth they're going to get into that, but I suspect at some point it's going to be about, really how do we get rid of Islam? It's not really going to be anything about the Jews. Right?
I'd be surprised if it doesn't turn into that.
Yeah, because his whole thing, because even in his original statement, he kind of conflated the Arabs with Hamas and said, well, it's about Islamic terrorism, even though, as I pointed out, there's Christian Arabs, there's Muslim Arabs. Obviously Israel oppressed both of them, right? So, so this is the fact is that, some of those Arab groups like the PLFP, the PLFP was, run by George Habash. He literally hijacked airplanes and tried to attack Israel, and he was a Christian Arab, right? So what does the T word, terrorism or whatever, or, any of this stuff have to do with Islam, and what does Hamas, right, have to do with the Arabs, right, supporting the Arabs, right? And then so he gave this entire situation where not only is supporting Zionism supporting the Jews, but supporting the Arabs is supporting Hamas. So totally weird idea. So he doesn't want to address that. Andrew Wilson just heard all of that. But yeah, he's right. Instead of looking at what the Christians have said about it, right, and looking what the Christian ethical stance should be, right, he's actually attacking the Muslims, which makes no sense, right? So I have to give Andrew that point. That's actually a very true point that he made. Finally, he made one point, one sensible point he's made. So the entire debate we've watched, we've heard one sensible point from one man, Andrew Wilson, and the point is that apostate prophet is too much against Muslims, which is true, right? And he's not coming from a Christian perspective on the situation, which is also true.
From him is simple. If we have to choose to support the state of Israel, who are seemingly at least sympathetic to the West and Christian nations, then we should, or Muslims will dominate the region unopposed. There's no way, and they are in no way sympathetic to the West. This is, in my opinion, his best argument, but it falls flat because it focuses on a false dialectic that relies on fallacious reasoning.
So did you hear that, folks? The attack against Islam is his best argument. I already called that, right? So, yeah. So the good thing about Zionism is that it keeps Islam in check, right? Which it doesn't. It keeps one group of Arabs in check, right? So, he's totally delusional. I mean, with this guy's proclamations. That's about, obviously I don't need to point out there's 1 billion Muslims in the world. I mean, Israel is one small country. Muslims have thousands of people if they wanted to defeat Israel to throw at the problem. Obviously there's Muslim countries that are way richer than Israel, right? So if Muslims wanted to band together and defeat Israel, it'd be a slam dunk, right? At the current stage, right? But there's good reasons why that's not happening, right? Is because a lot of Muslim countries are in support of Israel. That might sound like a surprise to a lot of people, right? But it's absolutely a true fact. Countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Dubai, countries like the Gulf Cooperation Council, and they've actually created groups like Hamas. So how come they don't talk about that, right? So again, his idea that this is a strong argument, but it falls flat. I'd like to see why he thinks it's a strong argument. What the fuck is he talking about? What's he smoking? Right? What is he smoking? How is that a strong argument?
In his view of pragmatism, he presents two choices where there are actually hundreds of choices or more. For instance, there isn't, from a purely pragmatic approach, any reason I can think of for the protectors of Israel, in this case the West, to demand Israel open.
See, look, he's separating everything into these categories, right? One way you look at things pragmatically, the other way you look at things as moral oughts. Right? It's these stupefying categories, right? Where you use these idealistic categories instead of look at history, look at what's actually happening in the present day, and look at how we could use the doctrines to navigate through that, through those modern problems, right? It's just obfuscate the issue with, oh yeah, if we taken a pragmatic approach, oh now we're taking a transcendental approach, and you constantly move from the pragmatic ground approach to the abstract idealistic approach. Well, the audience is that dumb, right? But what's the practical take-home message from this entire critique? Like, I've gotten nothing from his opening statement other than the apostate prophet is a liar who attacks fucking Muslims for no reason other than he gets paid by Jews to do it. Well, oh yeah, he forgot to mention that last part.
Open itself up to tens of thousands of Christian missionaries yearly and give them all enfranchised status. Many, many thousands of Christians would love to live there. This would effectively end the, quote, Jewish state apparatus, which would appease Muslims and also create a dynamic for which Christians could begin their work of converting Jews to Christianity, which is their mandate. Jews would not be persecuted under this arrangement and would still be able to freely practice Judaism as they saw fit and would be enfranchised to vote just like they are in all other nations. They also would have more protections from other nations who have vested interest in their settlers. Will this plan work? I have no idea. No clue. But to pretend it
Sad
couldn't
trombone.
be done creates a false dialectic that only two choices exist where many choices exist. Ridvan would have to effectively argue Israel would need to remain a Jewish state from a secular.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Are you a fucking moron, Mr. Miner? How am I going to talk about what they're not talking about? They're obfuscating certain issues in their opening statements. They're totally redefining what Zionism is. Open your fucking eyes, dude. Totally a Zionist shill pogo platform. Do you support this platform, Mr. Miner? This guy's probably in support of Zionist Christianity. Totally sad. Mr. Miner. Go to the deli. Have a nice day.
View, which, to quote a thing he says often, that makes no sense. Why does the state actually need to be a Jewish?
And let's focus on the issues in the chat. You know, you could talk about me and my personal presentation. That's not what this show is about. Why don't you focus on Zionism? What's your critiques of Zionism? Oh, okay, you just want to talk about me? You're obsessed with me. It's adorable.
No state and Jewish religious state in order to protect Jews.
What's your opinion on Zionism?
That's actually rather stupid. All Western nations.
Write in the chat, what's your opinion on Zionism, guys? Blessings.
For Jewish people, the same rights as all of the citizens get. Ridvan, from the pragmatic approach, would actually have to argue that Israel remain a Jewish state from a secular standpoint, which he can't do. As long as the state protected Jews and they were allowed to practice their religion, why would it be a problem if it wasn't dominated by Jews themselves? To formalize this argument to Ridvan, premise one, Jews deserve a homeland for both ethnic Jewish individuals and religious Jewish individuals. This is his view. Premise two, the Jewish homeland is necessary because it protects Jews from persecution. Premise three, the Jewish homeland can't let in majorities of other groups for its own protection.
Okay, now I don't know what he did. Did he like snort cocaine, or why is he going so fast now? You know, he made like 6 or 7 points real quick now. I got to go back.
Why would it be a problem if it wasn't dominated by Jews themselves? To formalize this argument to Ridvan, premise one, Jews deserve a homeland for both ethnic Jewish individuals and religious Jewish individuals. This is his view. Premise two, the Jewish homeland is necessary because it protects Jews from persecution. Premise three, the Jewish homeland can't let in majorities of other groups for its own protection. Conclusion, Israel must remain an ethnic religious state with a supermajority of Jewish people. Now you can see here the conclusion doesn't actually follow from the premise. The key here seems to be that Jewish individuals deserve protection from atrocity, but the case isn't being made why they would specifically need a Jewish state to do so. Early anti-Zionist Jews made similar counter-arguments as well.
So he's totally redefined. See, now that we can redefine Zionism, right, as support for Jews, we can totally get rid of the notion that they even need a homeland to protect themselves. Right? This is how silly it gets to. Zionism is actually the idea that Jews, right, that there should be a Jewish homeland, colloquially speaking, Jewish, quote unquote, not distinguishing between the ethnic and the religious distinction of what a Jew is, right? So this is a totally secular project that was started in Europe, right? And now he's conflating this to actually, you know, helping the Jews, or something about being a Jew, or something about supporting the Jews, right? And now you could just say, well, why do they need a homeland to protect themselves, right? This is totally getting silly, right? Where by redefining Zionism, they could totally lie about, you know, what the point of Zionism is, right? Yeah, I could see you're having lots of intelligent commentary there, Mr. Miner. You know, I'll have you take a break. If you don't want to talk about Zionism, that's fine. I told you, you know, we're here to talk about Zionism, right? Not about what your opinions are, right? About me or my presentation, right? It seems like you're obsessed with me and my presentation. Instead of actually focusing on the issue and why Andrew Wilson is a Zionist shill, or why your Orthodox Christians, right, in the world orthodoxy are Zionist shills.
Yeah, they seem to, forget Galatians 3:28 that says there's neither J nor Greek, there's neither bond nor free, there's neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. So it's craziness, dude. Like, what?
Right. Right.
There's no chosen, in this situation besides those that follow Christ. Period.
Yeah. Look at the actual, the guy who sits there cries about Jay Dyer, who literally says that the Old Testament, the interpretations of the Kabbalah of the Old Testament, okay, that say God has a dual nature, right? That is a support for the Christian theophanies. Jay Dyer, who reads the Kabbalah, right? Come on, dude. Let's
Mr.
grow up.
Miner's out here. Okay. So what are you supporting? You're supporting Andrew, right? So, okay, Andrew has already admitted that, he's not really worried about distinguishing Zionism from the ethnic group of, ethnic Jays and Zionists. He's conflating the two and he's giving that to the guy. So what are we arguing here, man? And this whole thing, we've broken down the issue here that no matter what he's saying, he's still in communion with those that support Zionists, who he already called heretics. So his point's defeated, dude. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. Like 3 hours in, it's over. Like we could watch the rest of this and just relax and eat popcorn. Like honestly, we've like this debate's thrown in the trash. Like what are you talking about? Like I could cut this off right here, our entire commentary. Like that's it. Like it's body bagged.
Like that's a wrap.
Culture doesn't.
Yeah, like it's a wrap. Like what can they say at this point?
Sure, prevention from atrocity for Jews any better than being a protected class under a different dominant culture. This seemingly can be viewed right now by the conflict going on with Hamas, at least not logically and not pragmatically. Also, we could use accelerated pragmatism here.
See how he put it in a category of logical and pragmatic, right? When explaining whether support for Israel would be support for the Jews, right? And then he then now he's moving to hyper pragmatism, accelerated pragmatism. I don't know what that could even mean.
This is stupid. It's like he thinks he's being smart here. Like it's dumb. It's just stupid. Like he could have made the point a whole other way if you didn't have to do mental gymnastics with the fact that you're in the same group as him, essentially. Like, what are you talking about? There's a picture of him on X right now, like buddy with him smiling.
With who?
With Apostate Prophet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of name is Apostate Prophet anyway? That seems like hey, I'm a heretic. I'm apostate.
That's
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. He says he's an ex-Muslim, a fact checker, satirist, and Zionist. That's in his bio on Twitter.
Well, yeah. Speaking of Twitter, Andrew Wilson is Christ Khan, right? I mean,
Christ Khan. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, they are very aware of the fact that they're promoting the people they're doing debates with. He actually bragged about the fact that he was promoting my channel when he did a debate with me, even though I totally trashed him. I said, how's that promotion for either me or you? I got a bunch of hate mail from your butthurt followers, right? And then you got totally trashed and brought down to size. Right? How did that promote either of us? The debate that we had, it was just ugly, sort of ancient blood feud, that got hashed out. And then all of a sudden, he's just like, he's like, oh yeah, I really promoted you during that. It's like, yeah, he's actually bragging about the fact that he's promoting these people that he debates. So all the trans people that he debates, all the people that promote gay stuff that he debates, all
in the
these
whatever podcast,
on the whatever podcast, all those girls' Instagrams, all those people. He is very aware that he's promoting all those people, folks.
Sounds like she'll talk to me.
Sounds like she'll talk.
You know, it's only when it's to stroke his ego that it's, you know, he's big upping somebody or something. Like, my debates helped you.
Right.
He doesn't want. Once you make that argument, I'm sure he'd be like, no, you know.
Yeah, that was funny. We wish we clipped that. You know, where he actually said that that his doctor told him he needs to smoke cigarettes so he could take a shit. That was actually pretty funny.
What
that was
the
one of the funniest
fuck?
Yeah, because somebody challenged him and said, "How, you know, it's not healthy to smoke all these cigarettes, right? You're literally destroying your body. How is that not debauchery and degeneracy?" Right? And he said, "I need to smoke cigarettes so that I can poop because it creates a bowel movement." And he said the doctor told him that he won't be able to take a shit unless he smokes cigarettes. That sounds like something you make up. Like, that sounds like a kid that like makes some
That
stuff up when
sounds
they
like
want to lie.
cope. Imaginative cope.
Yeah.
So I'll
Yeah,
tell
like
you what the
trying to
Saints
be
say.
funny about it.
So what the Saints say about smoking cigarettes is that it weakens the soul and it opens you up to probably giving in to temptation in some way. So,
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
Could be
that.
a portal to demons or something.
Well, it's just a stimulant factor. It's like sugar and coffee and all these things. It's not like as bad as drugs, but yeah, it could open you up.
Yeah,
Like,
it just weakens your
right
ability, like kind of to
self-control.
We should
yeah,
probably look
exactly,
that up.
exactly. It weakens you, and it's bad for your health, of course. You know, like I'm not going to act like I haven't been a smoker in my life. I've recently quit, but it that was definitely rough.
I'd say sugar is harder to quit, even though you still need some sugar. But sugar's just as addictive, I'd say.
For sure.
Not logically and not pragmatically. Also, we could use accelerated pragmatism here to point out the absurdity of this false.
Accelerated pragmatism. What the fuck is that? Oh God. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't go that high up in the philosophy department there. accelerated pragmatism.
Dialectic by simply pointing out it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included, and no longer worry about
what? What the
hell? Here to point out the absurdity of this false dialectic by simply pointing out it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included, and no longer.
We gotta have that a few times.
It could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included. Pointing out, it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included. Pointing out, it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included. And it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included. And no longer, it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included. And no longer worry about Middle Eastern conflict by simply pointing out it could be pragmatic to nuke the entire Middle East, Israel included, and no longer worry about Middle Eastern conflicts and cultures ever. But my guess is most people.
What the fuck?
Ain't no way, dude.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, this is some wild stuff.
Yeah,
dude.
it may be pragmatic to just like end the world as we know it.
Oh wow.
What in the world?
would rightly state that would be against Christian ethics,
The,
which
the,
rejects
the dark horse option. I mean, I don't know. Whoa. Good Lord.
That's the
pragmatism
insanity horse.
Yeah.
or Christian ethics, which Rid Van also
Good
should
idea,
do.
dude.
Now, even in easily dismantling the pragmatic argument, I will simply now grant it and the false dialectic of a binary choice to simply point out that even if I do, it still doesn't provide an ought for why Christians must support Zionism, which is both hilarious and ironic, but does provide us for an ought for Christians to not support it because you're being presented with a false binary. My last argument is the most important. It combines two.
Wait, what? So he destroyed his own hypothetical scenario that he presented. So he took some stuff out of a box and he put it back in the box and said everything in this box is useless.
Two arguments together for the sake of time. This argument focuses on the.
This is basically just philosophical sleight of hand at this point. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
it's like mental masturbation.
Right.
Biggest ought, not for Christians, and requires a preface. The first preface is that Israel refuses to disclose if it has nuclear weapons and will neither confirm nor deny if they do, nor allow any inspection of them if they do. Our own CIA has confirmed they do, but they don't disclose it. Second, the Israeli government works hand in hand with the Temple Institute and American evangelicals. Also, there's an organization called CUFI, or Christians Unified for Israel. CUFI has 10 million members, and Israel doesn't even have 10 million citizens. CUFI spreads the false heresy of dispensationalism and hosts charismatic doctrine heresy as well.
He said it.
Okay, so we got to give credit. He actually described modern Christian evangelical support for Zionism. But, as we said earlier, he didn't go into the historical roots of it, right? So there's that aspect of it, right? It would have been very easy to describe the roots of it and then also describe within that very idea why Christians ought not support it.
Correct.
So, those would be the same thing, if you could just open that up, but he didn't do that, so... obviously, everybody in Kufi is going to recant to him that, they ought to support it.
I don't know. I'm not trying to sound cocky here, but I feel like the little breakdown we gave at the beginning is better than this, whatever he's doing here. It sucks.
Right. And I love this comment. He said the weed smoking, mushroom eating Muslim is judging people. That's a funny one. Yeah, but I said, but yeah, again, I have to reiterate, I'm judging the ideas. You're judging me, the person, right? I'm judging their ideas, right? So that's totally different. You're talking about me and my activities. Right. What do my daily activities have to do with the people on the screen, or whether Christians should support Zionism? See, this is the problem. Right. This is the problem. Nothing you say actually has relevance.
Ad hoc, dude.
Like Mr. Miner conveniently shows up when it's like when you cover Orthodox topics.
That's right. That's right.
He's
butthurt.
He's butthurt. Who is he, by the way?
He's in Jay Dyer's Discord. He's like in that talk, with Father Swaden and Jay Dyer, when he called into the show. You could see Mr. Miner listening to that talk.
So you're a Dyerite, bud.
Oh, yeah. And then he commented on Flow State show. When Flow State did the recent show about Jay Dyer, he was crying on the comment section. So
hey, Mr. Miner, do you know the Moscow Patriarchate was established by Stalin? You know that. Are you in Rokor MP? I bet you he's in Rokor MP. He's in Stalin's church, dude. Get off my boy, bro.
Yeah, that's right. They promote OnlyFans, porn, prostitution. Right, and they do it with God's name. That's right. These are all facts. Yeah, right. Again, you're focusing on me, right? See, this is the thing is that I do like little shows where it's focused on me and my personal, dilemmas and things. You know, and those are the shows that actually get trolled the most in history. So it's actually funny. People love to focus on my personal failures, my personal problems. I mean, that's very interesting with you guys.
What's worse, you know, a guy like smoking weed and maybe like you know, taking some mushrooms sometimes, or a guy that's, you know, supposedly supporting Christ but also supporting blatant bold-faced heretics.
Right, and I mean, again, our message is reaching 12 people. This message is reaching thousands of people. So put everything into perspective. I mean, right?
Yep.
By Ridvan's own faith, he knows these are heresies. Goofy's on over 300 college campuses and growing. Their stated goal is to educate millions of Americans on these heresies, according to their own website, quote, through our 16 social media accounts, websites, blogs, daily briefs, to bring in groups of pastors and next generation influencers and students to Israel every year. Guys like Charlie Kirk and, dare I say, Ridvan and David Wood and others.
Oh!
Ruh-roh.
Very good. He's pointing out the Zionist connections with David Wood. Okay, I guess he said Ridvan as well, right? So the guy, Ridvan, is a Zionist, right? So I wonder how he's going to, you know, I guarantee that they're going to brush this under, you know, this is going to stay in the opening statement. I mean, you know, I could be wrong, but
I'm pretty surprised he said that. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
To quote, those would be the types of influencers who would be their target. Not saying that Kufi paid for any of that. I'm just saying that would be the target.
Wait.
What, did he backtrack?
Hey, he sort of backtracked there. You know, he sort of backtracked there, right?
Can't upset the apple cart too much, I guess.
Right. But I think he's already lost a lot of his key sponsors, folks, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, you know, so let's see what happens from here.
To reach thousands through Kufi Weekly and Israel Collective videos on YouTube, he's brought in over 1,000 major influencers, including celebrities. All of this is right from their site. Now, what do these people want, you ask? Well, this is going to blow your mind, but this is what they want. They want to assist with the fulfillment of biblical prophecy to bring about a new false Messiah and usher in an Armageddon. Not kidding.
Accelerationism.
Not kidding.
Yeah.
Now, the Temple Institute's goal in Israel, using both private and Israeli state money, is to rebuild the third.
So it's exactly what I was talking about. But how does that excuse the fact that, you know, the Orthodox Church and Putin and Trump and all of their support for Messianic Jews, right? So it's at the very top levels, right? So he's going to excuse Trump support for the Messianic Jews, right? And but he's going to point out, oh yeah, David Wood and these little guys, oh yeah, they're going to move all these people into, you know, into the Zionist. Dude, what are you talking about?
You're doing the same thing.
You're doing the same thing. You're a Zionist shill that supports the Zion Don, Trump, right? And now you're talking about, you know, like, why don't you look in your own backyard and you'll see, oh yeah, and you don't know if Kufi's funding these people. He doesn't even know that yet.
Well, the fact is, Putin, you know, he pushes this communist Christianity with the same, you know, Chiliastic accelerationist movement towards progress of a one world government. You know what I mean? So like they're both like everybody's working for the same goals. And I don't know necessarily if they're completely aware of it, but he kind of just laid out that they are aware of it. And they are trying to set up an antichrist, you know? So it's pretty crazy. But I mean, again, it's talking and not walking because you're doing right. You're like, what?
Yeah, it's like, why don't you point out Trump or, you know, these people in the Orthodox Church or Putin or any of these people?
Temple and name a Messiah, which Christians know is a false Messiah.
See, this is the thing. He's funneling it into a critique or idea, which he's saying that this is an extremist messianic organization, so it's not part of the mainstream. Right. I'm pretty sure he's going to try to sweep it under the rug like that way.
Yeah, probably.
secular state gives large swaths of money to the Temple Institute, and many government officials back this undertaking. So remember when I said Christians ought not support heresies? Well, here's why. Right now, this second, major personalities on the right, such as Charlie Kirk, most of the Daily Wire, even perhaps David Wood and Ridvan themselves, who I like, know for sure that any Messiah named by Israel will be Antichrist. They know it. Now, perhaps not the Antichrist, but the spirit of Antichrist will be with whoever this person is, and they...
How would he know that they know that?
Well,
it's a... Yeah, like, how would he know that they know that?
My assumption would be that, the fact that this is an Orthodox catechumen, he would assume that he would know that. But he doesn't realize that this is an ecumenist here, right? That this guy is buying completely into the ecumenical worldview, where they really don't believe in the prophecies. They think it's all mythology because their patriarchs are Freemasons. You get what I'm saying? It's not a viable reality. So they're just trying to create heaven on earth until, supposedly the biblical thing plays out. But it's all politics, man. They don't care.
All about optics.
Have to denounce Christians definitionally. Have to. So to recap, the supposed secular Zionist government is giving money to the religious Zionists in Israel and get American support to do this with both American government money and direct aid, with mega preachers like John Hagee leading the charge in America with Kufi to back this endeavor to usher in Antichrist. So, Ridvan, I will see any argument you make for why Christians ought to support Zionism.
So wait a second. So his best argument. So let me get this straight. This has been basically what Andrew Wilson had to say. His best argument is that Zionists will help us defeat Muslims, but they're literally going to use that power to summon the Antichrist.
Yes.
So there's Andrew Wilson, folks. Yeah, I'm sorry, Reddington, what was that?
Sad trombone.
Right, sad trombone for sure.
You could look at this guy. He's almost laughing too.
I know. He's like, what? He's like, hold on, like that's comical. Like what?
Well, I mean, you could tell like he does know that to be the truth to it at a certain extent. Like this is going to set up Antichrist. This is what the Zionists are going to do. I mean, but it's just still strange how he went about all that. Like what, why didn't you lead with that, dude? Like, come on.
This is hilarious.
Well, he did say he was going to start like with his weaker argument and then his stronger argument in the end or something. I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, how is all of this? So wait, we got to be like Afghanistan, if we want to stop feminism, right? As Christians, right? Like you said in his last debate on feminism, right? So you're gonna hide behind Muslims to go against liberalism. Okay, but you gotta use Zionism to defeat Muslims. Oh yeah, but they're the guys summoning the Antichrist. So, like, what the fuck is this?
You know what this is? It's idealism, brother. That's what that is. This is a guy that's not worried about forming the soul in a kingdom of heaven. He's so worried about politics and this world that he's caught up in the politics, dude. Like he's not seeing the issue, how absurd all that is. It's like why even go that route? It's dumb.
I wonder if they paid him to be like purposely obtuse and hyperbolic.
Probably.
It's like, it could be pragmatic to just nuke the Middle East, but that's ridiculous.
He's got 2 crosses on. He was just accused of ushering in the Antichrist, and he's smirking and looking at the sky. I don't understand. This is quite a scene, folks.
And I will raise you one Antichrist as not. This is the most powerful. Ought not for Christians to support Zionism, and it is really the one argument I want Ridvan to address, as it's my primary argument. So the formal argument goes like this.
Oh yeah, you know that old, you know that little bit of the old, you know, Antichrist. Yeah, yeah, that'll do the trick. Yeah, yeah, no kidding.
This premise 1: Christians should not support false messiah or Antichrist ever. Premise 2: Zion.
What the fuck? The weakest argument of all time. But yeah, against Zionism, I have to say. I mean, but yeah,
Zionists are attempting to name a false messiah. Premise 3: secular and religious Zionists are working together to bring about biblical prophecy and name a false messiah. Conclusion: Christians shouldn't support Zionism, especially not a Zionist nation with an Antichrist at its head and nukes, which it won't acknowledge. False messiah, head of a state with nukes. Genius, Ridvan. Now,
he needs
to
to clown
index
nose the
very
hunk
quickly
after all
with
this. He needs one of those clown noses that Honk did. I'm telling you, dude. He's fucking going all out.
yeah, like like he's saying, like all of this is like so obvious, like it's Captain Obvious. But the thing is like, if it's so obvious, how come the Christian Zionists never figured it out?
Well, that's because they have a millennialist ideology where they think that Christ is going to come and set himself up in the temple.
Oh yeah, that millennialist ideology that he never addressed.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's like
Orthodox Christians are amillennialists, where we believe that the 1,000-year reign is happening and that Christ is ruling from heaven in the church. You know, as head of the church while he's in heaven, but through his bishops on earth. In that sense, you know, he's ruling. But yeah, they don't understand that because they have a J-ish dispensationalist view of scripture, eschatology.
I'm going to enjoy this spirited debate, but I really want you to address this argument. With that, the floor is back.
What argument? Like you want him to address point blank like Christian doctrine? Like how's that an argument? I mean, like.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those openings. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. AP, the floor is all yours.
He lost his.
Thank you. Okay, now. So when Andrew announced that he was going to have a very, very amazing opening speech here, I was expecting something incredible. What I heard is not very impressive, to be very honest. Is anybody actually impressed? Because here's the issue. He said that that I'm going to rely on pragmatism. Wrong. False. He said that I'm going to argue from...
No, he actually didn't say that. He just used an absurd pragmatic example. He labeled it accelerated pragmatism, and then he dismissed it. Right? So, yeah, he didn't actually say you were going to use pragmatism. He just used pragmatism to do an internal critique, as he says, of your position. Right? So, well, you know, already the guy's bad at listening. Right?
And I think that was... What do you think? You think that was intentional? And just throw a wrench in it?
I think he's just dumb.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
that's probably, yeah.
But yeah, you know, or slow, you know, most likely.
Emotion. Maybe I mixed emotion into it, rightly so, but I argued on emotion based on scripture. Number 3, he listed a bunch
No,
of
you
things
didn't.
I never even...
It's your interpretation of scripture, like a Protestant interpretation.
Right, totally. Like sort of evangelical interpretation of scripture that he took from just St. Paul and not mentioning any of the things from like Revelations or
like
the Gospel of
patristic
John.
texts or like,
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, right. Nothing of what the saints said. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of, just Saint Paul in one passage where he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Jew. Yeah, Jews aren't that bad." Like it's like basically all he said. Like, what?
I'd love my brothers and I hope they convert to Orthodoxy.
like yeah, literally.
What?
Like what?
Dude.
Yeah, he's a Zionist, right? Like what?
That I never even think about. And he even made the false assumption that I would call Israel a secular state. Israel is not a secular state. Israel is in some way secular, but Israel is very, very explicitly from the very beginning of its foundation, partly built on religious grounds. This is acknowledged from the very beginning. It is a compromise that was made in the history of Israel.
See, look, this is the stupidest thing. Like,
but it's a heresy. So who cares if it's a religious? It's built on a religious ideology. If it's a heresy, depending on your religious background, like what are you talking about?
Yeah, and then again, he got it wrong again. He actually never even said that. He agreed to your own definition of what Zionism is, which was flawed, right? Because as I said, you're giving too much ground to the Zionists by saying that it's synonymous with Judaism.
Right.
I mean, that's literally the anti-Semitism, like Holocaust memorial definition. It's like the weird thing that they're trying to bring in with the anti-Semitism czar.
Well, first of all,
by the way, supported by Shabbat Lubavitch, as we saw. Right?
Am I mistaken on this and saying this? But as far as my research is concerned, I've looked into the Zionism as it is known today. If there's any religious like ideology that it's going towards, yes, there's Judaism as an aspect of it, right? And it's a very strong aspect, but there's also a Freemasonic element to it. You know what I'm saying? If you look into the protocol, so and that's admitted by those that were in the Masonic Temple and early, Russian provisional government, Freemasonic provisional government. So what is it? I mean, what? They're a mob, dude. It has nothing to do with the ethnic Jays, and that's the emotional argument,
In the founding of Israel, that it would be partially founded upon religious Jewish values and partially on secular values, because the secular ones were the ones who advocated for the building of Israel, but the religious ones were also in on it and wanted also their rights to be protected, which only makes sense. There is one big issue.
Notice, like, who makes a statement like that? Totally ahistorical statement. He said secularists established Israel, but it was religious people were also involved. He cited no names, no organizations, no prominent members of the Jewish community. He could have cited religious leaders. He could have cited, like, what kind of a critique is this? We're just like, oh, yeah.
Didn't those guys in Germany have some play in getting the Jays back to Israel or something to start a Zionist state or something?
Oh, he said it was opposite. He said that the Palestinians were working with the small mustache man.
Oh, really?
Good Lord, yeah.
That's why. Well, why was there a whole Zionist basically base in Germany then? Like, what are we talking about?
Like what?
That Andrew here has a problem with. In my opening statement, I never ever argued that it is an obligation for Christians to support Israel. I did say Christians should. I did say it would be the right thing. I did say it would be more right. I never ever.
That made no sense at all. I can't even parse out that statement at all.
I didn't say it's an obligation. I just think they should.
Like what?
if it's the right thing to do, then that's a moral obligation, is it not?
Absolutely, you're right.
He's like contradicting himself in one sentence.
Yeah, maybe he's using accelerated pragmatism here.
This is what these people do. They balance on a coin so they don't have to, admit that they're wrong about anything. It's just like, I'm going to balance on this coin and you can't prove me wrong or something. Like, it's so stupid.
Right. Like, you know, you can't be neutral on a moving train. I mean, you got to pick sides here. I mean, this is crazy. Right.
Made it look like it is an obligation for Christians, or it is within their religion that they must support the state of Israel. I argued that within certain things that we read within the Bible, which, by the way, he never even came close to addressing, and I'm sure he will not come close to addressing because he can't really get out of that. It would be the right thing to do for Christians, not to stand by.
It's so stupid. Why would you address it? This dude's blowing my mind.
How is this even a rebuttal to anything that Andrew even said? And this is actually this is actually really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, right? He's just sort of just dilly-dallying here in many of the points he brought up and sort of mischaracterizing what he did bring up. I mean, you know, like, was he asleep during his intro? Like, I don't understand what's going on here.
It's diluted, and not only that, it's like claiming yourself victor or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, there's no way he can face this perfect argument I made, and it's like that argument you made is absolutely diluted. You know, it's dumb.
Those people die whom God, if you open Romans 9-11, still loves despite their unbelief. I want everyone to...
So he's going back on Romans 9-11.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Romans
9-11.
Yeah, I mean, just Romans 9 will be enough because it's like, look, dude, like God makes one vessel for glory and one vessel for destruction. And so all the Jews in history that God destroyed, they literally deserved it.
Romans 9 and 11. Let's see it, bud. Like, okay. It says, "For this is the word of promise. At this time I will come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also have conceived, but one man, even by our father Isaac. For the children not yet being born, nor having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand at the works of him who calls. It is said to her, the older shall serve the younger. And it is written, Jacob I have loved, but Esau I have hated." What? No, dude. This is crazy, bro. He's trying to, like, what? Nothing in that statement supports what he said.
To read this again and again.
Yeah, he's taking extreme interpretive license, like almost he's accepting the Christian Zionist interpretation. And this is why Andrew Wilson should have brought up the millenariness, you know, the entire thing, you know, and put that in an entire basket and said that's a misinterpretation of Christianity. And he's done it in other debates, with the Sola Scriptura and all this stuff. And so let's see if he'll do that here. Because I think Romans 9-11, I mean, that's going to be a pretty easy one for him because he's going to say, well, who interprets what Romans 9-11 means? You know, and then I think he'll say that it's the church and that he's using a evangelical definition of it. So that would be a good way to just dismiss his argument, for example.
Exactly. It's stupid. Like, what are you doing?
Bibles. Open the Bible. Open Romans 9-11. Read it again.
We did.
Paul condemns their unbelief and still says that God loves them and still says that God has a plan for them. Even those who have rejected and who have fallen into disbelief and who were broken off, he says it is a mystery of God that he took the wild branches, the Gentiles, and put them into the tree. And he broke off the natural branches, which are the Jews. And just like that, he will bring them back in and add them back to the tree. This is precisely what Romans 11 says. The narrative here is that these Jews, not just Jews who follow a certain type of Judaism, not just Jews who follow this Judaism or who do this or who do that, he says, Jews by flesh, my fellow Israelites. That's literally what he's saying. He's never.
Yeah, and the entire book of Romans is distinguishing between the flesh and the spirit. So, so what part of, so when he then says they're my brothers in the flesh, it's totally distinguishing them from having spiritual salvation. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
It's crazy, man.
Like, what? Yeah, by the flesh. Like, does he not understand what that terminology means in Romans, right? The spirit and the
Like,
flesh.
we all, as Christians, we understand that the Jays, some near the end of time, will come back into the fold. But how in the hell is he connecting this with supporting, Zionist Israel now? It's not until the end of time that we have this situation, after the Antichrist is established by Israel.
Yeah, I mean, this guy that just became a Christian like 1 week ago, gets to go tell other Christians whether they should support Zionism. This is insane stuff. Who would thought it'd be a good idea to produce this? Like,
oh, dude, you should
That's
see
what
all the
I'm
people that
wondering.
are tripping on him. But he's kind of like pointed out the Putin's issue and Russia, funny enough, and made like he's attacking them because the Greeks don't like the Russians, world Orthodox wise. So it's kind of funny that he's exposing them along the way while exposing himself for being a complete idiot. So
Useful idiot, perhaps.
yeah, pretty much.
yeah, maybe that's the real reason why Wilson is saying he supports the Antichrist, right? Not because he supports the Jews, but because he doesn't support,
the
Russians.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
We're talking about a distinction of religious belief among Jews. He says Jews by flesh. So when Andrew talks about how lots of these people are secular people, they don't even believe in Judaism, it doesn't matter. St. Paul talks about Jews by flesh. Do you want to contest that? I would not contest it, because that's what my Bible says. This is not Protestant reasoning. Sit down and look at the scripture. This is literally what it says.
Yeah,
Oh,
St. Paul
wow.
talks about Jews by flesh.
Okay, dude.
And
So
what does
what?
he say about them, right? I mean, right?
So what?
Like, he distinguishes them from the entire plan of salvation that is by the Spirit. And, he says there's many who, are inwardly Jews. He not only says there's inwardly Jews, right? But there's also people who, say they're of Israel and they're not of Israel.
Right. That's in Revelations. Christ says, there are many amongst you that say they are Jays, but are not, and I will make them worship at your feet. That's what he says.
So, yeah, I mean, this is some wild stuff. I mean, wild sort of
And who's he
cherry
talking about
picking.
there? He's talking about the Pharisees specifically. And again, Zionism is related with Pharisaism. Like, it's the same thing. Like, what?
I never said that supporting Jews or supporting Israel requires that we somehow acknowledge their theology as correct. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. It is fallacious. Nobody is required to do that.
Yet you just basically said that by referring to Paul, Romans 9 through 11, and saying that it gives some sort of salvific grace to the Jews themselves. Right? When it clearly says that they've been taken out of that salvific grace and they may be grafted back in at a later stage. So it's like, what?
And it's only a limited amount that will be grafted in that accept the preaching of Elijah, right? That's the key component here. And it's like he's not making that distinction, and he's conflating the timeline, right? It's like we can support them now because they'll be grafted in later. Like what?
What we would be in our right to do is to look at the Middle East. Another thing to address here, by the way, which I mentioned in my opening statement, Israel significantly treats Christians better than the other side does. Would you rather support the other side, or would you rather support the Jewish people?
Again, in what
Neither.
context?
If you're an Orthodox Christian, neither.
Right. But again, in what context, though?
But I mean,
like historically speaking, right? Many different instances, right, of Muslims and Christians.
Right.
Today, in Israel, there's many different instances of Israel, not preserving Christian communities, like among the Arab Christians, for example. So what is he talking about?
I'll say this. It's like we as Christians don't necessarily have to support their religious beliefs, right? And it's like he's saying that, but he's also has admitted that Israel's religious beliefs are conflated with whatever he's talking about.
Right.
Like they'll be grafted back in. But the thing with it is like we as Christians should stand up and say like the mass murder or genocide of a people is wrong, right? Which they're doing, So in that aspect of it.
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
I would rather support those that my Bible describes as still beloved by God, and those who have a track record of actually protecting Christian people, whereas all the other Muslim nations together have a history of oppressing them. And if they gain the power, and yes, if you don't support Israel, then you are supporting the other side. If they regain power, it will only lead to more oppression of your fellow Christians.
Brother.
This is not pragmatism. It is about caring for your...
So we can see why he became a Christian now, right? His whole project of becoming a Christian is to convince Christians to support Zionism, or else Muslims will destroy them.
Yeah, and specifically Orthodox Christians.
Right. So he's infiltrated the Orthodox Church, and it's not only him; it's also, his patriarchs.
Right. And as far as I understand it, he has had direct conversations with Bartholomew. So this is a plan from the upper echelon of the ecumenical patriarchate. This is their little shill. This is craziness, dude. And like they're pushing for Antichrist, man. That's really what they're doing.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about that from Andrew. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want him to come back on and take him to task for that, but I think I think that'll be just in the opener. That'll be left in the opener.
Fellow Christians and caring for those that God says he still loves. Not pragmatism. I'm not sure where you get pragmatism.
He still loves them, but that doesn't mean
Andrew
we
says
support
that,
their heresy, dude. Like, what are we talking about here, man?
Right.
There's an alternative of Christians going and settling there, please. Let's not be ridiculous. So that would be the least likely option. Finally, rebuilding of the temple and the Antichrist, the best polls put the number of people who want to reestablish the temple at a maximum of 30%. Are you serious?
What? So we're going off polls now on who, on the the temple being built, man. I'm like, what?
30% is a huge amount.
It's a huge amount, and it depends on which people is that 30%, right? If it's
right,
all
like,
the rich
right.
is 30%, then
and that
things can get moving.
Right, and it is because they're already, they've got the red heifers from Texas, and they brought them down there. They've already got like YouTube videos on
Damn,
rebuilding
Texas,
the temple.
why are you letting us down?
Yeah, that's crazy. Man, that's crazy. Texas supplied the red heifers.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Rebuttal. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 5-minute rebuttal as well.
Yeah, but what in the world? I mean, 30% of them support the Antichrist, dude. Like, is that what you just said? Like, that's shocking. Like, I don't know how you don't think that's
It's
shocking.
only 30% of them, though, dude.
Like, what?
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, this is a no-brainer. He didn't actually address my arguments. Notice that I put my arguments even in simple premise forms that even you could have addressed them. So it's very simple. He did not actually address why it is Christians have an ought to support a nation which he admits is attempting to create Antichrist. They're gonna name a false Messiah. Any Messiah that the Jewish nation names, by definition, has to be false under Christianity.
So see, he's gonna say, well, it's 30%, so you can't say conclusively that all of them support it if it's only 30%. So that's gonna be his argument. So now he's saying conclusively that the Jews, see, he shouldn't have tied it to a religious thing. This is a mistake from the very beginning. I told you guys, right? He needs to clearly define Christian Zionism and millenarianism, but he needs to also clearly separate the idea that, Judaism has something to do with Zionism. He needs to clearly separate those two ideas, right? He failed to do those things, and now he's focusing on some sort of, pie in the sky delusion that, that they're going to stop this Antichrist scenario, right? When they're full, basically giving money to Israel, literally.
Right. Well, even if amongst those, Zionists that aren't necessarily religious Zionists, right? They're still obsessed with progress, and they still have a chiliastic idealistic ideology. They might not believe in the spiritual aspects of the Talmud, but they're still fulfilling prophecy whether they know it or not. He should bring that up probably. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Neurojack's at 33%. Yeah.
Yeah. We got a fact checker. It's not 30% of them that support the Antichrist. It's 33%. And, once they get to 66%, that'll be the critical mass. So, so we got to get.
That's where you get your kicks.
Yeah, we got to check our facts here and keep our facts straight. So, yeah.
By definition, that false Messiah also has to condemn Christians, right? Because how could he not if he's the Messiah? He'll have to say that Christ was not divine. Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, Ridvan.
Wait, what? Won't he say he's the Christ? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, why would the Antichrist say Christ is not divine? He would say Christ is divine and that he's the Christ. So he's lying about what the Antichrist is, pretty much.
Well, he's implying that since the Antichrist will claim to be the real Christ, that Jesus was not, in fact, the actual Christ.
Correct.
Right, but it's not then implied that he'll say that he hates Christ and he'll destroy Christians. Like, what?
Well, the truth of the matter is he's going to establish himself as in the temple as Christ. Now,
right.
So could that mean that he's returning, and pretending to be the return of Christ, or just a person that looks like Christ? I don't know. I think it's probably that he'll look like Christ. I think that he'll probably allow Orthodox to keep their religion as long as they bow to him, and all other religions as long as they bow to him as God. You could still keep your churches and go to them as long as you bow to me. Something like that.
With lying signs and wonders.
Right.
And Redvan's clearly setting the pieces for that up, whether he knows it or not spiritually. He's under some form of prelest where he thinks that this is okay, and it's not incompatible with Christianity, or he's being paid to do so, which I'm leaning towards the second one.
Yeah, and just this notion that he's saying, he literally just said that, that Christ, okay, first of all, Christos means Messiah, right? So the word Christos or the word Christ just means Messiah. So it's obvious that when they set up the Messiah in the temple, they're going to call him Christ, right? So obviously he's not going to deny Christ. Like that makes zero fucking sense, right? So, right, but he is going to be a denial of essentially of Christ the Messiah, right? So he's kind of tying everything together, but he's not being very precise here.
So the thing is he also brings up multiple false dialectics, right? Again, false dialectic after false dialectic. First, I was not saying that Ridvan takes the position that this is
false dialectic. Like you support the people who are trying to establish the Antichrist so that you can defeat Islam. Like that. Like try that on for a false dialectic, dude. Like what are you talking about?
Secular state, but that even if he did, the argument wouldn't matter, right? So I'm doing an internal critique. I'm arguing both sides to still show how I'm correct and you're not. When he dives into some of these other arguments, let's go through them real quick. He says, God still loves the Jews. God loves everybody. He wants Muslims back in the fold as well. Okay, it's not just about bringing Jewish people back in the fold. It's about bringing everybody back into the fold. It's another false dialectic. The church is Israel. We're not talking about a specific bloodline people group. Okay, that's not what we're discussing. And that's when you're talking about St. Paul, and we can bring this up, especially when you're talking about.
I mean, I think those are pretty okay points.
Yeah.
Like, why would God focus on the Jews? He's obviously focused on everybody.
Yeah, he wants all to be saved.
And yeah.
About cutting off the limbs of the tree. Paul is specifically saying that he himself would give up everything if it meant that his people who rejected Christ would come back to Christ. I would love that. But Ridvan, they haven't. And the Temple Institute, which is there, and I need you to acknowledge this, Ridvan, is trying to name Antichrist. You said only 30% want to name. Is that all? 30%? This is just an insignificant number. 30%. And it's, by the way, he's also not telling you this.
Yeah, that's pretty laughable to say that 30% is a small number.
Yeah.
I mean, that's comical to say that it's a small number. I mean, right. But then for him to say like, oh yeah, it needs to reach like over 50% or something like that. Like what? Like for it to be a serious problem, like that's seriously delusional. Right. So
yeah, it is. He's tripping.
It's increasing. It's not decreasing, it's increasing. And they're getting more positions in government. And he knows they're getting more positions in government. How can we have a nuclear armed...
That's right. Actually, Israel started out secular, right? And now it's moving towards a more pronounced messianic streak and more hardline religious values. But the fact is that how come you didn't point that out in the beginning when you didn't clearly distinguish that, the secular aspect of Zionism from the religious aspect of Zionism? See the problem?
Yeah.
Nation that the United States and Christians in the United States is supporting who wants to name an Antichrist. Please answer that question.
I like how he says that like so hysterically. They want to name an Antichrist. Like he just like loses his mind every time he says that. It's wild.
I'm saying he's like over dramatizing it.
Right, it's sensationalism on that one point.
Yeah, or sensationalizing it.
I mean, be devil's advocate. I mean, it is absurd that you have a supposed Orthodox Christian that's out here like, pushing for Antichrist. You know what I'm saying? By his support of Zionism. But also you have this guy who's acting like he's not involved with it too. Low key.
Yeah, it's like when you go on Piers Morgan, you get paid to go on Piers Morgan, and he literally gives money to Netanyahu, and all of that type of stuff, dude. What are you talking about? Oh wait, what's that, Renton?
Are you saying Morgan did give money to, or you're saying Andrew did?
No, I'm saying Morgan, right, through being basically funded by Murdoch, right? Him performing on the Zionist platform, right? He's making money for the Zionists.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, like they're on all these Zionist platforms.
Yeah.
You know, controlled by the Jews. You know, where they control the narrative, where you can't criticize the Jews. You know, and he's getting money to perform on those platforms. You know, so it's like, how come he can't criticize those people for summoning in the Antichrist? The people he works with. You know, it's like all just, you know, delusions of grandeur. Like, he's fighting the Antichrist. Like, dude, you're doing no such thing.
No. Whether he knows it or not, being a part, you know, the Antiochians being a part of the World Council of Churches, you know, going into communion with Coptics, you know, having close relations with the Roman Catholics and the Protestants, and accepting their mysteries and their sacraments, and, you know, having humanist patriarchs. This is all setting up the pieces for Antichrist. And you know, by funneling people into world orthodoxy, you yourself are helping, you know, the cause of Antichrist. But he can't see it, you know. That's what's a shame, truthfully.
Yeah, it looks like we got how much more of this? Let me see. It seems like yeah, I'd say about 25 minutes or so. 25 minutes or so of this. Yeah. So, yeah, let's check it out. We got like 25 minutes or so of this. I had some presentations I was going to give about Zionism. I'll do that on a part 2 of this entire thing. I mean, it took so long to open up the debate and get through the debate and all this stuff. I always overshoot for what I'm going to present. But you know, obviously it's a good thing, not a bad thing, because we get to have more shows and more content and more material to unveil lots of ideas, right? But yeah, let's see more of what they have to say. You know, this is getting pretty loopy already.
Please, pretty please, with sugar on top. Why ought I send my big American dollars, which I want to give to my kids for college and other things, to a nation that wants to name the antithesis, the antithetical, the entire opposite of Christianity, Antichrist?
Isn't that funny that he could aim that same exact criticism at his support for Trump, but he'll go on Piers Morgan to support Trump, who literally supports the same project? Pretty weird.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy.
Pretty goofy stuff. Why should you give your American dollars to support Israel? Well, why are they giving the American dollars to support Israel, and then you support the president that does it? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Why don't you critique the people in power who are doing it right now? You know, why don't you use your platform where thousands of people watch it to critique them? The people in power that do it. Duh. It's because you're a fucking shill, dude.
Need that answered. My primary argument for an ought not needs something better than, well, because geopolitically, if Israel is not there, bad things could happen. It's like, yeah, they could. Maybe they don't, though. That's a false dialectic. It's called a false binary. You keep presenting false choices. If A happens, then B assuredly will happen.
Yeah, so do you present false choices like, oh yeah, support Trump, but don't support Antichrist and go against Zionism, but be a Christian. Like, what are you doing? Like, you present lots of false dialectics too, dude.
Yeah. You don't know that. You have no idea if that's the case. You're just making that, kind of assertion without even admitting either that it's fallacious argumentation. You can look up the fallacy. It's a false binary fallacy. And with that, please, I'll yield the time right back over. I need an answer to this.
I need an answer to why you support the Antichrist. He should just turn the tables on him and say, you support the Antichrist too. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you pointing the finger at me?
That'd be funny.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Into the crossfire section. It's about 15.
Crossfire.
Sean from Uncensored. I should say Sean.
Sad Chumbo.
Oh, brother. You go to Gaza, you'll get some real crossfire, chump. Bunch of losers.
Erica asked me to give you guys a long leash. So let it rip for 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Do you acknowledge, Andrew, that that the Jews are actually in an extermination war for their survival right now?
Yeah, I would say that they're in a war for survival, sure.
Okay, so do you also acknowledge that if they don't have the support that they need, the other side wants to exterminate them, which you just acknowledged, basically, and that they could be exterminated as a result?
Even if I were, let's just say, I'll just grant the whole thing. So I'll just grant for the sake of argument that if the United States were to pull out support from Israel tomorrow... That
So his answer to why do you support the Antichrist is we have to support them because they'll be eliminated. What? So let me get this straight. We have to support the people that want to bring in the Antichrist because otherwise they might be eliminated.
And that's not even like, even if that were the case, if that happened, there's still plenty of Jays all around the world, so it's not like they're be completely taken out. So like, what the heck is he talking about?
Yeah, I'm just not getting that many good reasons from Andrew as to why we shouldn't support Zionism. This is wild.
the nation would be exterminated. Let's just grant it, right? As horrible as this is, nobody wants to see anything like this. That's still not an ought for why Christians have to support him, Ridvan. It's still not an ought claim. You're still not making the moral ought claim for why Christians have some moral duty to step in on behalf of a secular Zionist state that has religious components that wants to name Antichrist. Can we please get to that?
Do you acknowledge that if Israel is destroyed and the Jews are eradicated in the region, this will lead to the reestablishment of the historical enemy of Christianity, which also led to the demise and destruction?
Wait, hold on. The historical enemy of Christianity is not the people who killed Jesus, but it's the Muslims. Let me get this straight. Let me get this fucking straight. This is hilarious. You know what? Right. And again, his answer to why should we support people who are trying to bring in the Antichrist, his answer to that is that otherwise they'll be eliminated. It's like, good Lord, dude. Like, are you not understanding the question or what?
Of Orthodox Christians in the
could, but also it could. Listen, I'll give you the logical acknowledgement. It could. Can you give me the logical acknowledgement that Western nations can also prevent this from happening, even if Israel's not there? Logically,
they can't. Actually.
Logically, they can't.
They actually
no, Ridvan, listen. Not saying that it would be the case.
There would be an
only that logically it could
there would be an
the
extremely low likelihood. It's
okay,
ridiculous
great,
to even
great.
talk about.
But so it's
why are we talking?
Then it's a
like,
false binary.
Is there a fantasy?
Yeah.
Like, do you think
Bro,
that Christians would actually
what
go
you're
there and take over?
If you grant that there's other possibilities just with lower likelihood, then you're admitting you're engaging in the fallacy of a false binary.
So then let's do this.
That's it.
Let's do this. If the Jews in the region are destroyed, do you think it is much more likely that the Muslims will take over, or do you think it's much more likely that the
There it is. Right. He's got to keep going back to the Muslims. That it's not that the debate is should Christians support Zionism. He's now again saying that if we don't support Zionism, the Muslims will take over. The problem is Muslims taking over. That has nothing to do with the debate topic.
See, this whole thing is he was formerly a Muslim, right?
Right.
And he's angry at them for whatever reason he has for that, you know. So it's like,
it's probably his like Muslim uncle like touched his butt or something, you know, most likely, you know.
Yeah. It's crazy.
You know, it's probably like some type of like it's usually some stuff like that. You know, with the Christians or the the Muslims, it's like some Muslim guy or some guy touched me, or whatever. I mean, and
Maybe some
obviously,
MK Ultra stuff.
yeah, yeah, and it's like, yeah, the punishment for it in Islam and Christianity and all this stuff is like basically stoning or, you know, but yeah, go on, Unseen. Sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, that was it for me. But yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of, I think this whole thing is really absurd, truthfully.
Yeah, total extremes with Shilson.
The West will step in and somehow stop this.
Even if I grant the argument for likelihood, it's still a false binary because you have admitted that there's other options which also could be utilized.
So you have just admitted that it is extremely likely in such a case that the Muslims will take over and reestablish a caliphate which is hell bent on fighting and oppressing. When the Jews are done, then the Christians are next.
So
there was a
I don't
saying in the
understand.
Middle East which
Do you
goes
think I support
first
Muslims?
the Sunday people, then first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people.
Don't filibuster, Ridvan. Do you think I support Muslims?
There's the straw man.
Right.
So they're straw manning the entire debate. Supposed to be about. I called it from the very fucking beginning.
Yeah, I was about to say you called it.
I called this shit.
It's gonna turn into being against Muslims debate.
Yeah, it's not a debate about whether we should support Zionism. It's a debate about how we should oppose Islam. Comical.
But this is idealistic, right? It's like, if we don't support Israel, who's going to establish Antichrist, then the Muslims will take over. And it's like, dude, so, it's like, that shouldn't be our focus. Our focus as Christians is the forming our soul properly and our salvation in a kingdom not of this world. They're so worried about the kingdom of this world and Israel getting taken over, the holy, this is what the Pharisees' problem was. They wanted a worldly king, right? And that's, who's the worldly king going to be? The Antichrist, right? Christ's kingdom is not of this world. That's the whole thing. So whether the Muslims take over or they take over, whoever take over, if he understood Orthodox, understanding of the end times, we're going into the catacombs, bro. We're not going to get a secular state. We're not going to get theosis of the land. We're not getting this idealistic view, of anything. That's not going to happen. So, it's Chiliism. It's wrong. It's a false understanding of the scriptures.
Yeah, and then let's ignore the elephant in the room again. The millions and billions in history, okay, of Christians that have been used to support this cause of Israel, right? And the millions of Muslims that have died fighting against Israel. They fought against Israel. They tried to warn all you motherfuckers that the devil beast fucking system was going to take control in the world. Little kids aiming their fucking rocks at the fucking tanks.
Yeah.
That's what tried to wake people up. Okay, when they were killing fucking babies, dude. Okay, those kids had to die for their beliefs. Not in support of Zionism. And this dude, all his fucking bravado that he's going to stop Antichrist. Dude, you're not going to do shit. But give fucking money to fucking Piers Morgan and all these other Zionists that work for fucking Murdoch. You're not doing shit but entertain people. Oh, yeah. And you're standing up against Islam. The people that have been fighting the fucking Jews. Great job, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like, what? Why don't you stand up against the Jews, you fucking coward?
And we all know why. Because, the Anti-Defamation League or,
Exactly.
Or I might lose a job opportunity. It's like you're half in, half out on it. Like balancing on a coin. He won't say what it is.
He doesn't want to get blacklisted.
Exactly. And That's why these commentators, they're just, it's all theatrics, man, to funnel people in their little echo chambers.
Yep.
So, should Christians oppose Islam debate is on instead of should Christians support Zionism debate. Let's see what happens.
You are supporting
Yeah,
them.
how?
You are supporting them
Okay.
by not supporting Israel. That's basically what you do.
Oh, so he says. So Andrew Wilson says you're a Zionist in support of Zionists, and his response is, "Well, you support Muslims."
You know, that's crazy.
Incredible,
You
dude.
know,
Okay, then it's
Incredible. You know, like this is gonna start happening.
you'll notice amongst true Orthodox Christians in Russia, by the way, that they're all very supportive of Palestinians against the Zionists. By the way, I
Right.
don't know if you know
Except
that.
for Putin. You know, he's a total Zionist that
Right.
killed Muslims. You know, killed Muslims in Chechnya. He became a war hero for killing Muslims.
Yeah.
Right. So,
well, they
you know,
oppressed the catacomb church too, so that's why there's some. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like the catacomb church knows that Putin is embedded with the Jays, right? And they know what the Jays are doing to the Palestinians, so they're like, this is a genocide of people, even if we don't hold the same religious beliefs as them. These are women, children, and innocent people. You know what I'm saying? Being attacked by this anti-Christians, you know, system. So that's the view that actually is the true Orthodox view of this situation.
so by not supporting Israel, I'm supporting Muslims, right?
Yes.
by the way, this is getting pretty good now at this point. But again, it's all about Muslims, like I said. You're right, obviously.
By not
And
supporting
by
Israel,
not-
you're supporting Muslims. That's so ridiculous.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. But you're not a Zionist for supporting Israel. That's hilarious. Right?
Yeah.
supporting Muslims, you're supporting Antichrist. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Does that make sense,
It doesn't make
Ridvan?
any
No,
sense.
it doesn't make sense, Ridvan.
It doesn't make any
Because
sense.
it's a fallacious argument,
It doesn't
Ridvan.
make any sense.
Makes no sense.
Because what you're suggesting, you think that the existence of Israel itself would lead, because of certain plans, certain conspiracy theories, to the rise
What's
of
the
an
conspiracy
Conspiracy
theory?
theories.
planning-
Now, you know, an eschatological view of the you know, revelations playing out the way it says it's going to play out. Now it's a conspiracy theory. This dude's a joke, man.
of the Antichrist to come. Because of
What's the
this,
conspiracy
because of
theory?
this, you want to risk the people that God loves. By the way, very, very big issue here. I
Like
specifically
he needs to just bring up that synagogue of Satan line and just drop that on his head. Like this would be a great time. I mean, just drop that. It's like, what about the synagogue of Satan thing, dude? Like what?
Ruh-roh.
Like, wait a minute. Like,
Or
hold up.
I
was it
posted something
John
recently,
8?
on the Pharisees, right? And like, check this out. Hold on, let me see. It's close. I posted this.
John 8, where he talks about their father being the devil.
Yeah, exactly. Christ saying that your father is the devil, you know, and he was a liar from the beginning.
Someone's in the back. I think it's Tell.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty clear who's straw manning here. You know, I mean, this guy does not. I mean, it's pretty clear who's straw manning. You know,
Listen.
You know, yeah. Go ahead.
So modern rabbinic Judaism comes from the tradition of the Pharisees. This is stated many times in mainstream Jewish sources. For example, Jewish history, Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Essenes. So this is the Jewish virtuallibrary.org. In this book, the traditions of the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Essenes, they admit that modern rabbinic Judaism is a tradition that formed from the Pharisees. Who Christ calls the synagogue of Satan, by the way.
Can you zoom in on my picture here? I have something to say about that. Look, I'm just one of you guys, and
Yeah, this is getting good now because, as I said, it's about Muslims.
Well, it's just interesting. First of all, this guy's outfit is atrocious. He's got two crosses on. I mean, say it, don't spray it. You know what I mean? Like, this guy needs some queer eyes for his queer face. But 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 yeah, look at the background there. First of all, modern day debate mixed with uncensored America. So I guess it's official. Now they've coomed together. And it's just very bizarre. Like you're doing a great analysis. I just think it's like when you just take one step back and you just kind of look at it, it's like, okay, so this is basically, like you said, a big PR, like, groveling. And again, I think it's funny that they're doing it in Asheville, because like Asheville is literally like the Jewish conclave of the East Coast, other than New York City, I think. So it's like you have like New York City, Miami, and like Asheville. So it's kind of like, I just think that's kind of interesting. And like they're like, do you see that there is some sort of weird Chabad like eschatology kind of creeping into their argument here? Like, it kind of feels that way to me, but maybe I'm thinking
What
a
do you
little
mean
bit too
by
much.
Chabad?
Like the way that they're just like, oh, you support Antichrist. I mean, again, it's just like this is like veiled anti-Semitism, but they're doing it in like a PR approved way in order to basically like draw people in, that, and like into like filter people on two different sides of like, and again, like you said, it's kind of weird. Like, these are both quote unquote Orthodox Christians debating over Zionism, good or bad. And again, it's like, it's basically a pragmatic argument essentially. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll make it a principled argument. And the principled argument is you support Antichrist. And it's like, okay, so um again, it's, to me, it's just like, it basically is leaning into it. Actually, here's the funny part, it actually gives legitimacy to the fact that these people call themselves quote unquote Jewish, which, again, is actually historically and factually questionable. I mean, I know that's not PR to say, but I'm saying, like, you could make a strong argument that, what these people are referring themselves as in a eschatological sense is probably not fitting very well into Christian eschatology, I guess you'd say, right? So it's just kind of a strange argument all the way around, because to me, are you moving around or something? Because it's like scratching my ear. Sorry. But yeah, so but I don't know if I'm making sense, but to me, it's like when I really listen to this, it's like they're kind of giving a very, like, they're basically giving an eschatological prescription with what they're not saying, and also with like the argument that they're making of like, okay, so you promote Antichrist, so it's like, okay, so you're giving legitimacy to Israel and Christians and all, and I mean Israel and their place in the eschatology. So I mean, I don't know. It's just, the more you look at it, it's like they're using manufactured history with a manufactured interpretation and synthesizing that together into like a secular worldview under the guise of a quote unquote Christian worldview. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully you guys understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of said that the Antichrist is going to try to go against Christianity, and while that's true, um, you know, in principle, obviously Jews and Christians and Muslims and all the believing people of the world will be used, right? So I don't know why he didn't anticipate that, right? So he did kind of say that, which I thought was very strange point. I mean, in the middle of his entire, critique, and I was like, this seems contrary to what Muslims and Christians always say about the Antichrist, is that he's going to be saying that, pretty much declaring himself to be the Christ, right?
Right, and again, they always use the biblical stuff of like, and I know that there's an argument there somewhere, but to sit here and start claiming that you can interpret timelines of fucking this is when this is when the Antichrist is coming back and stuff like this. So what I'm trying to say is essentially this, in a boiled down way, because I know it's convoluted the way I'm explaining it, but something to the effect of like, sorry, just because I want to see if this makes any sense. Like, would you say that it's like basically it's like convoluted because if the Antichrist is a false Messiah, you could argue that there's been many of them. You know,
Well,
uh, Zabbatai Zevi being one of them, right? And
well, that's
so,
our understanding of it, anyways.
right, so it's
But
kind of
yeah,
like giving credence that
isn't there a large distinction between those antichrists and the final one? I mean, those weren't able to
Absolutely,
like do
absolutely.
miracles and do superhuman type
All
shit.
those that come before are prefigurations of the last Antichrist, right? It's like there's signs for like birth pains of the coming to the end, and there's going to be charismatic leaders. There was like Stalin. You had Mr. Mustache. You had like Zabatov Zevi. These types. You could probably say Trump could be like a charismatic antichrist type, right? There's been a number of types throughout history of the final one. But yeah, the final one, it's a very specific person that we're talking about. But what John
but
says is that anybody that denies the Son is an antichrist, right? Because the word antichrist means anti-Messiah.
but again, Chabad Lubavitch is a messianic thing, whatever exactly they believe is another thing, but that's why I'm saying like they're kind of conflating all antichrist into the final one. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not having any sort of distinction about that, which again, to me it's like, okay, so you're giving credence to the fact that Jews say that this is their land and they belong there after 2,000 years and blah blah. So it's like they're actually conceding certain points just to make the arguments that they're making, which is
Well, which is
infinitely
absurd.
ironic.
Which is absurd because in the scriptures, like we've talked about numerous times in this conversation, is that to be a J, it's inwardly. It's not something. It's of the spirit. It's not of the flesh. And God isn't a respecter of persons, and there's no distinction between J ethnically and Gentile, right? There's no ethnic difference. We're all one in Christ. And to be truly of Israel, you have to follow Christ, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That's the Christian understanding. Anything besides that is just going off basis. Now, it is true what Red Van is saying is that, near the end of time, like we've talked about, that there will be some who we would call Jays, or ethnic Hebrews that will join the church. Then they will be truly Israel, right? But to say that we should support Israel, which they're not, they're the synagogue of Satan, clearly, because they don't, follow Christ. And they say that Christ is boiling in excrement, and his mother was a prostitute. So how can we support those people? And the only loving thing we could do for them is to confess the faith to them and tell them that they're in heresy. We don't support their political regime that's pushing a genocide on people just because you don't like Muslims.
That's right. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. Something like that, right?
Absolutely, it says that. And who's he talking about? The Pharisees. And I just showed that modern Judaism, or Second Temple Judaism, which that has developed, they admit in their own textbooks developed from the Pharisees. So that text is specifically talking about the Pharisees, and these people that have established Zionism are direct descendants of the Pharisees. So what is this?
Said that the Jews are the only people, according to Paul himself, who are especially beloved by God.
So you're saying that they have magic Jew blood?
For the sake of, yes. For the sake of, yes.
And do you think that people...
It's absurd.
Yeah, that's a sad trombone right there. He just said yes to magic Jew blood. Good Lord.
God, in the sense that, that Christ was born of the Hebrew descent, he does have a special place for them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're above anybody else. He wants them to come to Christ. But
A special place for them could be hell. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Sorry.
But you get what I'm saying is, like, he does want them to return. Don't get it twisted. But again, like what Andrew stated before, he wants everybody to be saved. It's not just them. What the prophecy is saying is that some will return, which is almost, it seems crazy because they're so vehemently against God. And this is stated by the saints so much, so many times, that they're of their father the devil, the synagogue is a place of, scoundrels, and it says all this stuff amongst the saints. Why are they saying that?
I'm going to read a few tenets, if you will. Let me just get through a few of these. Monotheism, absolute belief in one infinite God, transcendent yet immanent. Panentheism. Yeah. How do you say it? Panentheism.
Pantheism?
Panentheism.
Yeah.
Panentheism.
Yeah.
I'm adding an extra vowel.
Yeah, this is Chabad Lubavitch. Divine unity, God's essence permeates all existence. Material world is an expression of divine energy, based on Kabbalistic teachings, particularly from the Zohar and Tanya. Zimzum, God contracted his infinite light to allow for the creation of finite reality. Let's see, Torah as the divine blueprint. It's God's eternal wisdom. Mizvot, commandments, observance of 613 commandments is
They believe
central.
they're like sparks that have shot off from the Insolve or something like that. These divine sparks that have fallen off. Sort of like, you could think of it like God carving a piece of wood, and these slivers of the wood have fallen at his footstool. That's the way they look at creation.
Right. And then intellectual study of the Torah, especially the Tanya. Divine soul. Every Jew possesses a divine soul, a spark of God. To refine the self and fulfill the Masvit, and hastening the Messianic era. Chabad teaches that Jews have both a divine soul, focused on spirituality, and an animal soul, focused on physical desires, which must be harmonized through self-discipline.
So dualism.
Yes. Mashiach, belief in the imminent arrival of the Messiah, who will usher in an era of global peace, spiritual enlightenment, and the rebuilding of the temple.
Correct.
role of humanity. Every mitzvah and act of kindness contributes to the redemption, aligning with the world. The Lubavitch Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson is seen as a pivotal figure in preparing the world for Mashiach. Some followers believe that he may still play a messianic role through, though this is debated. And again, I'm not just doing this for no reason. I think that I'm trying to look for some sort of overlay with the arguments they're making here. Chabad emphasizes understanding Kabbalistic concepts through rational study. Um, love of fellow Jews, unconditional love and unity among Jews, regardless of observance level, is a core value. So again, like it's kind of like, okay, so this is now like a blood thing again, right? I'm assuming what that means. And then then the ultimate goal is to make the physical world a dwelling place for God by infusing it with holiness through whatever that is, and good
So
deeds.
basically, theistic evolution. It's another form of that, right? Where
Right.
it's theosis of the world or something.
Right. Yeah. So it's basically like
Sanctification.
nature has theosis, but normal humans don't, but the Jews do. So it's kind of like a weird, like,
Right. That
you know.
the divine people only have it, the chosen ones or something. But I just sent something to Machine, and this is a quote from St. Justin Martyr. He says, Christ is our king, and Christianity is our race, which you once knew as Israel.
Say that one more time, if you don't mind.
St. Justin Martyr said, Christ is our king, and Christianity is our race, which you once knew as Israel. It's around 8100, by the way. So he was very close to the time of the apostles. He's probably 10 years removed from the death of St. John, the beloved, who wrote Revelation.
So this thing is a lot longer than I expected, but I'm just going to go through this really quick. Universal mission: Chabad seeks to inspire all Jews to embrace the Torah. Emissaries: Chabad's global network of emissaries establishes synagogues, schools, community for Jewish education and practice. Inclusivity: emphasis on reaching every Jew, regardless of background, with warmth and non-judgmental encouragement. A Zadik is someone who guides a community. They're definitely really into that rabbi guys, Schneerson dude. Let's see, personal connection with the Rebbe. Okay. Let's see, practical observance, daily practices, strict adherence to the halakha, the Jewish law, including daily prayer, kosher diet, Shabbat, holidays, Hasidic customs, unique practices, melodies, contemplation, community. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm just going through this really quick. And then basically wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, reflecting on the movements, focus on intellectual engagement and spirituality. Let's see. The foundational text by the guy who started it, named Zalman, blending Kabbalah and psychology to guide the individual toward divine service. So that's interesting. So like they're basically, whatever their foundational text is, it's basically blending Kabbalah and psychology, which really reminds me of a certain cult that I probably shouldn't name out loud, but let's just say Scientology adjacent. Let's see here. Chabad seeks to harmonize emotional fervor with intellectual clarity. So
Talking
again,
about
it's like
process?
the process. And Noahide laws, emphasis on educating Jews and non-Jews about their spiritual roles and performing acts of kindness to improve society. So they basically they want like worldwide Noahide laws. They want to tell non-Jews and Jews their role in making the world a kind, quote unquote, place. Messianic vision, a world united in divine awareness, achieved through the individual. So, I mean, this is, of course, a very basic way of looking at it, but I'm kind of curious to see, like, I really want to look more into what they exactly believe, because, again, Christians have a very particular view of Jesus and his role as the Messiah, right? And even Islam is probably pretty close to that, but Judaism seems like, especially these kind of like more niche versions of it, it's extremely different, right? Like
Well, it's kind of the
it's
roots of the New
yeah,
Age movement, isn't it? It's like it's very New Agey feeling. That's the way what I see from it, and yeah, it's like establishing this Superman, this charismatic leader that's
it's like
going.
Ubermensch shit. Essentially, it's like it's like this weird Ubermensch. Like he's not really the son of God. He's not really divine. Like I think Islam's pretty close. I know that there's major differences, but I'm saying like in a lot of senses, like it's
He's like a warlord king, you know,
right.
and that's what they wanted. That's why they rejected Christ, because he kept telling them, like, no, my kingdom's not of this world, you know, and they were so focused on getting, control over Israel even then from the Romans. The whole thing was about the Holy Land, the land, the land, the land, the land, the land, the promise, the promise, the promise, the promise. They're so focused on the promise, they forgot the essence of why they were promised what they were promised. You get what I'm saying? It's like they forgot that the love of God and the love of neighbor is the highest value, and they made the law and something that justify themselves rather than to critique themselves to become better people. They wash the outside of the glass instead of the inside. They see things fleshly instead of spiritually. It's a very um, and then you have all this logic and philosophy and reason and all these human and I'm not denying that it's intellectual to a certain degree, but what Christ says, or what the Bible says, is that the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. So they don't understand that this is just low compared to God's understanding. And even like the nous, this is a higher understanding. This is divine revelation. This is synergy between God and man, where they're not reaching that level. They're stuck on a worldly understanding of things. And it's just a cognitive bias, really. It's a spiritual, it's like a veil over their eyes. So all they can see is world peace. Because you got to remember, a lot of them, like the Sadducees, if I'm not mistaken, and you could correct me on this, Machine, is they didn't believe in heaven, right?
Right.
They believed in Hades, like you would just go to Hades, which the understanding of the early Christians was that those before Christ's incarnation and resurrection, they did go to Hades. But once Christ had resurrected, those that were stuck in Hades, he pulls them out. He has the keys to hell, of Hades, and he releases those captives. So we have icons of him pulling up, during the Pascha season of Lent. At the end of Lent, it's like he's pulling up Adam and Eve because they were in this Hades, not the lowest part of Hades, but some part of Hades, and now they're able to reach the kingdom. The whole thing is Christ is to reconnect us back with our initial state that we were supposed to be in, a higher state than even Adam and Eve were in before the fall. And theosis isn't completely completed until man has reached the kingdom of God. See, they're so stuck on the earth, they can't see past that. You know, it's just all here. There's nothing there.
Yeah, I found it pretty funny that, for the Jews who don't tell me that, Jesus Christ was made to control me, they don't like it when you bring up certain parts of Romans where it says that, is he not the same God of the Jews as he is the Gentiles? They don't like that.
No.
What's wrong? We can't share the same tabernacle?
You know, and like we were going over earlier, it's like there's no distinguishing factor between a J and a Gentile. You know, we're all one in Christ. To those that join Christ, not to those that have not. I mean, we've in my video Christ the Eternal Tao, I talk about how even the pagans, they follow the wisdom of the law without necessarily knowing by their conscience, and they did partake in the Holy Spirit of God in some sense, not in a sacramental sense, but God was leading them because they were looking for truth, and it was God pleasing to that extent. So they're basically in the same position as pagans because they are, in a sense, pagans. They're following after a false God and thinking that they are following the true God, but they're not. That's the problem.
Whoops. Looks like I'm frozen here. All right, there we go.
The Orthodox Church supports
for the sake
that,
of their ancestors.
You think that the Orthodox Church believes that Jews have magic Jew blood, which puts them above Orthodox Christians?
No.
Then your point is moot.
What does Paul say? Does he say that they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers?
Well, yeah, but you're also.
What does that mean?
Hang
What
on,
does that mean?
hang on.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
For the sake of their forefathers.
I'll grant it.
What does that mean?
I'll grant it. You are also beloved for the sake of your forefathers.
No, the Jews
you
are
also beloved for the sake of your forefathers. Because there's no magic Jew blood, Ridvan.
All right, let me read.
There's no magic. It's not magic. It's not made out of magic. It's made out of the same thing as my blood and your blood.
Okay, whoa. Pause right there. Pause right there. But because, see, again, that's a very deceptive way he framed that, because just even the existence of Israel is literally based on that idea. So the fact that he just tries to be indifferent to it,
All right, who are you talking about here?
I mean, either one of them, because literally the existence of Israel is based on magic Jew blood concepts, right? Like,
okay, but that's
there's
the
no
thing.
other there's no other justification for its existence other than that.
Well,
So.
Wilson's correct in the sense that the understanding of us is that those who are Israel are those that follow Christ, meaning Christians, right? It's like they just because they have that blood doesn't mean they're chosen. The chosen people are those that follow Christ, and it doesn't matter if you're a Gentile, doesn't matter if you were formerly a pagan, doesn't matter if you were a J. The only thing that this prophecy is indicating is that later on, near the end of time, they will come back into the fold. Some of them, not all of them. And then they'll be they'll be Israel then. But as of now, they are no longer Israel. The moment that the high priest ripped his garments and struck Christ, the Holy Spirit left them and went to the apostles. It says that, So.
So what exactly is Andrew Wilson saying here, though? Because he's like, can you back it up like 15 seconds? I just want to like get the context of what he's saying here. Because
what he's saying, from what I'm understanding, is he's telling him that this whole idea that Christ or God sees them as the chosen people isn't true. They're beloved because all men are loved.
Yeah,
right?
it says right here in Romans, for there is no respect of persons with God. There you go.
There you go. Absolutely. It's not that they're chosen. The only ones that are chosen are those that follow Christ. There's the sheep and the goats. That's it. There's no in between there.
Yeah, from me, from my perspective, I think he's obfuscating a little bit because he's saying all that Paul is saying is that everyone's, special. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying, look, I love my own people. They're my people. And there's nothing wrong with him saying that. And he's just saying that my people, that entire dynamic doesn't fare well into the idea of faith. Because, the idea of Christianity is for all mankind.
Yeah.
Right?
And
So
that's why he
essentially what
spoke
he's
out
saying.
against the Judaizers, right? Like, if he was giving them more leniency than the other people, he wouldn't have done what he did. This idea that we're supposed to like bow down to the Jays no matter what they do is absurd, because that's not what Paul did.
Yeah, and the fact is that Abraham, Moses, we're obviously not fit to clean their shoes. And they're pretty much people that were way higher, and that's why they were chosen by God. So that's the thing is that, in my opinion, I just feel like, they were chosen by God for a specific reason. And that's what Paul is talking about, right? He's saying these people were special. They were chosen by God. He's not saying that it's a people that is special. He's saying they're special because they're chosen by God, not that they're chosen by God because they're special. In other words,
Right. It's like they're held to a higher standard, right? And they were held to a higher standard. But it seems as if the devil has used them more to get back at God, and that they have fallen into deeper forms of spiritual deception. And that's he's mourning for his people because he knows they're deluded, and he knows that they are beloved by God. But if you understand the love of God, he, those that he loves, he chastises. You get what I'm saying? And this is a part of that. The fact that they're going through have suffered so, is because of their refusal to accept their Messiah and crucify him.
No, the Jews
You
are
are also
especially
beloved for the sake of your forefathers. Because there's no magic Jew blood, Ridvan.
All right, let me read.
There's no magic. It's not magic. It's not made out of magic. It's made out of the same thing as my blood and your blood.
Now let's read it.
So I think ultimately, as Nero Jack is saying, that's a false interpretation of what Paul is saying, is that everyone's special. And it's clearly not what he's saying. I mean, but
yeah, he's simplifying it for sure, because he could kind of explain it better, I guess. I
or he could just
understand
say
what he's saying,
well,
but
yeah, or he could just stick on his previous point. That the Orthodox Church, that's not how they interpreted it, and who are you to interpret it?
right. That's really the route he should always take. If you're an Orthodox Christian, you should go to the patristic text. Period. I mean,
yeah, that would be more consistent with his original points.
And it wouldn't be hard to. All you would have to do is get, the Katina Bible app, or go. I have a library of texts on the scriptures. Commentaries written by the saints where they break down this stuff, man. And there's a consensus behind it. It's not just one saint. There's a consensus of saints that discussed these things and came to conclusions, not just by logic but by divine revelation. That's how we understand it. So like a synergy there. It's not a guessing game, in other words.
So Paul says that they are especially beloved.
Hang on. Before you divert,
that they
we only have a few minutes.
What do you mean?
Hang on.
Never
I'll dive into this.
You never address this topic.
My main argument is about Antichrist.
Here is your main argument.
It's about Antichrist, Ridvan.
Look at this.
Hang on, Ridvan.
He equates this.
Please,
he equates this to my forefathers. Look at this. Saint Paul says, "For I could wish that I myself were accursed and cut off from Christ for the sake of my brothers, the kinsmen."
Again, why is he letting him do this?
It's absurd.
Anytime a Protestant or a Muslim or anybody else goes and quotes the Bible in front of him and says, "Yeah, we can't interpret the Bible. We can't interpret. This is sola scriptura. Blah blah blah." And what is he doing? I hope he
That's
hits
what
him
I'm
at least.
saying. Like, I feel like he's been paid to just be like a goofy,
right?
like
This is theater.
limp-wristed opposition to Ridvan.
You know what's crazy is Red Van's literally smiling because I could feel it. I don't know if you guys can, but I could literally at least see that he doesn't believe his own argument. He doesn't.
Oh, no
believe
way!
this.
Yeah.
He knows it's absurd.
Neither of them do.
This is a boxing match where they've both been paid to throw a few, haymakers at each other, and one person goes down for the fall, but they'll both claim victory at the end, or unfair referee, or something. So
It's all about the illegal betting.
exactly. Yep. That's it. And it's funny. Like, actually, when Machine first started reviewing this, what I really wanted to say was like, we should just start taking fake bets on these kind of things or something. I mean, it's like, we'll use like Monopoly money or something, but it's literally like, how could you ever find a winner when the whole debate is literally set up to launder money or whatever, or launder ideas or something,
Yeah, I think we just gave some pretty nefarious people some pretty good ideas on what they should do.
Oh, don't worry, they're already doing it with fucking the meme coins and stuff. I mean, that's basically what meme coins and stuff are,
exactly. It's already happening.
like
Dogecoin.
which psyop is going to win this week? Let's find out. I mean, that's literally what that shit is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they're. I mean, well, I don't know this for sure, but I would suspect that you could make an argument that people are getting paid for psyops because, they invent a psyop, and if it wins the game of proliferation, then a meme coin might go up or whatever, right? So. Hypothetically.
Yeah, or, I'm gonna start my own debate league called Muslim Day Debate. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna take off soon.
Or uncensored Islam.
Yeah.
That'll go over like a lead balloon.
No, uncensored caliphate.
Yeah, or I got a good catchy title. Muzzy Foxhole Debates.
Wow.
Muzzy Foxhole Debates. Muzzy Foxhole Debates.
Sheesh.
Let's do it.
There's no atheist in foxholes.
Exactly. That'll be the tagline.
Get Pikachu on. I mean Hakikachu on there.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, we'll get Hakikaju.
What do you think of that, dude?
A geekagoo.
And according to the flesh,
he does kind of look like a giant baby. So,
what? Hey, Unseen, ask you what you think of him. I was gonna actually say like let's get Alex Stein on the show, but
oh man.
But he's making fun of Paul here, actually.
I'm not making fun of
They
anybody.
are Israelites by flesh. This is what he's making fun of. This is not what I'm saying. And to them belong the adoption, the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, the worship, the promises.
That was actually a scathing retort. He's making fun of Paul. He pointed at him and said, he's making fun of Paul.
He's pulling a Owen Benjamin right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy that he let him say that.
Like literally, they should have fucking Owen Benjamin on this stage. It would be so much better. I swear to God, like it would be actually more. You would actually be more illuminating than this stuff. Like,
but I can't
or
believe
it'd be more of a circus than it is.
Yeah, like
be
how
somewhat entertaining.
Yeah, like how is this possible? Like he literally just said, he just pointed at the guy and said, "You're making fun of Paul," and he didn't even hit him with the sola scriptura. This is wild stuff. I don't even know what I'm seeing. I mean,
The patriarchs, the race according to the flesh is the Christ, who is God over all, blessed forever. Amen. Does anybody else fall into this category, Andrew, except for the Jews?
Yes, we
No.
are Israel. We are beloved of God.
Andrew.
We are the fulfillment of the promise,
Andrew.
Griffin.
Paul talks
We are the
about
fulfillment of the promise.
Paul talks
By
about
your own
two
faith.
Paul talks about two.
Didn't say the magic word.
yeah, let's take a poll. I got to put a poll out here. Who do you guys think is more hook-nosed? You know, because one of them has a hook nose, you know, and both of them are kind of hook-nosed. You know what I mean? But
I mean, Ridvan literally has a hook nose. Yeah.
Yeah. Wilson's kind of growing a hook nose. I mean, and
I mean, that's what happens when you sell out, right?
And his
weird.
nose grew 3 times that day.
And his hat grew 3 times shorter, tinier.
Yeah, I've been noticing he used to wear a hat. Now I can barely see. I don't see that hat anymore. So
Look at your look at your chat real quick. Machine in general.
Why? Is there something?
Yeah. You don't have to.
I mean,
that does look like him. That does look like him. Is that him? Is that him? That looks like him for real.
Yeah.
Is that actually that guy?
Yeah, that's him.
It has to be.
Apostate
What
prophet,
the fuck,
dude?
What the fuck? Dude, that looks that's so he was a Muslim, then Jew, and then now this. What the hell?
Dude, I don't even know what's going on, man.
Still a J, probably.
Exactly. Tell me he don't look like old boy though. I forget his name.
Bunch of creepy critters.
Two Israels. If you have an understanding of what he talks about here, you would see this in the Orthodox Study Bible, which says that he's talking about two Israels. One is the natural Israel, one is the spiritual Israel. Okay.
There you go. So how could he miss that one? It literally says that, you know, there's two different Israels, dude. Like what? How could you have missed that one? And yet now when you come back and you're reading the line and you're saying that, you know, that they're my brothers in the flesh. How could you miss what he's talking about? You know what I mean? He totally missed it. Even when he read it in the Orthodox Study Bible. This guy's a dunce.
Yeah, but I'm reading the Orthodox Study Bible right now. It says, Paul left the Jays with no excuse for rejecting the gospel. Paul insists that God fulfilled his part completely, giving the Jays extraordinary opportunity to come to the faith. God sent his message throughout all creation. Israel heard but did not believe.
So he's cherry picking what's in the Orthodox Study Bible as well.
Right. Therefore, God turned to the Gentiles who heard and believed. The Jays demanded signs, yet God had given them the continual sign of fulfilled prophecy. Yeah. So, I mean, I guarantee you he's ignoring that. So what's going on here? Obviously, he's being paid because I know what I just read. If he read the Orthodox Study Bible, that was Romans chapter 10, the footnotes. I know he read that. You know what I'm saying?
Or Andrew's read it, hopefully. Why can't he retort with that, what you just said?
Right.
I mean, or why can't they get an actual Christian like you up there instead of Andrew that can actually defend the faith? Like, it just doesn't, none of this makes sense, right? This is crazy stuff, right?
Yeah. Sad.
What do you think? What do you think of my picture? Is this him?
Let me see. Did you put it up? Oh, yeah.
He was wailing away on him.
I tried to do like an AI version, like blending those two pictures together. and I have some pretty crazy photos of that.
Yeah, please send them to me. They're going in the video.
They're so stupid, dude. Yeah. Let's see if I kept them. Continue. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild.
Answer the question.
Doesn't matter.
What does it doesn't matter mean?
Do you acknowledge
Are Jews above Orthodox
do
Christians?
you acknowledge that Christians
This guy
are
won't answer
especially
the question.
beloved?
Look, I need you to answer the question. Are Jews above Orthodox Christians?
No.
Okay, no. Thank you.
Do you acknowledge
Thank
that
you.
Jews
That's
are
the end of the
especially
argument.
beloved?
That's done. It's done.
Okay, can you answer this question?
Okay.
Since I answered your question,
Uh-huh.
do you acknowledge
Finally.
that according to Paul, Jews are especially beloved because of their ancestry,
Yes,
above
but,
all people?
but Paul's also making a demonstration that
Thank you.
I
yes.
would.
Thank you. So Jews
Yes.
are especially beloved
But so
among
are
all
you,
the other
Rivin.
nations.
You're
No.
especially,
No.
also especially
No.
beloved due to your ancestry.
Were my ancestors given the covenants? Were they?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand why he agreed to it. He should have just said that Paul's talking about his own people, that he loves his own people. I don't know why he's getting into this stuff where he's like, yeah, they're loved, but so is everybody else. Like, what?
Dude, so I'm
He
looking
just
at
say his ancestry. I mean, he just basically calling him a J.
all right,
Yeah,
so
like
check
what?
this out. Though Israel has stumbled, this is Romans chapter 11, the footnotes in the study Bible. So he would have read this. This is you guys are gonna trip on this. Though Israel has not stumbled by her refusal to believe in Christ, it is not necessary. Though Israel has stumbled by her refusal to believe in Christ, it is not necessary inevitably that she should fall permanently. The jealousy she feels towards the Gentiles has the potential to lead Israel to repentance and faith. Furthermore, Israel's fall has led to the conversion of the Gentiles, thus renewing the opportunity for Israel's own salvation. Now, it's talking about the Jays there, right? Paul addresses the Gentile believers, reminding them that not to be puffed up against the Jays, for the Israel's heritage is holy. The Gentiles have been grafted into an existing tree and thus owe gratitude towards the Jays, and the Gentiles are just as much at risk of falling away from grace through unbelief as the Jays. So it makes the distinction that they fell away, right? It says not to be puffed up towards them. But that's not accepting their heresy and supporting their political endeavors of genocide isn't, being puffed up towards them. Anyways, the tree which is wild by nature refers to the pagans and goddess ways of the Gentiles before their encounter with Christ. The cultivated olive tree refers to the nation of Israel, which has been prepared for Christ through the law, and the remnant of the Jays that they believed in him. So those were the apostles, right? The remnant that ended up believing in him. The mystery which explains the unbelief of so many Jays is that the Gentiles are now being united to the remnant of the faithful Jays. Those are those that follow Christ. And it says, and thus this body of believers together from the true Israel, St. Paul calls those in Jesus Christ the Israel of God, which is the church. This true Israel is not based on biological ancestry, but on faithfulness to God's deliverer, the Messiah. In this understanding, all Israel will be saved. So, by saying all Israel will be saved is meaning all those that are in the church will be saved, not that all the Jays like a universalist idea. You understand what I'm saying? It goes over this in the study Bible, dude. Paul reminds the Gentiles that they have no superiority over the Jays, for both Jay and Gentile were subject to disobedience, and both received salvation only through God's mercy. This benediction ends the first part of the Romans, which is lay the theological foundation of our communion with God in Christ and clarify the relationship between Jay and Gentile in Christ. From this part forward, Paul uses this doctrinal basis to address pastoral issues facing believers in Rome in their attempt to live out this faith in daily life forever to literally into the ages of ages. So his whole point is null and void. He's taking it out of context, and he knows it. This is without a doubt. It's a cognitive bias.
Given the
Bro,
law,
then,
were they
so
given
then
the
they're
adoption
above
of glory?
Orthodox Christians?
No.
So what makes
No.
what makes Orthodox Christians then equal with the most beloved of God?
You're strawmanning
Rivin?
it. You're strawmanning it. You don't understand the logic here.
I can't wait to hear it.
I say that Paul clearly says that they are especially beloved. aside from those who are
especially
who are,
meaning above
who are the
others?
spiritual Israel,
Does
the
that mean above
Jews,
others?
because of their ancestry, are especially beloved.
What does especially
You
beloved
then
mean?
you want to basically deny what Paul
What
is saying.
does especially beloved mean?
They are especially beloved for
What
the
does
sake of
that
their
mean?
ancestors. That's
Does
what
that
the
mean that they're
says.
loved more by God than you, Ridvan?
Actually, if you want to think about it, in comparison to somebody who is not a Christian and who is not a Jewish, yes, they are beloved more by God.
Okay, so then
That's
what you're
literally what it
saying
says.
is that just by the fact that they have magic Jew blood, God loves them more than you.
Now you are making fun of the Bible.
No, that's not, listen, that's not biblical.
literally
And it's
making fun of
not
the
what's
Bible.
actually being said here. Now, I'll
Yes.
step through all of this with you if you
Yes.
want, right? But that's not
I-
what's being
I
said.
cited to you
And
Saint
what
John
you just
Chrysostom.
admitted is that you put Jewish people above Orthodox Christians because you think God loves them more.
No, I explicitly said
Total
that they are-
insanity.
I explicitly said they are not above, and I explicitly just compared them to non-Christians. You heard that, right?
So
Everybody
Paul-
has heard that.
Yeah, yeah.
Jews, in comparison to other non-Christians, are especially beloved to God. This is literally what Paul says. You might scoff
So he's
about
trying
it,
to
but
make
I
a
will.
point against
I
Islam
cited,
with this.
I
Is
cited
stop
Saint John
filibustering.
Chrysostom.
Yeah, but it seems to be a point against like pretty much humankind, right? Like
Absolutely.
like what?
You know,
Like
look, see, they're beloved by God. So I mean, being beloved by God means that we should accept their genocide. Like, dude, no, that's not what that means, bro. Like, homie, we shouldn't, we shouldn't support the Jewish mafia. Like, what is going on in this dude's head? Hey,
I cited St. Augustine. I cited St. Cyril. I cited a recent Orthodox hierarch, Metropolitan Callistus Ware.
Metropolitan Callistus
who
is
says the
never
very
going
same
to say
thing
that God
again.
loves a Jewish person because he's Jewish more than you.
Yes.
No, he won't.
Yes.
No,
that's,
he won't.
That's literally
no,
what
he
he
won't.
says.
Nobody's ever going to say that, ever.
Well, here's the thing.
he goes, that's literally what he says. That's funny.
So here,
Andrew,
let's
here's the thing, Andrew. If you
Can
can't
I go
accept,
through this with you?
if you can't accept
No,
what
I
the
can't go
Bible
through it with
says
you.
and what the hierarchs say,
Dude, you can't
what am I
filibuster
supposed to
the
do
entire
here?
debate. We
What
have
am
to
I
go through the
supposed to do here?
scripture. Do you want to go through it?
You never answered my question.
Okay, let's start with 11.
You never answered my arguments.
You haven't answered mine. My
I
very
answered all
first
your
argument.
questions.
Here's my contention.
I answered all your questions. You
Okay,
never
so
answered
can
my
we talk
questions.
about Antichrist then?
What is it to talk
Okay,
about?
can I ask you to contend with my argument?
Yes.
Here's the argument. I literally put it in premise form
Let's
for
go
you.
through it again.
Okay,
I can't believe he's reading out his own argument on his like little pad that he has. So he's like scrolling through his pad. He's like, I'll read it out again. Dude, how do you not remember your own argument?
so
Yes, let's do that again.
yeah, it's
Like,
very
look at him
important that
scrolling.
this actually gets answered, and I'm happy to go through the scripture with
You
you.
didn't
too,
understand it
Rick.
the first time. Let's do it again. Okay.
Yeah, you never actually answered to it.
I answered it.
No, you didn't. Okay, so you agree that Zionists are attempting to name a false Messiah, that is a critical function of
Zionists, no.
Hang on,
I would
hang
say
on,
religious
bro,
Jews,
bro,
yes.
Yeah, like he never even agreed with that. He said it's 30%, and he said it's only 30%, which is like fucking weird. Right, but yeah.
Can I,
Zionists,
ask you,
no.
can I even ask the question?
You just asked it. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
answered it.
I have to qualify so that you understand what's being asked.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So premise one, Christians should not support a false Messiah or an Antichrist. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Premise two, Zionists are attempting to name a Messiah.
No.
Okay. So then can you explain why the Zionist government gives money to the Temple Institute, who has a stated goal of naming a Messiah?
You are talking about Zionists as a general term. Zionists are all those who support the existence of Israel.
That would be the secular and the religious?
That would be the majority of the Israeli population. and the
No,
majority
that's
of
not
Jews
what
around the
Zionism
world.
means.
That is literally what Zionism
No,
is.
what you said Zionism meant, and I'll give you your exact definition. It meant the establishment of a Jewish state, and you agreed it couldn't be secular. It had to be religious and it had to be secular.
I never said
So if the religious and the secular are
That's totally false. They never even see. Look, they're this late changing the definition of Zionism. The debate's 12 minutes from over, dude. You can't change the definition of Zionism now. Like what they all agreed that it was support for the Jews was Zionism. So why is he changing it to now support for the state of Israel? Very strange that he's now shifting the entire definition of Zionism. And I mean, I could see the look on Apostate Prophet's face. He's very confused. He's like, what? He's like, I never even said that. And he's right. Right? He's now changed the entire definition that they both agreed to, and he's saying that they both agreed to a different definition. It's very strange. Right? It doesn't even make sense. I don't know what this is. This is some last ditch like 180 like Kabbalistic inversion. Like I don't understand. What is this?
Both working towards a goal. Then
Must
what
be
is
that
it?
magic blood.
Then what is it?
You're not paying attention to
Right, like weird, like
the detail.
Okay, I can't wait to hear it.
Establishing a Jewish state, a state for Jews
Yeah.
in the land of Israel.
Great.
The same thing is
All
wanted
Jews.
by conservative
Yeah.
Jews, by
All
Orthodox
Jews?
Jews, by atheist
Is
Jews.
it all
even.
Jews?
see, look right there. He said he brought in the word Jews. Right there, Wilson tried to change the definition of Zionism to support for Israel, and he took he took support for Jews out of that statement. So now the guy corrected him and put Jews back into the statement. He said, "No, it's support for Jews, you idiot." Right? So he's like, obviously you're not paying attention. Right? So now let's see what he says.
All Jews want this. Okay,
Is
all
it-
Jews
so-
want this.
so all.
It does not require it to be completely in alignment with certain aspects of Orthodox Jewish
Got
theology.
it. Totally agree. So we've established it.
So when you say Zionists,
So yeah,
So he said all Jews, okay, they support Zionism, right? Meaning that they want the establishment of a homeland for the Jews. That's basically false. What he's missing is the how that happens, right? Many of the Messianic Jews and other Jews would consider the modern state of Israel, since it's doesn't meet theocratic requirements. Okay, they consider it a false state, right, and not fulfilling God's promise and all of that type of stuff. So he's wrong that all Jews want the establishment of this. He's just wrong about that, right? So
want this, then you are overgeneralizing.
Because when you say all, that necessarily includes who has a right to return, religious Jews as well. And if the secular Jews are funding with money the religious Jews towards X goal, that would be all Jews doing this.
The logic here, the logic in question is that you are saying that that basically you could make the same argument that all Christians want to establish an apocalyptic Israel in the middle.
How?
Why? Because
Tell me the argument.
Why? Because Protestants are Christians and they believe in an eschatology that includes the reestablishment of Israel. You're not making a nuanced,
and is
a nuanced
the federal
distinction.
government funding these Protestants and bringing about this Armageddon?
You're failing to make a nuanced distinction between.
no, but Israel is. So let's address the topics, right? Like what the fuck?
No. I'm making the nuanced distinction. Let me respond. Is the United States federal government funding these groups, these free groups?
They're funding
who are
group in
moving towards dispensationalism.
All right,
Hang
let
on.
me ask you this question.
Ridvan, can I ask it before you answer it?
Sure.
Okay, great. So is the United States government funding Protestants to usher in Armageddon?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Are they?
Yeah, the answer is no.
Yeah,
but is it the case that
The answer is no. What the hell is he smoking? The U.S. is absolutely funding illegal settlements and Messianic groups in Israel. What is he smoking?
Did he say Protestants?
This is wild. I mean, let's
He
go
did-
over that.
He did originally say Protestant, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Okay, great. So is the United States government funding Protestants to usher in Armageddon?
Yeah, Protestants.
You have no idea?
Okay, so
Yeah, the
this
answer
is
is
what
no.
I understand about this is that the Protestants are always, have all these like funds to fund Israel, right? You see them all over TV and they do all this stuff, like this Christian Zionist stuff, right? And it's because they have the same belief at Red Band that they're the chosen people stuff.
But the
he's
fact
listing
is
it and
that
saying they're just beloved, right? He's trying to hold on to it somehow.
right. But the fact is that they're tax-free funding Israel, and the U.S. government allows them to do that.
Right.
Yeah. So what? What do you mean no? Like what?
Yeah, I don't understand why you said no.
Like
The answer
they
is
obviously
no.
are. Yeah, they're like.
Yeah,
But is it the case that Zionists are indeed funding the Temple Institute, who does want to bring in Antichrist?
So see, Zionists in the U.S. right are funding the Temple Institute. Well, Zionism is just supporting Jews. Is this making any fucking sense? I mean, right? Why would it be a special group of Jews that are funding it within the U.S.? Obviously, it's the U.S. government that's allowing these fucking Zionist churches to collect fucking money for Israel. What are you talking about, dude?
Zionists, yes, not all Zionists, not most Zionists.
Would you like to go through what the state of Israel gives the Temple Institute,
Okay.
or are you denying that they give them money?
Oh, of course you're giving them money.
Okay, great.
But
So
here's
they're
my
funding
question to you.
Antichrist.
Here's my
movement.
question to you. You say Zionists.
Yeah.
Do secular Jews who are also Zionists generally agree with the rebuilding of the Third Temple?
Well, if it is the case
that
secular Jews are funding
do
it,
they
then
agree
yes.
with the building of the Third Temple?
Maybe not.
Not okay.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
sure.
So when you say Zionists, then you are overgeneralizing and making a mistake. And
I'm
thereby
not, because
lying by
Zionism
omission.
includes all Jews.
No.
It doesn't?
We just established that secular Jews don't support the building of the
So
Third
is
Temple.
there secular Zionism and other types of Zionism?
Yes, there is Zionism in general.
So
because
then are
Zionism
we going to
doesn't-
have...
Oh my God! They finally, they finally got to secular Zionism. It's like
Jambone.
5 minutes to the end of the debate, and they finally noticed in this debate that there's a such thing as secular Zionism. Well, what do you know, folks? There's finally a such thing as secular Zionism. All of a sudden, when Andrew Wilson totally changed the definition of Zionism, tried to smuggle it in, oh, now they got secular Zionism. Oh, what's this new hot thing on the block? Secular Zionism. What the hell? What the hell?
What the hell is even that?
What's funny?
So then can we
Yeah,
one
sorry,
of
go
the one of the new calendars, this Metropolitan Seraphim Parias, I don't know how to say his last name. Israel banned him from entering into the Holy Sepulchre, I believe. And this is something he said: the Orthodox Church is against imperial Zionism, aspiring to global domination. So, I mean, this is something that the new calendars are saying, and they're aware of, you know. And they're the more modernist types of, you know, Orthodox.
Yeah, I had to hold in my laughter for that one, dude. That's hilarious.
maybe go with a definition like Zionism means that Jews want to reestablish a homeland and they're calling this homeland Israel and they want to protect it? Can we go with that definition?
Andrew, did you not listen to me?
Yeah.
Are you not listening? I said it right here, Andrew.
I just don't understand how he conceded to his definition of Zionism early in the debate, and now they're trying to define it at the end of the debate. How could they, at the end of the debate, not know what Zionism is, and hence not even know if Christians should support it or not?
He's running out the clock as usual.
Right, like this is incredible.
Do you want me to read this again, Andrew?
Yes.
Do you want me to read this
Yeah,
again?
read it again.
Zionism alone simply means the establishment and protection of a land, a country, a state where Jews can live freely.
Yes.
A Jewish state in what is now
Perfect.
known as Israel.
We're there.
Does this
We've
mean
got
that
it.
it has to be a
We've
Jewish
got it.
religious
So then-
state?
so wait,
Have you not listened
so
to
wait,
this?
we've got it. So then this would apply to secular Jews and religious Jews.
Yes. So
then if it's
Therefore,
secular
all
Jews,
Jews support
if
the
it's
Third
secular
Temple. Very
Jews
good.
supporting religious Jews by giving them money, right? By giving them money so that they can establish Antichrist, then that would be Zionists doing it, right?
So because
Logic, Ridvan.
because
Logic,
some, because
Ridvan.
some Zionists support a certain religious movement that most Zionists, by the way, do not support.
Great.
We are therefore to conclude that all Zionists, by definition, support the rebuilding of the Third Temple.
Is
That
it,
doesn't make any
hang on,
sense.
is it increased?
That's-
It doesn't make any sense. What I say his main argument would be,
that's
it
a
doesn't make any
Did you
sense.
see that?
It makes total sense, and I'll explain it.
Machine.
Yeah, what's up? But yeah, what's going on, Unseen? Where are you there? Yeah, I think you might have cut his mic off. Here, hold on. I think somebody else is back here too. Who this? Oh, Unseen Warfare. We got a special guest, Unseen Warfare, folks.
I dropped out on accident. But did you see what I just sent you?
No. What
It
is it?
says, I'll tell you what it says. It says, but since the rise of Zionism a century ago, Palestinian Christians have dwindled from 11% to less than 1% of the population in Israel, the West
Yep.
Bank, and the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, they eliminated almost all of the Palestinian Christians. How's that, folks? Exactly what I was saying earlier. You know,
Yeah.
they've totally discriminated against the Christians that were already living there.
Yep.
So, you know, how did they support Christians at all?
Yeah, yeah. And he's made it out like, you know, Islam is the big enemy. Then why has there been a, you know, a 10% drop in them being, you know, in the Holy Land?
Yeah, or why were those Palestinian Arabs allowing those Christians to live there before Israel showed up? So many mysteries.
Exactly.
I say it doesn't
Should
make any
I,
sense
as
because
a
you're not making any
Christian,
sense.
should I, as a Christian, send my support?
By the way, as I said earlier, you know, people that have lived there since the time of Jesus, Arabs that are literally living in the town of Nazareth, by the way. So, and these are the people I'm talking about. Crazy stuff. And how much history did we lose in that, right? Of Christian history? Insane amounts, right? So that the small hats can rewrite the history, obviously. And
it's all about rewriting history. Yep.
Right? Where they could say, you know, James Tabor and stuff. You know, I'm reading the book by James Tabor where he's literally, you know, digging up the body of Saint James and saying, "Oh, this is Saint James, and this is who he was," and he's telling everybody who, you know, the history. You know, so
To a country where 30% of them want to introduce Antichrist.
Yes.
Okay.
Why not?
I don't know where else to go with that.
Why
I
not?
don't know where else to go with.
Now, I have a question to you, Andrew.
Where else do I go with
I have
that?
a question to you, Andrew.
Uh,
When St. Paul says that they are still beloved and that God still has a plan to reconcile them and to graft them back into a tree, do you think that he's talking about all the good Jews, or is he just talking about?
He's talking about what happens when they finally bend their knee to Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior.
Well, I can't believe he didn't put it all into context. He had several opportunities to bring up Synagogue of Satan, to bring up the Gospel of John, all the criticisms of the Jews, to bring up any of the other ideas. You know, not all who call themselves Israel or of Israel. You know, all of this ideas. You know, the whole idea of spiritual Jews, the whole idea of spirit versus flesh. So many opportunities he had. You know that the law was made on behalf of transgressions, all of these different concepts in Romans. He could have hit him with 1,000 different ideas at this point, but he said nothing to him. I mean, it's incredible.
Wonderful, wonderful. And now is my follow-up question, Andrew. Now is my follow-up question. If you allow the enemies of both Christians and Jews to try and eradicate them, do you think that you will do God and Paul and the Bible a service here?
I'm sorry. If you think that Jews have magic Jew blood and are therefore the most beloved of God, isn't it the case that even if we didn't support Israel, God would love them so much that he would never let their enemies take
Andrew,
it down?
If a robber comes into your home, you could just leave it up to God.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good point. Right? Like, why would God allow such a people to be destroyed by the Muslims? That makes a lot of sense. Right? Like, wait, if you believe this stuff about the Jews, then, you know, why would anybody have to protect them? True facts.
Yep.
Handle it. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't
you
know.
Are still supposed
Does it
to
sound like
fulfill
you're the
your
most
obligations.
beloved? Does it sound like you're the most beloved?
You are still supposed to fulfill your obligations.
Okay,
and what's morally
why
right.
is my obligation
Morally right?
Great. Let's talk about what is morally right and ought. Why?
That's
Again,
goofy.
Give me a moral paradigm from a moral paradigm. Andrew.
Right.
Christians, even though you agreed with me on premise one, should not support any type of false messiah, should not support the naming of any type of false messiah. Andrew, you and your government need to send tons of money to a nation which 30% of it, by your own admission, I think it's higher and growing, by the way, but I'll just grant 30% wants to name false messiah. Ridvan, can you please, in a very concise way, tell me why it is that I need to send my support and my money to a nation which is funding that endeavor?
Yes, very simply.
Yeah.
Very, very simply.
Q&A.
Because the Jews were always expecting a Messiah. Even at the time of St. Paul, they were expecting a Messiah.
Oh,
And
wow.
when St. Paul talked about how he still has love for them and how God still loves them and how God will naturally graft them in. And even when all the saints that I just mentioned talked about how Jews are expecting a Messiah and the Christ will come and reconcile them, they clearly did talk about all Jews who are still expecting a false Messiah. Therefore, you should support them.
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second.
We're done.
Who said that we shouldn't love Jews for being
We're done.
Jewish? It's fine. We can love Muslims and Jews and atheists and everybody.
You're finished.
But that was a
We are
ridiculous
done.
answer, though.
We are done.
You're finished.
We give you a chance to respond. We do have to go to
Such a
Q&A.
ridiculous answer.
Folks, the way this is going to work for the Q&A is if you come up the middle and stand right in front of me, we'll actually
Wait, so there's do they do closing statements or is that after the Q&A? I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe they. Yeah.
Either way, it's probably more than enough. We've covered pretty much all of it.
give a couple of follow-up responses if you'd like, as long as they're short and pithy. Also hold the mic just in case things get weird. Okay, ready? Please come up with your questions.
Yeah, it looks like
And then
not.
if you could put your toes right here in front of the tape.
Hey, sorry for your loss.
Well,
Yeah. So what are after that performance? What are these clowns gonna answer?
Yo, I just thought of something. You know why I think they attacked you so you wouldn't have any views for this debate.
Yeah, but the thing is that we had like we only lost about like 10 to 20 viewers, so I don't think they would have stopped much, right? But yeah, yeah, maybe it's this and a lot of other things because I think they have been going hard. I think a lot of the ops have been going really hard these last couple weeks, so I think that it definitely might have something to do with that. But yeah.
What I think is happening, honestly, like now I'm just like thinking about it is that they're not necessarily worried like about the views that you're getting, right? Like in real time. They're worried about the potential of what you bring in. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're trying to like nip it in the bud before it even happens, type thing. Like keep you.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's a
From
lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
keep
think
me
that-
from growing. Yeah,
Yeah,
to where
yeah.
if I was getting like donations and there's a lot of following
Right.
and stuff, you could tell it'd be doing a lot of damage. But
We gotta, dude. I'm telling you, like I'm down with it. Like we gotta boost this in some way. And I'm like specifically like, I don't know, like a workaround. Get in. Like maybe we need like an ally or something, like a good ally for that. I don't know who, but someone with like a decent following. That you know what I'm saying.
And it also might be a spite for when the time we totally caught him being a grifter.
Yeah, that's definitely it. But this was like an important topic. I think that a lot more people should have,
definitely, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like what? I think about it. Who probably did a decent review of this? You know what I mean? There were so many aspects of the argument that was covered here that was on point, dude.
Nobody, and this is the thing is that they've been covering this topic with the Douglas Murray and the other fake debate. This summarizes all of that and more.
Right.
You know where we really looked at all sides of the issue. So the fact is that there's not going to be another critique of this that's comparable. You know, because they're not going to find obviously unseen warfare and the machine lives and bring comparable skills to the table. You know, when they critique these issues. So that's the thing is that the value of this is just in pretty much the uniqueness of it. And yeah, there's not going to be that many reviews and all that type of stuff. I will eventually play this at the end of a show, but I mean, You
The
know,
topic is the
yeah.
topic is the fake Zionist Jews.
Yep.
Rocky, dang,
And
dude, I ain't heard from you in a minute. What's up?
Yeah, he's been up here.
it's all from a fake eschatology of futurism.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if you want to get some people behind you in the argument, you go to people studying Satan's little season. They know who the fake Jews are. They're fake as, they're just fake. There's no mention of the third temple.
The Khazarian
There's no
Mafia.
Khazarian Mafia. Oh yeah, the Khazars, created by Rome. Constantinople supposedly went on the other side of the Black Sea, right next to the Khazars, and established Eastern
And
Catholicism.
Ukraine.
Yeah, so that's where they met up with the Khazars and created the fake Jews. Fake Jews are created by Rome. And this is we live
the
in
Jewish legends by Hasta ibn Shabrut.
something like that. I don't know
Oh
all
yeah.
the books and shit.
Yeah. Yes, Hasta ibn Shabrut. He talks about King Bulan of Khazaria, and that's basically the historical source for it.
Yeah, they had some kind of movie, Fiddler on the Roof or something. I don't know what it's all about.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. But it's weird that they called the movie Fiddler on the Roof. That's kind of strange.
So
They're on the roof.
I think you'll find this interesting. So remember I was telling you about that Paisius, right? This elder Paisius?
Right.
Okay, so Bartholomew canonized this Paisius. And this is the church that Red Van's in. This is what Paisius said. He said ecumenism, common markets, a one world government, a single made to order religion, such is the plan of these devils. The Zionists are already preparing their Messiah. For them, the false Messiah will be king, will rule here on earth. A great discord will arise. In this discord, everyone will clamor for a king to save them. At that moment, they'll offer up their man who'll say, I'm the Imam, I'm the fifth Buddha, I'm the Christ who Christians are waiting, I'm the one who the Jehovah Witnesses have been waiting for, I'm the Jewish Messiah. Difficult times are ahead, great trials await. He says Christians will suffer great persecution. Meanwhile, it's obvious that people don't understand that we're on the verge of the end times and the seal of the Antichrist is becoming a reality. As if nothing happened, that's why Holy Scripture says that even the chosen will be deceived. The Zionists want to rule the earth. To achieve their ends, they use black magic and Satanism. He says they regard Satan worship as a means to gain the strength they need to carry out their plans. They want to rule the earth using satanic power. God is not something to take into account. So this is one of their guys that they canonized in his church, and his patriarch canonized this person.
Sheesh.
Yeah, and by the way, that is all over their page.
Yeah.
All over his wife's page, basically.
Paisios, right?
Paisios,
you see it
right?
over and over and over again.
Yeah,
right?
she's got Paisios over and over and over again. Here's one of them right here. I'll show you guys. This is on Apostate Prophet, their page. They got Paisios right here. Saint Paisios of Mount Athos.
Yep.
So how come they can't listen to the dude?
You know what he said when I told him this? He said, "Solo script, Saint Tola." That was his reply to it. And,
is that even a word?
No, it's not. He just, he's just has such a cognitive bias. He won't even listen to somebody he considers a saint. I don't consider this person a saint because they sided with the ecumenist, and Bartholomew kicked out the Rokor monks, these Russian monks on Mount Athos. he kicked them out because they refused to commemorate him as patriarch. And he said they were a mother with cancer. That's what Paisios called these monks that confess the faith against this ecumenist, heretic. So I don't think he was a saint. I think he said many true things, but these are well-known things within Orthodox history, and these are things that the zealots would have known. And he was a former zealot that left and joined the ecumenical patriarchate because they kind of clowned on him because he was living with snakes, and they said he was deluded.
Yeah, well, I have a lot more to share with you guys. Maybe another 4 hours of different things, including you know, a explanation of the origins of the Schofield Bible and other ideas. So we'll bring that back maybe on Thursday or something like that. So stay tuned. I'll make a link. Thursday we'll come back and have a part 2 of this stream here. And I greatly appreciate the people who participated here. We had almost 18 people in the house at one point. So I greatly appreciate the people that are coming by and watching us here. I'm almost building up a similar amount of audience on this channel here. So I greatly appreciate the time. Yeah.
When you do dispensationalism, we should cover Chiliism as well.
Definitely.
I'll gather some stuff on that, and so
Oh yeah,
I'll be
definitely.
ready,
I got
brother.
you. Yeah, for sure.
I'm definitely interested.
Yeah, 3 days. We got you guys. So 3 days, the people that are here, the people that are going to be watching this in the future, we'll be back with more stuff. Right now, we'll, I'll let everybody say something, and then we'll close this out, and we'll hit you guys with like 30 minutes of music, but yeah, we'll go around. What do you guys got to say to these people? Blessings.
Who's going?
Yeah, televised. Go ahead, brother. If you're there.
Yeah.
You haven't really said much.
I don't know. I mean, I'm being told the Antichrist is here, basically. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm watching it closely. Not really much to say, man. I mean, getting paid to LARP on TV, so it's crazy. I guess keep your eyes and ears open. I guess we'll find out. What's truth and what isn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man.
Yep.
It's crazy. Peace, everyone. Have a good night.
Yeah, peace,
Easy.
brother. Yeah, I think they do have a closing statement, but maybe we'll bring that back next time. If they keep the video up, we'll see if there's anything in the questions and answers maybe we could highlight, and it'll be a good way to start off the part 2 of this.
It'd be kind of funny, like if they had this on a better date than a freaking Monday, and I was able to go up there. There's only 3 hours away from me for where they're debating. Maybe I could try to get a question in.
You're
they
a North
go to
Carolinian?
Huh?
Are you a North Carolinian?
No.
Oh, I am. That's why I asked.
Yeah, but they go out to, Monday morning. They get
south
paid.
of that.
Okay.
Yeah, Monday morning they go to work. They get paid to promote Zionism. This is what's going on. Some wild shit.
Crazy.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, what you got to say to these people, Red?
Well, that was a circus, and I pretty much thought it was going to be a circus, so it's not really worth a 6-hour drive. Other than to maybe try to clown Wilson. That might be worth it.
Yeah, that was happening in Detroit.
I'd try to be secret about it, so it'd be like, no one could guess who. Well, only one person would be able to. Well, I guess no. All you guys would recognize my voice, so never mind. That wouldn't work. Sad trombone, but That's some wild takes in there, I tell you that. Some wild, chilly kind of takes.
Yeah, combine it with the last one, Made by Machine Bob 1 and 2, and you got some pretty, incredible critiques of Zionism, understanding of what they're trying to promote here. You know what I mean? But yeah, Unseen Warfare, what do you got to say to these people?
Okay, I'm going to leave with a quote from Father Seraphim Rose on his
Yeah,
discourse
for sure.
from the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. So it says, it's interesting to note that of all the groups in the world, the Jays are the ones who are strongest in media control, because it's not as possible to mention the Jays in even a slightly critical tone without having a representative of the Anti-Defamation League come to visit you. This is why Orthodox publishers are very careful not to say anything about the Jays, because they know that someone will come around and begin checking up on them. And if there is something they don't like, they'll start conducting a campaign of slanders and arousing public opinion and all sorts of things against you. That's from his Orthodox Survival course, and it's a lecture on the revolution. So I appreciate you, Machine Lies. I appreciate everybody that tuned in, and
Yeah, of
we'll
course.
talk soon, man.
Yeah, blessings, brother.
Later, brother. Yep.
Easy.
Easy, man. Later.
All right, folks. And that's it from The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And, obviously I always say, that you can't kill what you can't see. And, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. So, I hope you guys have clarified, purified vision, to perceive what is true. I mean, and obviously, look at what's going on. People have warped perspectives, warped priorities. It's sickening. They don't put humanity first. They put the machine before humans. Yeah, God bless all of you. Thank you, guys.
Now for an hour of Christoph to Babylon.
Yeah. But I think I got beat miners too. Yeah, let me play this beat miner song. This is always nice.
Knock this shit, Carnival, Knievel. Flip money, DMX bikes, don't slide. Moving in the air, you dummy. Your dumps get lumped like bumps. Pop crews like the youngsters who back out rapping. Fans deader than the monsters. It's a shame how your brain get picked to be amongst the best. Copping trees to put a hole in your chest. I'm a slave to the way you get stuck on my vortex. Catch wreck like rotten.com and intellectual fish. Looking to get wet, I bet you ruthless. Catch you falling, you break like the car don't start. Niggas stalling. I'm brawling like that fight night. I'm 21 a champion in my prime like Mike. Fuck up everything in sight. Y'all bite like Mike in his old days. You so afraid, go run away. This nigga don't play. My hip hop rap with a dog scrap. Change rattle at the thought of a battle. For the art or the sport, y'all niggas run herd like a cattle. It's full court music. Confused the second rate drunks, pimps, and them niggas who be users. Rappers get caught with they shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust head and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all call to the battle to see what's rappers get caught with they shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust head and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all come to the battle to really see what's happening.
Rap River Phoenix, seen and really need it. Every night could be another Viper room repeated. People have dreamed of seen it, feel it, I'm thinking maybe this is the real world and everybody else is crazy. Couldn't have had the baby, love it and keep the habit. $50 back alley, I said snatch it. Out of the womb, pursuing my doom is looming. I'm moving, enjoying the movement by usually doing everything I probably shouldn't. Robbery couldn't get him any richer than this. I'm part of a movement, gold mine, raw musically sick. Doing the shit, anything to prove to you how rude I can spit. Live and die for the same hobby. My spirit and body deciding that odds and ain't probably godly enough. Abuse this temple, no all of his followers fucked. Swallowing pure nothing, for sure something can happen. Put it on rapping, double or nothing.
Rappers get caught with they shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust head and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all call to the battle to see what's rappers get caught with they shit all day. You acting hard, come on, that be off your hand. I bust head and friend like, yo, who gives a fuck if he rapping? We all come to the battle to really see what's happening.
Born to submit your will to do the will of God. Whether Prophet Muhammad came or didn't come. Whether Abraham came or didn't come. Whether Moses came or didn't come. We were before Abraham, before Moses, before Muhammad.
You listen, feel it like my hammer better than the rest. I say you know, say this I did the my king of the crop. Get you from the bottom, me go right to the top. Come from a hero that I wear sharp. Me say ride up on a rhythm, all a rock a soldier. Me say look come alive, Baba from a Muslim culture. Me say 5 in the morning, me go pursue Allah. Me say look come alive, Baba from a Sikh culture. Go be sing the 10th leader. Saudi Arabia, look up the soul of my hip hop, let's do Allah. Respect for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu. Run that they are the mountain of the Muslim culture. Me say come meet me, my the mosque leader. Me say 5 times a day, me go press to Allah. Last prophet on the earth, Muhammad sallallahu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and la ilaha illallah. Me say shock out, the man me go press to Allah. Me converted the country in a translation. And me say Allah is my one and all creation. Come me break your hit him up your chin, man. Listen to it.
a cigarette. Hey yo, there could be no other Holocaust. I'm the only Holocaust. And War Cloud is Alcatraz in the back about to blast where you get murdered. Yo, 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 yo. It's how I rock. Yo, 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 yo. Black Roman Trojan with an arm full of corrosion, fighting in a mighty war with a heavy sword that's golden through the screams and explosions. I move while cannons are loading for this million warriors and the rest by Earth's erosion. My devotion is to AWOL rappers and smash tanks. We stand on a sea made of glass, the kings of saints. I thrust my sword into a cloud, our buildings burned. The sky broke thunder in a song that no man could learn. War cloud, stone steps, red galactic heartless. Hey yo, War Cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. War Cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. I drag motherfuckers off into the sewers, they're losers. Disrespect your fail, wind up in Mexican jail. Tequila crash fire across your face. I'm off the place, sipping pina coladas in the Bahamas with anacondas. And the people get the hell that they fall so hard for. Pistol pop your head, top a rapper's head with a car door. The written mental books of many wars, they don't make them anymore. It's a verbal death you have heard of, the criminology of psychology. Brainwash to attack you, I stash a package in a statue, attitude and vitality. Watch it bang through the realm of reality. You drop out of the climate, drop your wife down in the hills grave. Verbal pessimist, carry gunmen down in the preliminary. Bloody construction yard of angry men still try to change me. Then being in the American forces in Saratoga between 1875 to revolutionize revolution. Dusty cannons bombard your harbors, your raps baffled by the last castle. War Cloud, hey yo, War Cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. War Cloud is Alcatraz, lyrics you couldn't figure yet. I came here to smoke a donut and eat a cigarette. Ferocious lions, swordsmen from Atlantis, battle on juggernauts, chainsaw Spartans, caught dark Marcus and Rackus. Whirlwind larceny, crime waves and arsonists. Gunpowder, fun-chowder, power, a game of 9 pence. Galactic bones, Jurassic, heavy stormtrooper, executioner. Iron sunflowers do shining in the back of the mountain. Roam through the rugged, steel magnolia hillsides. Pirate rock barbarians and chariots by flying cheaters. Martian warlords encounter and try to defeat us. Very angry men, odd day, bloodthirsty men. Lion-hearted outsiders, riot tyrants and violence. Crimson lunatic who thunders, laughing outnumbered your platoon rots on the comet that the moon blocks. Out in the boondocks, raise your tomb slots. I clap hot shots. Heavy stolen ox, sportsmen steal Louisville, savage jackals from Africa. Telling how they dumbfounded rappers, prison precision. Sinister minister scriptures from the bitter ages, courageous.
Pick up War Cloud and Long Beach. War Cloud medieval, shelf raps that's regal. M16 to any distinct group of people. Them bitches looking crazy, get bounced on, amaze me. Collision center sometimes listen to Bob Marley. Doing donuts on the courtyard on a Harley. Camp robber whiskey, Jack Prance with a lance advance. On a fire escape in February by a flower pot in France. Last American hero, less than zero. Guitar with 4 strings from down in Tijuana. We'll crash across your head off gin and pina colada. Thought cross sessions are cryptic with epic lectures. Strangle you in dusty hallways with filthy bike chains and stripe bands. You die pain, crack and smack you like night trains. Dark blood fountain, dance no leopard and the mountain man. Cut you men down with the gauge. Flip a comic book page. Slam 3 kings down with the ace of spades. Roly poly oly, Geppetto Stromboli. Roly poly oly, Geppetto Stromboli. A dirty old baseball, batting cages I waste y'all. Break law, escape y'all, body shot you at great ball. Vanished in the place ball. The wood floor fell out 3 times. You sitting, I'm kicking yo like the cease lines. Colorful like the beach line. Song could never teach mine. Fire on the Amazon, look at the puzzle box. You shook up with nuzzle box. I received the wire at red fakers, forgers, swindlers, just remember us. Stash it in the box with my Timberlands, we dismemberment. Chainsaw, angry men, change me then. Like angry gats, skinny ghost braid, no slave approach made. Escalade, vital collider force, escapade in the Everglades. Rhymes a clever mage, step the butler with a shiny leather blade. Clown Jack in an old cold dusty swamp house. Creeping like a mouse, I'll knock a champ out. Cramping lamp in a damp house. I found a dead woman in the Vermilion River. I took her home alone and washed her up. Yo garbage truck, you retarded fucks. I paint and taint her with makeup, bake and eat the cake up. Tea time for luck, corrupt in the crummy plates and taste sucks. Slow dancing late at night, swamp house off the Cape at night. I eat cannibals and mechanically stuff animals. Yo handle candles will blow. When I leave the room, deceive my doom. See the broom in the corner, you goners are deep in need of tombs. War Cloud, brimstone, holocaust, koala, Kamala, puff, swallow scotch, don't stop, Galapagos. Pop got a lot of metallo, mano, and yo, he drift shifts, gambles, and shot the host. Ghost notes, slaughter daughters on Cajun Arabian waters to fall the logic.
I live in a hollowed out asteroid. It's War Cloud, better living through circuitry, Paleolithic surgery, half man, half planet Mercury. I heard him cease. One day it rained and the people began to melt.
Release the angels in the Euphrates River who sleep to slay a third of Earth's population for vindication. A dirty helicopter, my blades are my swords. When I descend upon you, the sound of a zillion chariots. Nightmare room of truth, cause it's the scariest. Men made of heads who eat inside the lake. Shadowless zombie swordsmen, chills, swoop up on you and launch your head in the hills. Sword mechanic, tragic, mastermind Jurassic, laughing outnumbered, leave you bloody construction yard. Shatter spirit shields with lyric fields of one-armed ghost samurai from the past that murder ungodly. The thunder struck oddly, I blast a dusty shoddy, 3 gates hideous, slump your carcass the prettiest. Angry woodcutters, soda fizz, motion switch, blizzard kicks, braid sound waves and astound slaves. Dirty bowl and meat market massacre, mirage, crash like the hammer of the gods and leave you lodged under heavy doors. Explore these warlords, mystic paradise, my axe closet with shovels in it. 9 million ninjas fall upon you with lightsabers, cannibalistic neighbors, ghost pirates and heartless raiders. Old gator man who is seldom seen, he lives in a cave made of moths with dusty wings. Blood smeared in snow, subliminal imagery. Hummingbird to an orchid, this mineral chemistry is a frigid, heavy, poisonous oil, polyhydroxid. Venom containing 9 million toxins, crafty concoction. Deadliest of its species, unproduced by plant or animal. Came before Abel is cannibal, understandable. Fishing in Antarctica, I'm strapped like the chief. Started calling niggas marks cause they act like the beast. Dirty apes drinking brandy, monkeys in the Courvoisier. Forging new boundaries, celebrate murder Nazi Day. Fiesta elegante, corduroy waves and do-rags. Potpourri flowers, roll tightly, light up a new bag. Domino, sugar croissants, 7 names, watermelon, apple, licorice, spices, 11 chains, heaven rain.
7 fangs retracting hang from my molars, hunting for game. I thirst for blood when I'm sober. Soul controller, hotter than solar, colder than polar. My flow is sicker than Ebola, mixed with Coca-Cola. Lyrics call back like cobras before attacking your soldiers. My house packed with the doses of radioactive explosives. Concepts are mythical, past scientifical. My biochemical makeup inspired miracles. Formerly, pigs are at war with me, cause normally my speeches incite riots like Florence and Normandy. Feds want drama cause they know I've been plotting, and they know my style's the bomb like Osama bin Laden. They've been watching, plus they heard my phonics was ergonomic, and my mouth rejects turning objects with still been burning comets. Homicidal recitals make it hot for idle spirits. Spiral lyrics, paint holy pictures like hieroglyphics. It's over with, I grab the mic from my holster quick. If you never faced death yet, you real close to it. I'm known to spit revolution like the Bolsheviks. So many punchlines, I leave the spot with swollen fists. Notice this, giving bruises a hobby. You suffer hits to your body like John Gotti using karate. What you producing is folly. You wanna play arch villain? I'll ask you how you feeling when your wig starts peeling.
I just laugh. I just laugh. No one can defeat me. I just laugh. I just laugh. No one can defeat me. I just laugh.
Corso and hip-hop tracks, a destroyer, chase the moon goddess, she Hawk Fender, Tom Sawyer, sick pickpocket, the lawyer, banging like meth, ghost, Ray Vision, and all of them. I keep a beach cruiser like Christine Cherrywinkle, made by Schwinn. I drink a whiskey distilled from corn mash, friend, bandana and a bony fish bonanza. We bludgeon bullies on a severed boob tube, bloodthirsty, never fugazi, Navy boys in blue bomber jackets and heavy blue jeans, walking on beige rackets. That body bag, the bombshell, Joe Bolden, Bon Voyage, you in the back, cat with the blackjack, bows and bunnies, all use blockheads, swooshes, broadcast bloopers. We blue plate the bone china, boodle the boxcar, yeah. Night scar and act boisterous, boardwalk mic blur. Your flag is hoisterous, yeah. A burlap bag of black bats. Rhymes is bazooka Joe, blowtorch, blowgun. Or I broad jump your brotherhood with bats the size of blue whales. Batting cage, rage nail, conquerous rule, yeah. Blue apples, yeah. Blue chairs, and swing like a brontosaur. Monster war, conquerous rule, do the brawler. Blue blood aristocrats eating blue cheese. In the harbor, ice parlor. Black rackets and you sneeze. Alcatraz beer brewery, niggas just screwing me.
Tell me why. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell me why. Tell me why. Check why. Check, check, check. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener. From here I see clear. It's looking like what we fear. You have conquered. Few have monster power, yet devour what I can't eat. Hunger for my usual view of what I can't pick. Who you all, Stampede and Jock, got me stuck like wondering what the fuck's right on this up night. Uptight skit, it might get confusing when I'm feeling like I'm losing, and the envious when we just did all the strenuous work and the venue just jerked like the venue is searching what I want. They don't have, won't grab, settle for a slab of second best like a neck and breast instead of two. I reckon you are chowing down on chickens, plural. Far from slim, Euro's been painted, tainted. Views on my views got me anxious. Thank this thinking for the song that you hearing. But tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener. Your grass. It looked so good from back there. I got stuck, I had to just stare. I must have not been aware. I took a walk and went there. I had to stop in thin air. The opposite wasn't fair. No chopping, it couldn't dare. I had to go elsewhere. No help where I look the hardest. There's plenty harvest. I'm not searching, just working. Even weekends, that's for certain, keeping you peeping. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Go on, tell me why, go on. If I could lace up your shoes on my feet, your girl probably wouldn't look as tight. If you could face what I do from your seat, my world probably wouldn't seem as hype. Couldn't be as ripe on the inside as out. When the pen slides, I doubt that you freaking critique all that I do. Even if I saw your IQ, mine would be higher, but I admire what I don't have. And that's a drag, cause they make a lot of shit, the kind that got me thinking, damn, that's what I gotta get. Not a bit satisfied, there's always something better. Had it eyed like a treasure till you got it and it measured up short. Forever support that habitat, have my habitat seeming state of the art meaning, playing it smart, teaming up with supreme beings. Have you fiends seeing my green from afar? Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener on the other side. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why the grass is always greener. I come later.